We've been powering the American road since before it was paved. Our first breakthrough in motor oil was introducing it. And we've been reinventing it ever since. From the world's first high-mileage oil to the world's first synthetic blend. There are those who change with the times, and those who drive them. Valvoline, the original motor oil.
The Falken Azenas RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenas RT660.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Roberto, one of the pickers in the distribution center and one of the key pieces to making sure the right parts arrive at your door. When he's not at FCP Euro, Roberto is driving his Mark V R32 to various car shows around the Northeast. When he's picking orders, he puts himself in your shoes and understands that you need the right parts to arrive at your door, so he takes the utmost care in making sure he puts the correct items in the box. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
There's nothing quite like the energy of a home field game, and for GRIDLIFE, the quiet town of South Haven, Michigan has been home for the better part of a decade. From a track day to a time attack event, to a concert, to a full-blown race weekend complete with all the summertime festival vibes, GRIDLIFE Midwest at GingerMan Raceway is the apex of grassroots motorsport events. Today begins the end of a long wait and the return to normality for GRIDLIFE's biggest event. 2 days of coverage will bring time attack, drift, and touring car racing, and it all begins right now with GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Practice. Hi, everybody. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by DJ Alessandrini. Back to GingerMan Raceway, the home field for GLTC and GRIDLIFE as a whole. DJ, welcome back. I'm so excited. I've been waiting a while to get back to commentating GLTC.
Yeah, it's good to be back in the booth. You know, I took a short stint in a race car, but race cars blow up, so here I am. And yeah, it's GingerMan Midwest Festival. I remember last time we had a festival was 2019, and there was a certain energy. It was my second ever race weekend, and there was a certain energy about Midwest. There's just all the people. You know, there's people from all over, the drift and the time attack crowds. And then, you know, in 2019, it was the wheel to wheel was introduced with GLTC. And all the festival ongoers, that guy's already dancing. I think that's Rob Wilkinson.
Oh, I don't know if that's Rob. It's
Lewis.
Lewis.
That's Lewis. All right. Lewis better watch out. He looks like he's about to hurt himself.
Yep.
And yeah, it's just a really good energy in the paddock and on the track. And it's just, you really just feel the love here at GRIDLIFE. And it's the festival is an accumulation of everything. And honestly, I think it makes more sense at the end of the year than in the middle.
It feels like our Indy 500. It feels like our World Series. This is the big event for GRIDLIFE. But the first thing that's going to happen today, DJ, is GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. The cars are rolling onto the track here in just a moment. Now they're on track. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, DJ, a wheel-to-wheel sprint racing series, power-to-weight class. This has been GRIDLIFE's big product the last year. We've really pushed this, and it is a spectacular show alongside Time Attack and Drift. Tell me about GLTC and what it is.
So, I mean, GLTC was started from the godfather of GLTC himself, Adam Jabay. He wanted to show the crowds at GRIDLIFE what wheel-to-wheel racing looked like. And for those unfamiliar with what wheel-to-wheel racing is, your lap times do matter, but they are not the end-all, be-all. You want to be the first one across the finish line within 7, 8 laps, however many laps you get in short 15-minute races. And that's the thing that's different about GLTC to other series is you have those short races. So you have the beginning And the end of the race, you cut out the boring middle part.
Absolutely, and of course we race 4 times over the course of the weekend, roughly 15-minute races. We throw the checkered when we want to throw the checkered, and it's a lot of fun. You see some cars rolling out, they all look very different. This is a power to weight class. You can basically enter whatever you want that fits the rule set. The challenge here, DJ, is
we've had minivans.
We've had minivans, yes, but the challenge here, see Justin Kelly has a problem right out of the gate. You can add aero pieces and you can add power, but you have to compensate with weight, and that's our great equalizer here in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. You see this 2010 Nissan 370Z Nismo. This is Brian Heitkotter from Chris Forsberg Racing. This car weighs just under 3,000 pounds. It makes well north of 200 horsepower. This is a torquey V6 build. We've got a lot of 4 cylinders. We've got some V8s out there. Great diversity in this category of racing, and Heitkotter has only been here for a couple of rounds, and he's already a front runner in this series with Chris Forsberg Racing, and he's going to take the green flag here for practice.
Right, yeah. To reiterate, this is just practice. There's drivers going for different couple things. You have like Eric Coutil. He's testing a different brake setup. He was boiling his fluid yesterday. He had one of his ducts pop off, so his brakes were not operating as it should. He unfortunately found that out during qualifying, so he's going to be looking to improve later this afternoon. He's sitting 6th. Tom McGorman he switched to ethanol for this weekend, and he found that he was fuel starving at the end of the session for qualifying, and there's not even that many laps in qualifying as there will be in a race. So he's going to be out there just trying to run the car hard for 20 minutes to see if he fuel starves at the end. They filled it to the very tippy top, and he's trying to troubleshoot his car. So there's different drivers out there getting different things out of practice. You know, some of the newer drivers in the series, they might be just trying to iron out some loose ends on their driving here at GingerMan. It's a relatively simple looking track, but there is some tricky aspects to it, like 7, 8, 9, which we see Brian going through right now. I learned very quickly that it will never feel like you did it right, because it's just a very awkward series of corners.
It is an awkward series of corners. This racetrack on paper looks quite simple, and a little bit later we'll show you a 3D track guide that will show you all the corners of this racetrack. There is 10B all the way at the far end of the racetrack, climbing up this little bit of a hill down this back straightaway. You're going to see your max speed essentially going off into the final corner here, turn number 11, hard on the brakes, down a couple gears. But you mentioned it, practice is where you shake down your car, right? We've got 4 races this weekend. The first one is at 4:30 Central later today. We had some qualifying in practice yesterday. The qualifying will set our grid for the race. We have 2 qualifying sessions because of how big our grid is. We have 50 cars signed up to race with us this weekend, DJ. We got to spread everybody out, make sure they can get a clean, fast lap to set the grid for that first race.
Yeah, and hopefully, since we have a 40-minute qualifying session later, Eric Coutil hanging it out into turn 1, now sweeping it in turn 2. But when you have 50 cars trying to set a fast lap at the same time, they kind of step on each other. So the series admins are hoping with 40 minutes that, people will not go out in the beginning, and some people will go out in the, some people will go out in the beginning. So it will kind of spread them out a little bit, so you can get those fast laps. And in qualifying, you're really working together with your competitors to try to get those fast laps.
So for those of you with a keen eye, you'll notice, if you've been following Eric Coutil on Instagram, at Eric Coutil Racing, he documents a lot of the engineering that goes into this car. You'll notice the wing on the back of that car is very, very small. This is an adjustment that he has been trying to gear up for the season finale, which is the second weekend in October at Road America, the National Park of Speed. There's a lot of straight lines at Road America, and a lot of these 4-cylinder cars, Tom O'Gorman and Eric Coutil, were struggling with a power-to-drag problem. All the wing elements and aero they had on these cars was slowing them down and giving them a huge disadvantage to some of the bigger-engined cars. So Eric Coutil has essentially created a low-drag setup for long, straight lines and sacrificing some of that high-speed stick that you get from the big wing. So he has his splitter, which is his high-downforce front end, and his smaller wing, which is his low-downforce rear end. So he's trying a different combination of those parts, all to figure out what he's going to do in that season finale. Why does that matter, DJ? He's leading the points by 7 over a V8 Corvette of Jeremy Swenson.
Yeah, we know Jeremy Swenson is going to be really strong at Road America. What Eric Coutil needs to do this weekend to keep that lead, because there are drop races. Okay, I thought we were maybe having a problem with that car, but there are drop races, and Eric with the drop races right now is leading. But if Swenson has a strong weekend this weekend, they'll essentially be tied going into Road America, and a V8 Corvette is definitely going to have an advantage at Road America, right? Maybe,
You'd think.
I don't know. You'd think. But the parity is so good. But Eric Attil is experimenting with that little wing. This is the first time he's ran a splitter with the little wing. 2 weeks ago, he was running at Heartland. He had an air dam, which is no front aero, very minimal downforce gain with a front air dam compared to a splitter. And the car was balanced. It was hairy to drive, but it was balanced. So here, I'm curious what the balance is like. I was watching him through 7, 8, 9. That's where you would experience a little bit too happy of a tail-happy car with lack of aero in the rear. It seems pretty planted, though.
It is amazing when you walk through the paddock and you see how much engineering goes into these cars. It's starting to feel like an IMSA paddock. Everyone's got they're sciencing these things out, and they're doing computational analysis on all their wing elements. The Nine Lives Racing guys, Joel Morrison, will tell you that all the time, how much effort goes into the wing elements of these cars. But a lot of times, you started to realize that downforce is great, but it comes sometimes at the disadvantage of losing that straightaway speed. Now, with how close the racing has gotten, I would argue that qualifying has become incredibly important in GLTC. It's not easy to drive through the pack here, especially when the big V8 Corvettes have the torque, have that low-end shove that they need to get off the line. So that run to turn 1, it's a short one, but it's a very important one.
Right, but I mean, also it's way easier to race a car that's fast in the straights and slower in the corners. So these cars are all going to set similar lap times, but if you can set a similar lap time but have a faster straightaway speed, it's going to make your car significantly easier when it comes race time.
There's Andy Smedegaard in the ASM S2000. There is a quartet of those cars here this weekend. Right now, he's the fastest on the racetrack. His best lap, a 1:38.725. There is Jake Price in the number 202 car. So far, taking times, we've had 32 drivers jump on the racetrack. And we've been, even Tom O'Gorman has slipped out there without us seeing him, so he's out there as well. So Andy Smedegaard, Brian Heitkotter, Eric Attil, Tom O'Gorman, and Jake Jornstad are your top 5. Now let's focus on the 23 of Jake Jornstad, that teal number 23 for Myriad Motorsports. He has performed very well this weekend, and as I say that, Tom O'Gorman jumps to the top of the board in his ASMS 2000, but Jake Jornstad has progressively increased his running position lately. He has all of a sudden gotten very, very quick, and he's going to be a threat this weekend, I think.
Kyle, I just want to point out that Tom is just testing if he's going to fuel starve. He went out there on really old tires.
And just set the fastest lap of the session? That sounds like Tomo.
He did a 38.7, which would tie, last year 37-something was the track record.
Well, Tom smashed it in qualifying last night at a 1:37, or excuse me, 1:38.4.
Right, so I doubt anybody's out there on stickers in practice. That was confusing, 37-38.
Sure.
So never mind, disregard.
Yep.
Still quick, obviously still quick.
So going back to Andy Smedegaard here for a moment, he has won 2 rounds this season. Autobahn and I believe also NCM. So he's won 2 rounds. But this ASM duo of Tomo and Andy Smedegaard, they, up until Heartland, had not lost a round that they had entered together as a team. Heartland was the first time. I don't even want to call it a weakness. It was just Eric Attil was finally back in form for the season.
Yeah.
But Smedegaard and O'Gorman are going to be really hard to beat this weekend. And they've got 2 other teammates, one of them being the 777. That's typically Ronnie Solomon. Not this weekend. It's Alex Moss. And if we've seen our time attack drivers, James Houghton, Jeremy Swenson, now Alex Moss, they always do very, very well. So excited to see how Alex does.
Yeah.
And Zach Lavoie in the 42.
I'm excited to see Alex as well. I didn't realize that he was racing today.
He's racing everything.
Yeah. Oh, he's doing
the whole
time
weekend
attack as well.
Well, he's not doing time attack. He's doing just GLTC, but the entire weekend.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. He's not sharing the car. Gotcha.
Correct. There's Jake Price in the 202. He's currently 9th, time of a 1:41.993. And we've seen Jake a handful of times this season as Tomo just goes a 140 flat, so he's found some consistency here. There's also Steve Pruden on track as well in a spec E36. That car...
E46.
E46, sorry.
Yep.
That car has entered a bunch of rounds as of late, and he's found some success with that. Still trying to get it a little closer to the pointy end of the field. That car, you'll notice, has no aero on the back of that thing. It's got to be a huge handful in the high-speed corners.
It's a little under-prepped for the class, just in order to get, because the natural power to weight that a spec E46 car is going to make, you need air dam and a wing to really set in the weight. Again, just to reiterate, you have modifiers for front aero and rear aero. It's a plus 3% of what your comp weight would be after you do the calculation on that. So if you add aero bits, you necessarily don't have to make more power or make less weight. You can make your car more competitive just by adding a splitter or a wing. And you'll see Bill Griffin's car out there. It's a Turner Motorsports, BMW Motorsports car. It's blue and yellow. As it's a typical Turner Motorsports livery. You can't miss it. that has a wing and a splitter on it because he's trying to get his car closer to the limit of the rules.
Wanted to take a moment as we see the myriad duo of Felipe Gonzalez and Jake Jornstad enter the racetrack. We have had a lot of really cool advances in GridLife Midwest this weekend. One of them in particular was from the top down. If you take a look at any of the drone shots around this racetrack, you're going to see some pretty amazing painted logos in the grass. Now, I didn't know those were happening until I got here this weekend.
I wasn't sure if those are computerized or not.
They're real.
They're real.
They're
Okay.
painted, and it
looks cool.
Jim Hayes from Painted Yard Art came out and painted these for us. We've got a Valvoline one, FCP Euro, Falken, MOMO, and a GridLife logo.
Where's the FCP and
FCP's on the inside of 5 and 6.
Okay, all right.
I was shocked and amazed at how cool that was. See a little bit of dust flying at the exit of turn 1. Really, really
That's
cool.
super cool. Next year you got to go like all out though. It has to be like a mile-long GridLife painted.
Car turned around backwards in the middle of turn 2 as the caution flies in the turn 1 corner station. Didn't get a good look at who that was. Well, there's Justin Kelly. He's been parked over there.
Yeah, I don't think that was the car that spun around.
No.
But just 20 seconds ago, that's Jorge Ortiz.
Yep, recently engaged, by the way, at Heartland Motorsport Park.
Congratulations, Jorge.
Congratulations to him.
Looks like no damage on the car. That's got to be kind of embarrassing when you're sitting in a car and a drone flies right in front of you.
No, again, he's just trying to find the limits of the car and get after it. That's what practice is for. You want to find where the limit is.
Yeah,
but
the problem is when the drone's flying around your car, you know you're on stream.
So there's going to be a caution through that first sector, and there's the FCP Euro logo. You can see it there.
That's
oh,
cool.
It's so good.
That's so cool.
Oh man, I think that makes this place look like $1 million bucks.
That's so heads up, man.
It is really, really neat. So thanks again to Jim Hayes from Painted Yard Art. He's Painted Yard Art on Facebook and Instagram. You can follow him. He does a lot of of college logos and that sort of thing for graduations. Really, really neat. I think this is a fantastic application of this skill set and talent.
I'm gonna have some logos painted on my lawn. Does it stop grass from growing? That sounds great.
I don't think it does that,
No.
but it's definitely a temporary art. Still a caution down in turn number 2 for Jorge Ortiz turned around. Other drivers to take note of this weekend, Matan Rosenberg in the number 484. That's a Mazda Miata. Matan is very young. Is he 17 still, or did he turn 18 yet? He's young.
I mean, 17, 18, those are basically the same thing,
The
right?
same thing.
Yeah.
He's younger than me, and
Yeah,
I'm only
he's-
23, so it's impressive.
And the older I get, the more that 18-year-olds look like 12-year-olds. So he looks like 12 to me.
So
but,
Matan's here.
But he built the car himself. He started off on some auto interest track days. That's a local track day group around here. And he's always been a student of driving, and he's always pushing to be better.
Ooh. I just saw someone just go sailing by on the entrance to turn 4. We got a safety truck out there. You see the white flag waving now.
That's not last lap.
No. The white flag can also mean, in conjunction with the yellow flag, a slow-moving vehicle. So that's what that is for. Also wanted to mention Tiffany Kelly. We just saw her go by a minute ago. Tiffany Kelly has had a heck of a season. She has found so much pace, but at the same time, she has had 2 really big hits this season.
Did they get that car together in 2 weeks?
They did.
That's
Tiffany
a
Kelly
miracle.
is here. That car was destroyed
how did they
at
do that?
Heartland. It is amazing.
Is that a whole new shell? Or
No,
is that the same one?
they repaired it. That car was in. It crashed at Alpine Horizon.
They must have a magician as a body person.
It's the team.
If there's not a vinyl of the body shop that worked on that car on the side
I think
of the car,
it's
they're
them.
missing out.
I think Tiffany was the one that put it back together
No
with
way.
help from Justin and the Myriad Motorsports team.
Turns out Tiffany's a beast with a sledgehammer.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember back to Alpine Horizon in July, she had a really scary incident on the banking there. Basically slipped while it was raining, crashed that car driver's side into the concrete. She was okay.
Yeah, there's a reason why NASCAR doesn't run in the
Right,
rain.
exactly. So she was okay, but obviously the car was pretty well torn up. She repaired that car in a couple weeks, brought it to Heartland Park in Topeka, Kansas, had a crash in practice there. Then she fixed it, and it's back here again, ready to race. And you know what? She told me that it was really, really hard to have that second crash, and there was a point when she decided, do I really want to still do this? And she turned around and said, you know what? Yes, I do. And she put that car back together. That is so cool. I love that. I'm glad she's back. Here's Jorge Ortiz again from Kansas City, Missouri in that 95 Mazda Miata, and motioning to try to see. He's trying to get that thing on the hook so we can finish out our practice.
Yeah, it's hurry up and get that thing ready for qualifying, which is in about 2 hours. But I mean, racing gives you the highest highs, the highest of all. Wow, drone tricks.
We're doing high to low here, huh?
Look at this tree. This is GridLife tree. But racing gives you the highest of highs, but it also gives you the lowest of lows, and you'll be bawling your eyes out at one point, and the next moment you'll lose your voice.
Oh, here we
Do
go.
it!
Oh,
no!
we missed it. That was
But
the.
Do another try. Do another try.
Oh, here we go. Well, now it's a little sideways.
Do the other one on the other side. Can they hear us?
I don't know if they can hear us, actually. They're probably – oh, they sure can hear us.
Here we go. There we go.
Oh, lovely.
We'll count that. We'll count that one.
It's like playing Operation, except it's a lot more expensive.
Obviously, the drone's still okay if you can do flips over the tree.
Yeah. But thanks to the safety team guys for setting that up. They also set up, I think, a Jabay drone zone where they can land the drones. We'll get a look at that a little bit later.
You know what? We needed to paint it on the lawn. I'm sure there was a budget.
Yeah, they got to pair up and have the safety team and the painted yard art guy work together.
So yeah, no, what they need is that Adam Jabay waving the flag sticker.
No.
They need to paint that. In the field.
Someone made tattoos,
I
temporary tattoos.
I thought it was a real tattoo
Me
for
too.
a second, but I realized it was fake when it found its way into the dude's nipple. I was like, there's no way that's real.
Oh, it's so good. The memes in GLTC and Grid Life in general, really, really good. So Jorge Ortiz off track, and we got a couple more minutes remaining in this session. We'll see if we'll get back green. Quick note on the schedule for the day. Time Attack is going to be up next. It'll be myself and Adam Nielsen calling Time Attack this afternoon. We've already had a couple sessions, as it looks like practice is checkered here. We've already had a couple sessions of Time Attack yesterday that were competition counted, so we've already got some, kind of the baseline set for the weekend, but obviously the drivers will continue to push and advance there. But GLTC Practice checkered. Tom O'Gorman in all 3 sessions so far this weekend. He's been at the top of the board. His teammate Andy Smedegard right behind him, then Brian Heitkotter for Chris Forsberg Racing, Eric Catil for Hybrid Racing, Jake Jornsad for Myriad Motorsports, your top 5. Austin Hurdle's back, worked on his transmission. He's back here again. Ryan Upham.
Fingers crossed for Austin.
Yeah, fingers crossed for Austin. Upham is back with a new livery that he debuted back at Mid-Ohio a couple weeks ago. Jake Price, Felipe Gonzalez, and Scott Robertson making his way into the top 10. And Scott Robertson is still driving that car to events and racing it and driving it home. I think that's real cool.
41.6 is moving on the little street tires he runs. That's pretty formidable.
Yeah, it sure is. There's Brian Heitkotter screaming V6 for Chris Forsberg Racing. They've got the Ultimaniac here as well this weekend that Valvoline is on board with. It's this crazy 1,600 horsepower Nissan Altima that we'll see in the drift sessions a little bit later. It'll be Jared DeAnda and Sam Nalvin for drift later today. You'll see them pop up around, I think, 140-ish is when they come on for the first time. But with that, GridLife Touring Cup practice is complete, and our next session will be at 2:40. That's going to be qualifying for the GLTC Drivers DJ. We're also going to be joined by Nathan Brown from FCP Euro to talk about that a little bit. But so far, so good for the weekend. 50 cars, practice qualifying, back to practice, and one more qualifying before we race later.
Yeah, qualifying later will be a little interesting just because it's going to be warmer track than they had yesterday. I'm not sure if we'll see a ton of improvement from the yesterday's session. But I know some drivers were dealing with some gremlins, so they're thankful that there's 2 qualifying sessions.
For sure. Again, with DJ Alessandrini, I'm Kyle Heyer. We're going to see you again at 2:40 for GLTC, but in just a few minutes, it'll be Time Attack Group A coming up just in a few minutes. We'll hear from the partners and people that make this possible. We'll be back in a short while. Is guaranteed for life. Falken Tire. Competition-proven performance. MOMO, the official safety partner of GridLife. Hawk Brakes, race-proven, street-legal. Valvoline, Valvoline VR1, available at Advanced Auto Parts stores. Airlift, Airlift Performance lets you get low and live your life on air.
Falken Azenas RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenas RT660.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take John, our quality assurance specialist. He's normally found in the distribution center quality checking your orders, but he's also often found out on track in his Audi TTRS, putting parts that we sell to the test, such as upgraded track pads and suspension components. John understands how important it is for you to trust the quality of your parts, whether at the limit or just simply going to the grocery store. If you want to learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The next generation of auto detailing is here, where simplicity meets performance. 303 Graphene Nanospray Coating. Get a year of protection from a powerful graphene oxide formula. A formula that sends water flying off surfaces, keeping water spots at bay. Go beyond wax, beyond ceramic. Graphene Nanospray Coating from 303.
Hey, we still on this weekend for a little?
You know it. I'm in desperate need of some.
What about you, Jim?
No, my sister's getting the wedding. She's getting married, so.
When adventure calls, make sure you're ready to answer. STA-BIL 360 ethanol treatment is specifically formulated for year-round use, so your engines will be ready when you are. Ready, willing, stable.
Back live at GRIDLIFE Midwest in 2021 for a home field event. This time back at GingerMan Raceway. I'm Kyle Heyer alongside Adam Nielsen for Time Attack. Welcome back, everybody. Adam, welcome. First stream sessions of the weekend. We had a couple yesterday that kind of set the stage, but back out here trying to run some track records in a beautiful September afternoon.
Yeah, I talked to some of my friends yesterday. Track conditions weren't quite what they were hoping for, unfortunately, due to some oil downs and some other issues like that. I know a lot of people were really excited about that late evening of session and just weren't able to put it together. So a few records have already fallen, not a whole lot. Club TR, Matt Williams there this weekend. Instead of in his Sunday Cup car, he's already clinched the season points championship for his Sunday Cup and decided to focus on Club TR the rest of the year.
Well, I love that. And Club TR coming into the weekend is very, very close. Ryan Seiler, as well as Dana Pasinski and Ben Thorne from Gears and Gasoline, all very, very tight. That can swap at any moment. And this is a crucial round for Club TR as well, because our next round, our season finale, is at Road America, a very different racetrack than what we have here at GingerMan.
Yeah. I know Matt's real excited for this event this weekend, especially excited for the Road America event because I believe he probably is the highest horsepower car in the class. So be interested to see how he does with that RX-7, the only turbo car that's really put an effort in for Club TR this year.
Yeah, so Club TR is a really close battle that we're following. The street mod category is also very close every weekend that we race or compete. But notably, Jackie Ding is not in the TA90 Supra. He's running a Tesla Model 3 in street class this weekend.
Alex Moss also absent from the street mod category this weekend.
Yep, so it's going to be a little bit different looking. Alex Moss is running in GLTC this time. So there's Peter Granberg in his street modified Subaru BRZ. Now, he was very chomping at the bit to get that K-Swap kit from K-Power Industries, and I think he's very excited about the potential with that.
Yeah, that could really change that car for him.
It certainly could, and I think there's a lot of people waiting to see how that kit works out. I've driven Tim's K-Swap BRZ. It's really good. I own a BRZ FRS. It's made better by that Honda power plant, I think. So really excited to see how that kind of pans out. Here's a look at the GingerMan track map. 2.2 miles around here, 11 turns. It all starts with a run down the front straightaway into an almost 90-degree left-hander, pretty fast corner that leads into turn 2, a really technical technical corner that's a lot trickier than it looks on paper.
Yeah. Watching that blend line's what I always worry about on turn 2. So.
Then the run down to turn 3, you're going to be down a gear or 2 into there. Then a kink through 4, double apex 5 and 6. You kind of have to treat this different depending on what you're driving. And then the run up turn 7, 8, and 9, very technical, very fast. Over 100 miles an hour in a lot of cars we're going to see. That transition from 8 to 9 is extremely challenging. Hard braking zone downhill into turn 10, then climbing up over the crest, all the way down to turn 11. This is going to be your fastest area of the racetrack. Hard on the brakes. Ferris Khartoumi will be doing about 160 to 165 miles an hour in that car. On the brakes for turn 11, coming back up on the front straight. His time so far this weekend, I think a 125. Their track record's a 123.7, so he's knocking on the door with a good session and a good lap.
Yeah, very excited to see how that car performs this weekend.
There is Dana Pazinski in the ASM K-Swap BRZ. Now, Dana, I think this is his first kind of, I don't want to say full-time, but it's his first full-time season really running for points. And then again, with the Club TR category being new, a lot of drivers, kind of gravitating towards that category. It fits a lot of really different builds that don't really kind of line up with any other classes, but Dana's performed very well and is in position to have a shot at the championship.
Yeah, Dana put down a really good time at our last event at Heartland Park. Really impressive driving out of him.
Yeah, so he took home the class victory at Heartland Park and scored all 100 points and now is about 56 points behind Ryan Seiler, who is also here this weekend in his blue Honda S2000. Ben Thorne, the Gears and Gasoline Civic, they sit third with 298 points to 356 for Ryan Seiler. Jackson Jensen, we should also mention him. His dad runs in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, but Jackson's running an S2000. That car has been knocking on the door of podiums for a long time, and don't count him out for sure. He's gaining confidence and talent and really working on his abilities in that car, and he's getting quicker and quicker every round, so we'll keep an eye on him as well.
Great to see such a young driver really putting in the effort.
For sure. And onto the racetrack we go for Time Attack Group A. We'll roll onto the racetrack here shortly. There is Ferris Khartoumi. We got to follow this car because this thing, if you've been to an IMSA round and you've seen the Corvette C7 or C8R, this sounds like that.
Yeah.
It thunders and pounds that ground as it drives by. It is a really cool car. It's got a wing that you could land an airplane on. And this build just continues to get crazier and crazier. Well north of 1,000 horsepower.
Capable, yes. When we rolled in here yesterday, they were out on track, and I didn't even have to see it to know it was Ferris.
Also, you see that blue RX-8 that's kind of the third car in line there in your shot. That is Dallas Reed. That car is like he basically just raided the foot diameter PVC section at Home Depot and basically made his car have all these hamster routes for all the air. It's really cool.
It's the grassroots thing that I just love about Time Attack.
Why not make it nuts?
Yeah, it's the perfect epitome of that.
So Ferris warming up here, getting those tires set up for what will likely be just one hot lap. That's really what this car is designed to do.
Yep.
They only give you points for your quickest lap, so if you don't get it done, cool it down, try again later. You see him slowing down on this back straightaway here. Whoa!
Oh,
Peter Zhang got his hood up. You got to check those latches before you go out on the racetrack. I'm sure he's having a pretty hard time seeing where he's going.
He's not having the best weekend this weekend. I saw him yesterday. He had a brake pad seized to a rotor and wasn't able to move the car. So
I think he'd rather have his hood seized to the bumper at the current moment.
Yeah, but hopefully his windshield's still intact. That tends to happen when the hood pops up. You'll lose a windshield while you're at it. So,
well, he's going to have to find his way back into the pits here. So while that's going on, Ferris Khartoumi should be working on a hot lap or working up to it, unless he just went out to kind of test things out and then came back down pit lane. But we'll get times here as soon as cars start to make it. Everyone's real slow at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like there's
and
some sort of pile up of some kind.
Yeah, jumping on the brakes here on the back stretch. We saw this in GLTC qualifying. We had 50 cars on track. They were all really slowing down to build this run onto the front straightaway. Kind of makes things a little sketchy at times.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
And Ferris did trip the timing, and here he is now, accelerating through turn 1 and turn 2. And then this car is just going to squat and go. Watch this thing accelerate. It is like a rocket ship going down to turn 3. And it's gone. The camera can't even keep up with it.
Oh, there he is. This section here, one of my favorites to watch. Watching them come out of 3 and down into 4. They just look like they're moving so incredibly fast.
And through 5 and 6, lean on the downforce a little bit, just tap on the brakes and accelerate back out again. That car just clawing its way out of the corner. See some sparks flying from the carbon fiber front splitter, front wing assembly out through turn 7.
Titanium skid plates underneath there to keep it up off the ground just a little bit so he doesn't stall it out.
Yep. And now working through 7, 8, 9, the fastest corners on this racetrack, all the way out to the edge of the racetrack, then hard on the binders for turn 10B. Track on over to the left. Arc it in. Ooh, a little bit of a slide there on corner entry. Now he's going to power out of this corner. This car will accelerate better than any car here this week. And we've got FCP Euro's GT4 Mercedes. This thing will make it look like they're stopped. Here he comes. Look at this. 160 miles an hour here at GRIDLIFE Midwest.
It's so crazy. That straightaway is just
back onto the front straight.
Seems in that car.
Across the line for Ferris Kartoumi, a 125 was his best, a 124.1, his fastest of the weekend so far.
An improvement on the weekend, but not on the record.
Oh, he's only about 4/10 off, though. He's getting
not
close.
Far, yeah. Will not able to be here to defend his title, unfortunately. So.
Yeah, Will I Young holding that title, still stuck in Canada. We've been waiting for our Canadian buddies to come back down, but can't quite get there. Also notable, we're missing, of course, Jackie Ding and Alex Moss from Street Mod, but Sean Krebsbach is here in the number 212, the RS Motors car.
Yeah.
132.7 his last time around.
The current Street Mod record holder. Really, it's his record to keep, too, this weekend. I'm really, really hoping to see a sub 130 out of that car. That would be such an incredible time.
For sure. That is a 350Z, and I have not, I mean, it was what's left of it.
Yes. Damian Dabrowski.
Yes.
What an insane machine. The times he's able to put down for the power that car makes, because it's basically a stock VQ35 in there. Really fast car, really showing that aero is effective. His minimum quarter speeds are incredible.
Yeah, so again, I love Time Attack because when you allow drivers to really experiment, I was talking in GLTC Practice about the engineering that goes on. Time Attack is an engineer sport, right?
Absolutely. It's a builder's sport.
It is definitely a builder sport. Yeah, there's definitely a driving aspect to it, but a lot of the time, most of the time spent on these cars is in the garage and in the shop and in computer simulations to build these aero components, and they put thousands of hours into these cars for one lap. And that's kind of the intensity of this, is all that time and all that effort. If you walk away here second, you got to go back to the drawing board and try something else.
When we were at Mid-Ohio, they actually had wool tufts on the back of that 350Z showing you they're out there like making sure that their aero is working the way they think it is and that it's functioning the way they need it to, and looking for ways to improve the car.
So Damian Dabrowski from Franklin Park, Illinois, running for Exact Performance. It's a 2004 350Z running in the unlimited category. Look at that speed through turn 1. That arrow, it can just lean on it. So basically, a lot of times we assume that people know what's going on here with all this crazy stuff. But essentially, imagine an airplane wing and how that lifts the plane off the ground. Just take that wing and flip it upside down.
Yeah.
It's pushing the car into the ground. And the bigger wing you got, the more stick you're going to have.
Yeah.
And that is an effect that is essentially an exponential relationship with how fast you're going. So I believe it's squared. So if you're going twice as fast, you've got 4 times the downforce. So 80 to 160, you're quadrupling your downforce level.
We also have to take into effect drag then, though, because the more downforce you're creating, chances are the more drag that car's creating, which means you need more power to accelerate more. So it's kind of a give and take situation.
So the 174 car of David Calzada, this is a K-Power Industries Mazda Miata. He's, of course, Calzada from Wakanda, Illinois. This Miata is not a Miata underneath. It's got some hidden stuff underneath that hood. And right now, a 136.4. That would be easily pole in a GLTC race. There's plenty of Miatas out there, but Calzada's would smoke pretty much all of them.
Yeah.
Actually, all of them in GLTC.
Pretty reasonable turbo on that car, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it definitely makes power.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Super cool.
Alex Westergaard as well. Oh, there's a car turned around backwards.
Bickford.
Yeah, Chris Bickford in the C7. Now his best time in this session.
Cars out.
Whoa! I hope there's not oil down or something. There's a C8.
C8, yeah. Can't remember offhand who's driving that this weekend.
That is a good question. Trying to look on my entry list to see who that could be. Didn't get a look at the car number either. But a couple cars went off there, off in turn 5. And that's an easy place to do it, though. I mean, you're carrying so much speed, and the track bends away from you hard left. If you drop a right rear tire, you have all that load on the car for making that left turn. It's real easy for cars to swap ends, especially when someone else goes off and you're following them. Super easy to do that.
Yeah.
Robert Thorne jumps up to 3rd in the number 180 car.
That is a car I'm very excited to see this weekend. The Big Bad Wolf, he calls it.
Yep.
Pretty wild S2000 build. Fresh off a win from the UMI King of the Mountain event. That car was, until Ferris just this weekend, was our unlimited rear-wheel drive track record holder. So, and that was set clear back in 2017.
Wow.
Yeah, my first GridLife event ever.
So there again is David Calzada. A 136.494 is his best time. Of course, we mentioned Dallas Reed, a 136.134 for the 776 RX-8. Nick Kors is back. I believe that's a turbo Civic.
Yeah.
The number
power.
79. Yeah, big power.
Something in the 6s, I think.
It
600 range.
It makes power. The funny thing is, my first time ever coming to GridLife Midwest back in 2019, I actually passed that car on the interstate.
Yeah.
And I thought, I think that car is going to GridLife. And I actually saw it later getting pulled up onto a trailer. So I don't know what the situation was there after that. I don't think I've actually ever shook Nick's hand and talked to him, but I'm sure he'd tell me what was going on back then.
Well,
not sure it matters anymore.
Knowing K-Series cars, it was probably a transmission issue. So,
Yep.
big power K car, front-wheel drive K cars, they tend to be transmission.
You'll notice 17th overall in this session, Jackie Ding in the 386 car. Again, running a Tesla Model 3. Now, this car, I was talking to Jackie yesterday. He was explaining how challenging it is to run these cars in Time Attack because they consume so much power without the regenerative braking. The problem is... you know, the regenerative braking allows you to kind of keep more charge in the car, but as soon as you lift off the throttle, it basically stops. It slams on the proverbial brakes to kind of recharge that battery. If you turn it off, then you have to rely on just the brakes to slow down what is north of a 4,000-pound car. So Jackie's trying to figure out if it's better to have regen on or off or what's the best balance, but he's losing 10 to 15% a lap. And of course, they make the most power right when they have a full charge, down to about 70 to 80%. Then they start to lose about 10 horsepower every lap or so.
That's crazy, 10 to 15% per lap. That's a lot.
It is a ton.
That's, wow.
And it takes a little while to charge. There is a Tesla charger port over by the tower, which he's snagged.
Yeah,
which you got to keep that thing juiced up because it will not be all that fun if it loses all that power all day long. So Jackie's trying to push the limits with electric power. It's something that we've seen especially at high altitudes at Alpine Horizon. Drivers in Teslas tend to do very well because they don't have that parasitic altitude loss with horsepower. It makes the same power whether it's at 0 feet or 10,000 feet altitude.
Yeah.
Love the sounds.
Such a cool sounding car.
It certainly is. I love also, I mean, I was absent for the Mid-Ohio stream, but the sounds and the microphones we got around this racetrack really capture the feel of this event. And tonight and tomorrow we're going to have thousands of spectators here for the concerts, the music, the drift, the Time Attack, the GLTC, and they're all going to get the best soundtrack tonight on the stage and off of it, honestly.
Yeah. So that car, speaking of Mid-Ohio, it was kind of a discussion point after the event, minimum speeds through turn 1. I believe that Eric Catil in GLTC was somewhere in the mid to upper 80s. Ferris Khartoumi in the 90s. That car did 111 through turn 1 minimum speeds. So the aero definitely works on that car very well.
So one other thing to note is you mentioned the track conditions last night being a little bit greasy, a little bit dirty.
Yeah.
It seems, you know, the track temperature was also lower, which is typically a good thing. But you'll note that Jackie Ding's time, a 1:39.022, compared to yesterday, where he ran a 1:38.3. They're still off a couple tenths of a second. Ferris did go quicker in this session. Did Sean Krebs back a 1:32.4 yesterday? No, he's a little slower in this session. So I think tonight, you were mentioning the evening sessions when the track cools down, that's going to allow these tires to grip even better and go even faster.
We do seem to have weather on our side this weekend, which is kind of an anomaly in GridLife often.
Let's not say that because we're going to get a tornado coming down.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be GridLife without a severe weather warning, right?
Yeah, probably not. We got some rain when we were setting up the event this week, but nothing really major so far, knock on wood.
Yeah.
Checkered flag for Group A here, and it's Ferris Khartoumi, as expected, on top of the board overall. But Sean Krebs back in the street mod category. Robert Thorne in the 180 car. For Track Mod, representing up there in the top 3, James Rauch in the 991 Porsche. He sits 4th overall. And did Rauch run a time yesterday? I don't see him on the overall results list.
2nd overall after yesterday.
Oh, he was. He's right at the top there.
Yeah.
130.8. And he did not. He was 3 seconds faster yesterday, so still some work up today.
GT2 RS.
Those cars are so pretty. I asked Tom O'Gorman if he could have any car, what car would it be? He said a GT2 RS without even hesitating.
I mean, it's hard to beat that.
And he's a real Honda boy too.
Yeah.
So he's got an NSX from Acura that he's took to King of the Mountain and won SCCA Solo Nats with it this week in the Super Street category. But I still think if given the choice, I rode in the NSX last night. It's really fast, but I want to ride in the 991.
That would be really cool. Tom O'Gorman had quite the couple of weeks here, hasn't he?
He's really been a busy guy. Tom's my roommate. I haven't seen him in like 2 months.
That's the best kind of roommate.
He comes home, drops a trophy on the table, and he's off to the next thing before I'm back.
As long as he's paying his part of the rent, that's the best
oh, he
kind
sure
of
is.
roommate, in my opinion.
Yeah, but no, it's. I rode in the NSX last night. The launch control on the thing is unreal. It was like, the Star Wars, like the light speed.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
It was like I couldn't even breathe. The acceleration was so intense.
The hybrid system on that car.
It just goes, and it has torque all the way through the rev range, which is not. I mean, I've ridden in Colby Shields Camaro with Tom before, but that NSX is something entirely on a different level.
Yeah,
it's really, really cool. So, brief break here while we wait for Group B to line up and take the green flag. A couple hoods propped up here. We've also got a car show this weekend, so for those of you that are on site, make sure to go on over by the pond, by the A-frame building, and there'll be cars lining up and hanging out. Some cool builds will be over there. And look at that logo from Jim Hayes. That is such a cool effect, and we've got a handful of those around the racetrack. If you missed it earlier, it's Jim Hayes Painted Yard Art. Came out and painted a bunch of logos for us.
I saw those yesterday. Really neat.
Very cool.
Really,
it just makes this whole place just feel so professionally put together, and even MOMO's set up over there, the big hospitality trailer that fans can enjoy. Really, this place feels like this is Monaco this weekend for us.
I mean, you look at the paddock, like the rigs and the stackers and stuff like it feels like a 70s F1 paddock with the level of stuff that's here.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Have a look at the radar. Not a lot on it. That's great to see. Weather, 71 degrees Fahrenheit. Beautiful day. Track temp, hair over 100, so it's a little bit toasty.
A little warm.
Yeah, but it could be worse. Could be better.
Yeah.
Kind of right in the middle. So Group B heading out on the racetrack now. And for those that don't know, we've got 7 different competition classes, but we basically split everybody by pace. So we have, I think we're going to have 4 groups, 3 or 4 groups. And basically everyone's separated by pace. So you might have a street car that is set up to be actually faster than a track mod car or something. Things could kind of pan out that way. So we separate by pace. So we're going from fastest to slowest, moving on down. And I can't wait for the last group because we got some interesting entries in Sunday Cup this weekend.
Yeah, Sunday Cup is always the funnest class, it seems. Tons of buddies in that class, and they are always having a ton of fun. So
yeah, we'll get to that one in a little bit. But Dustin Williams, the YouTuber, is here this weekend. We've got TJ Hunt and Drift, but Dustin is running a 94 EG Civic that is essentially a stock 1.5 liter engine.
Oh, it's in Sunday Cup?
Yeah, in Sunday Cup. It's got 60 wheel horsepower.
I guess I just assumed he was in his S2, but that's
no, he's got that car here too.
That's super cool. I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, and so far on the timesheets, he's with the Fitz, but he was saying he went out in Group C or Group B earlier in the weekend and couldn't find someone to chase. He's never been here before.
Right.
So he had to find someone that was kind of more on pace so that he could follow him around and learn where the track goes. It's hard to see. This track, it's pretty flat, but you kind of lose sight lines just because of small hills and crests.
Even turn 1 is almost, a little bit blind.
Yeah, you're coming up over a little bit of a crest there. So lots of challenges for drivers that are new to the racetrack, but this is a Midwestern staple, and it really has become a destination, especially for this particular event.
Yeah.
So cars warming up here and getting set for their timing laps. Ben Misch in the number 36 RX-7. First one across the line. Josh Hanger in the 128 across the line. Corey Ross as well. Charles Miller in the street category. There's Misch.
What an incredibly cool little car. There's tons of details in that build. Lots of really cool rare parts on that car.
And we've seen it as a pace car before. It is such a really nice looking car. I mean, because there's cool time attack cars, there's cool race cars, but to have a cool and pretty car that is in competition, that's sometimes pretty hard to do.
Not all show cars can be race cars,
no.
but all race cars can be show cars.
They sure can.
So It's not easy, but it's possible.
No, rolling through 5 and 6. Love this shot up from on top of the lift we've got over by turn 11, so we can see a little higher up around this racetrack. Cool shot. And Hanger's got a little Turbski under the hood there. That thing gets up and goes.
That's quite a car as well. So, had a small underhood fire earlier this year that burned up some of the wiring harness, and I think he just got the car put back together not too long before this event. So, hopefully that doesn't come back to bite him.
Yeah, I rode in that car at Alpine Horizon last year.
Yeah.
And had a blast. It's such a cool car. Makes great sounds too.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere in the 500 to 600 horsepower range. It's kind of an unsuspecting car. It doesn't look too crazy.
Right.
But it gets up and goes.
So first time's about to get tripped here across the timing and scoring line for Time Attack Group B, our first streamed sessions of the weekend. Again, we've got some baselines set yesterday. The drivers were, sort of not necessarily all agreeing that they were perfect conditions, even regarding the temperature, but across the line, Mish. As we see here a tire spill, a little lock up down into turn 1. Josh Hanger got after it, 142.6 his first lap around. Charles Miller, a 138.897 for the street class number 55. And that is quicker by 0.3 than what he ran yesterday in his Evo 9.
That car, I know he's having some issues with the central diff in that car. I know he was going to local drivetrain specialty team rip engineering, see if he could get some stuff sorted out for that car. I don't know if he did or not. Hopefully that doesn't cause him too much problems this weekend. I know he's really hoping to do well, and he's generally a top contender in our street class.
So have a look at Josh Hanger again as he heads under the drone. Whoa, big slide for the Mustang out of turn 3. There's Ben Thorne from Gears and Gasoline. So now we got some of our Club TR competitors showing up out here. Evan Weider in the 531. Weider? How do you?
I think it's Weider.
Weider, okay.
I believe.
Charles Miller, as we get the timing sorted there. I wanted to mention Weider because this car a couple years ago, it was a different car.
Yeah.
And he had a big impact passenger side in one of the sessions, and basically through some crowdfunding, there was a GoFundMe set up to support him after that collision. He basically transplanted all the Go Fast parts onto a different rolling chassis, and now he's back and competing in, I believe, Club TR this time around. So
there is Matt Williams. I was wondering where he was at in Group A. Yesterday, he had a bit of an off and bent one of the rear tires, or one of the rear wheels real badly, and was kind of like, well, I think my weekend's done. Ryan Seiler actually had another of the same wheel with a burned out tire, said, you get your tire put on it, that wheel's yours for the weekend.
Wow, that's awesome. That's what I love about GRIDLIFE in general also is, I know they're in different categories, and it's, or actually they're in the same category.
Yeah, competing for
that's right.
the same class.
I forgot this is a Club TR car, but even competitors, right? It's a little bit of co-opetition. They'll help each other out. They'll trade parts with each other. That's really cool.
Yeah, Ryan's very much the type of person that would much rather lose to you fairly.
Sure. Yeah.
He'd rather you beat him on track than him beat you while you're stuck in pits.
Yeah, so Matt Williams' best time was a 1:39.255. Now, when the rules for this class were basically set up, a lot of drivers and teams sort of noticed that the rule set is very similar, actually, to our Touring Cup class.
Yeah.
And you look at the times here, Matt Williams, a 1:39.255. That would put him in the top 7 or 8 in qualifying for a GLTC race. So these are really quick cars for what they are, for sure. Off into the brakes for turn number 11. And his time yesterday, a 1:39.255. We'll see if he'll go quicker.
Have we ever seen a rotary in GLTC?
That is a good question.
I know there's an FP that's been there a few events this year, but I'm not sure it's a rotary.
Is it Bowie or Bowie Gray ran an RX-8?
Oh, that's right.
Back at Road Atlanta in 2019.
I can't remember his name, but there's been another RX-8 that showed up a few times last year with Quincy.
Oh, Quincy Burke, of course.
Yes. With the Kellys.
Yes, we haven't seen him in a little while. He's been kind of working with the team and kind of been there a couple times this season, but hasn't been actively racing as of late. Let's see, I don't think we saw Matt Williams trip. Oh, he did, a 1:44.087, so still working up to pace here.
Yeah, he ran the first sub 140 time in Club TR yesterday afternoon, so first person into the 30s in Club TR trim.
For sure. Now, what car is this for my untrained eye? This is a NC Mazda Miata. And I did not get a great look at the number on the side of that car, but I want to talk about this because it looks great. I just can't quite tell. That's why I want Luke McGrew, big painted numbers on the roof. Makes it real easy from the drone shots.
I mean, with the drone shots, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
We need to add another GRIDLIFE meatball on all their cars.
Corey Ross to the top of the board at 138.691 in his number 437.
E46 M3.
Yep. He ran a 139.0 yesterday, so that's a 4/10 improvement.
This is his first time at this track.
That's impressive.
A Colorado local who we hooked on the GRIDLIFE way at Alpine. So
that is that a 187 or an 87?
I think it's an 87.
87. Do I have him on my entry list? I do. Johnny Rose from Michigan, the Hawk Performance 2006 Mazda Miata, running in the street mod category. So interesting to see where he's going to land, to see if I can pull him up on, whoop, there's a little bit of dust flying. The 87, listed as the 287 on timing and scoring. 147.7 is the quickest time he's laid down so far. I got a yellow flag waving. There is Josh Hanger.
Yeah.
On driver's left, entering turn 7. So something has gone amiss on this car.
So I think this may be our fault, actually.
Commentator curse?
I've been told that there is a commentator curse spreading through Time Attack anymore.
Yeah, there is. There is always a commentator curse.
Yeah, that's fair. But they seem to have oh, no.
Big puff of smoke.
That's just rotary thing.
Yeah, just trying to fire back up, perhaps. Nope, he's saw the car move just a bit there. But he's pulled off, not terrible spot, far left off the racetrack. But this is how things go. He just ran a 139.3 and is sitting near the top of the board on the overall timing, and just things break. This is what Time Attack. I mean, this is what you get yourself into in a builder sport.
Is the beast of Time Attack.
Is you break it, you build it better. That's a big slide for. I think is that the 10 car of Q Lee? Is that him? Yes, it is. 10. The 10 of Q Lee in the street all-wheel drive class, and the Gears and Gasoline EK Civic, the 66 car. Now, I don't believe that they have run down a lap just yet. Oh, he has a 141.1. So he's kind of creeping in on that 39 that was set yesterday. Whoa, slide through turn 7.
See, the commentator curse.
Dang it, dude.
Real.
And back going again. Again, we talked about this in the GLTC practice. You have to find a limit and step over it sometimes before you can get right to it as a checkered flag.
You can't know how fast you go until you've gone too far.
Right, yeah. I learned that. I spun out at pit exit. Then I learned you had to go slower at pit exit.
Well, even at autocross, that was kind of part of the game. So.
All right, checkered flag out here for Group B. So across the line, last timing loops. I think that was the 36 of Michigan, kind of on a cool down. White flag displayed. That is the slow-moving vehicle, so recovery vehicle is likely going out to go get Josh Hanger. And Charles Miller coming across the line. But Corey Ross at the top in the 437 car. For now, the quickest in Group B. And again, as a track mod car, Charles Miller in his street car, Josh Hanger in the 128 for street mod. I think that's Nick Gardner in the 52. And Nick Gardner went a 139.7 yesterday in his GT 500. So he did go a little quicker in last night's session.
Yeah.
There is a big cloud of smoke on pit lane as well. Could be dude vaping too.
Well, I mean,
you never know.
It is festival.
It is festival, isn't it?
So even last night, you can tell there's some interesting characters out and about.
Well, I'm just glad we have them all back. Full Force Festival. We had one at Alpine Horizon, and that event has its own feel, right? But Midwest is the OG, the main big kind of the start of everything, and to have it back. Now, again, this is not the traditional weekend for GRIDLIFE Midwest. Typically, it's a early June event, but in September, I like it. The weather's nice and cool.
I think this is the better option, honestly.
Yeah. It's. I'm not sure it'll live here forever, but it is a nice weekend, and the weather's great.
Yeah.
We get those summer storms in June a lot, but I think with the back to school thing for some people as well, that makes it challenging. But I'm just glad that we've got people back, we've got concerts back, and I am very excited for this car.
Oh, yes, Charlie Whitney and his Festiva.
Oh, man.
Paddocked with me this weekend. What a silly little car.
How much power does this thing make? It's a lot.
It's somewhere in the 400 horsepower range at the wheels. I think it weighs somewhere around 1,700 pounds. And I think that is with some ballast, and that is purely to try and keep the rear end in check because it's so light as compared to the front end of the car that they found the car actually handled a little better with some ballast in it.
What engine is in it?
I think that it is a basically a Mazda 1.8 BP.
Okay.
Like a Miata motor.
Sure.
That's been heavily turbocharged.
I mean, it's like throwing a big motor in a shopping cart. I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah, the Festiva guys are a special breed of crazy.
It's like an Assetto Corsa mod where someone just went into the files and like cranked up the horsepower just for just for giggles.
Yeah.
That's like what it is. That's a real life version of that car.
I was talking to Adam Ulrich yesterday, street mod competitor with a C5 Corvette this weekend, and he said that he was on track next to that car, and he figured, I'll get around him in the straightaway, and then they came around through the corner and into the straightaway, and the Festiva just started walking away. He's like, what is happening right now? This can't be real.
So Group B is checkered. We're going to wait on Group C to line up and head out on the racetrack. I'm going to take a look at my schedule because I don't know what's going on for the rest of the day. So I know anyone else watching, the schedule on YouTube is in the description of the video, so you know what's going on. I'm still learning here. So we've got Time Attack going on until 12:25, and then we got a little bit more. Started at 12:25. We're going until 1:40.
There we go.
There, look at that. Time Attack C and D. Thanks, guys. Time Attack C and D, 1 o'clock, and then 1:20. Then Drift at 2 o'clock. And we're going to run Drift until GLTC Qualifying kicks off. Then Time Attack at 2:50. That'll kind of round out our middle of the afternoon. We're going to have a short break. We'll be back for the rest of the day. 4:30 is going to be our first GLTC race. Make sure you tune in for that. But 2 more Time Attack sessions than Drift with Jared DeAnda and Sam Nalvin. Glad to have those guys back with us this weekend. Really excited to have them join us here for GRIDLIFE Midwest. So FCP Euro Friday schedule on your screen there as we wait for Group C, and we're sending out the rollback to go get Josh, and we'll get moving on here shortly.
Just wouldn't be a Time Attack session without a tow, at least once.
We had a big oil down yesterday,
man.
And I'm glad we got that out of the way early, and I hope it stays that way. But that was a big cleanup.
Yeah, it was a bad day.
Oh, here we go. This is a double cab flatbed. I don't think I've ever seen that.
It's for when you're rolling deep with the crew.
Like look how look how big this truck is. It's enormous.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. I saw that thing parked on pit lane, and they could put all sorts of stuff on it.
Is that for when you have to rescue a van full of a family?
Maybe.
Put car seats in the back?
It's almost big enough to put Ferris Kartumi's wings on it.
Almost. Not quite, though.
They have to get an Antonov 225 to carry his wings across the country. That's totally not true, but it's still, that's a big truck.
He posted some pictures. Apparently that front wing setup has a dual element addition for it as well. He posted some pictures on his social media of it. So this isn't even the wildest that car can get. So
yeah, wasn't there something about there was someone's car? Maybe it was Ferris that had. You mentioned the dual element. There was supposed to be some kind of DRS system.
The rear wing has a DRS.
It does.
It's not currently functioning.
Okay.
But it does have a setup for the second element to swing up and stall for an air brake.
Right. So very similar to Formula One. So a DRS drag reduction system essentially, where you'd run your 2 wings basically open, where they're not really providing any drag or downforce. So then when you get to the corner, one of those, as you mentioned, would swing shut and basically push all the air up, push the back end of the car down into the ground, and slow that car down very, very fast.
Apparently, it's a shockingly effective way of slowing your car.
Oh, I believe it. I mean, it's probably like throwing a sail up over the car. It'll really. And we know at Midwest that any tents, any kites, they'll go for a ride here in the wind in South Haven. So I'm sure the wing element is very effective. So if you're just joining us, welcome again to GRIDLIFE Midwest 2021. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Adam Nielsen. We've got one competition round remaining this season. It's going to be at Road America in October. Road America is the best place.
I've never been.
You've never been?
No, I haven't made it to any of the
Are you kidding?
previous GRIDLIFE
events
there. I've never been to Road America. And it's honestly, it's one of the closest tracks to my house that GRIDLIFE races at.
They call it the National Park of Speed, and it feels like the Yellowstone of racing. I mean, you could be in that place, find your way into the woods, and then not know you're at a racetrack. It is fascinating. I was just there a couple weeks ago with World Challenge, and walking through the woods, it's like Jurassic Park. You just hear the roars of cars off in the distance, and you're walking through the woods and the paths, and it's just a phenomenal experience. Great food there as well.
Michelin star-rated concessions.
Yes.
What is that?
I mean, that's awesome.
I mean, tracks are supposed to have terrible, greasy garbage food.
Yes. I mean, it is some of that, but it's also good.
I mean, that's fair.
I believe tickets are on sale, grid.life. You can head over, and I think there should still be some spots open for competitors. There should also be spectator tickets on sale for that one as well. That's a great one to bring a blanket and a cooler and hang out with your family. There's plenty of action. We're going to have GRIDLIFE Touring Cup there for our season finale. All the championship battles come to a head there. We were talking about Club TR, Street Mod, and GLTC. All those classes head into Road America with a lot of uncertainty about who's going to win. And my goal is to make those drivers feel like they're competing for a NASCAR championship. They're competing for an IMSA championship. They want to have people on the sidelines cheering for them. They will this weekend.
Absolutely.
I want them at Road America too.
That would be really cool.
It would.
Road America seems to be able to turn a crowd.
Locals around there love that place.
Yeah,
I mean, how
really
couldn't
cool.
you?
Really cool.
You know, it's very similar. I grew up in Rochester, New York, about an hour and a half away from Watkins Glen. Those two tracks sort of existed and were created around the same time, where street racing, organized street racing by towns and cities was organized where you just run races in the roads, the public roads, through the countryside. That was the same thing in Europe as well at the time, but an accident in Watkins Glen in 1949 or 1951, I think it was. One of those years in the 1950s. They basically said, all right, no more of this. You have to do it on your own property. And so towns and cities and organizers basically erected Watkins Glen International, Road America, Lime Rock Park. All those tracks sort of were born. Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. All those tracks kind of grew up out of the street racing realm and became some of the most famous road courses in the entire world.
Yeah.
And now we get to race on them.
Super cool.
Yeah. I mean, there's something amazing about classic road courses. Now, GingerMan Raceway, built in 1996. This is a newer racetrack. It's a really safe racetrack, but there's something really enticing about the way that they just used to just pave tracks through the forest, cut down some trees, line some concrete up, and say, go. And that's what they would do.
Natural terrain tracks are definitely some of the cooler ones.
For sure. So Josh Hanger's car getting towed back into the pits. And we'll turn them loose for Group C here in just a couple minutes. And then again, we'll have Drift right up after, followed by GLTC Qualifying. Time Attack once more, then GLTC Race 1 at 4:30. Then we're not done even there. We've got Drift again, Time Attack again, GLTC again, and Drift again before the end of the stream here today. So we got a lot of action coming your way as the cars roll out on the racetrack. Group C coming up. A lot of loud cars leaving the pits
sound
here.
Good, if nothing else.
There's a couple Porsches. We're mentioning going, fastest and slowest. There's some Porsches leaving the pits. They're not that slow.
No. GRIDLIFE has a funny way of doing that.
Wanted to mention that bright yellow Scion FRS. That's Fez Bobber. And he has run that car in Time Attack a handful of times this season. It is a TRD variant of that FRS, 2016, I believe. Or 2015 or 2016. That car had a pretty big impact at Mid-Ohio. The entire left side was all torn up. Fez has worked really hard to put that car back together. Was at winning Formula recently, getting that car kind of aligned and set back up. And it's looking a little ragged. It's got some Frankenstein parts on it. It's missing some paint, but it's back, and Fez is ready to attack in Time Attack.
That's when it goes the fastest.
Right. He was saying that. It looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger with one half of the car, torn to pieces and the other half perfect.
I looked at the car after the accident at Mid-Ohio, and you could tell it was fixable, but it was, I still feel real bad for the guy. There was some smoke coming off the back of that S2000 there. I hope that's not an issue already.
Hearing that the Festiva has a 1.6 in it is just to throw that out there.
It's hard to...
Yeah, there's a lot of motors in a lot of different cars. We've seen, what was the motor that we had in the Rolls Royce? Was that a Viper motor?
Oh, in the Lemons car? Yeah, there was a Lemons I think it's been to an event here before.
Yeah, it definitely has.
They put a Viper engine in a Rolls Royce.
Yeah,
it's kind of a strange.
Never judge a book by its cover. Never judge a race car by the badge on the hood, because it's often not what's under it.
Rarely, less often than it is, honestly.
Oh, boy. Looks like there's a Tesla out there as well. No, that's a Porsche. Hard to tell. They got those black roofs. I was like, that's all the all-glass roof.
I'm with you.
Yeah. I'm going to get flamed for that. I remember back at Autobahn when we had one of Mish's RX-7s out pacing the field, and it had a body kit on it.
It's really hard to tell.
I was like, that's a Porsche.
That was super cool.
I got a lot of flack for that one, though.
Yeah, well.
Because I call it out as an RX-7 at first, and then I was like, I think my eyes are doubting me now.
Yeah.
And I changed my mind, and I got flack. So that's just the nature of the beast sometimes.
That's just why you don't look at the YouTube comments.
Exactly. I do, though. I'm watching him right now. Ryan Seiler in the 255, one of our Club TR competitors. Rolling out. Cal Fortner in the Al's Auto Body Audi S4.
One of the loudest cars at any GRIDLIFE event.
Yeah, it is. You can definitely hear it. Now, the thing about this car, it got pretty torn up at Heartland Park. They hid some little perpendicular anti-cut curbs to the inside of the chicanes in the grass. And I think Cal got a little bit greedy with one of those apexes and tore the whole front end off that thing. They got it kind of pieced back together here this weekend, but not a lot to hit here, so I think Cal will be happy for that.
Yeah.
I love talking with Cal and his parents, though. Great folks to chat with, and really, really friendly. I can't remember the dog's name, but they got a little fluffer run with him all the time.
He's always with his mom.
Yep.
Anywhere she goes, the dog goes.
That's amazing. So, waiting for some times to come back through. And got a handful of drivers that... Oh, Patrick Daugherty's out here as well from Valvoline. He's going to be likely in his Honda Civic Type R.
Yeah.
And he was out at NCM earlier this year as well, getting after it. And some great videos that he was sharing around of him really attacking. And a lot of oversteer in that CTR as well. Those things are so well set up.
Abe's always paying extra attention to him because deep down inside, Abe Schmucker knows he needs to own a Civic Type R.
So first time's coming on through. Kanakari in the 106, a 141.629. Ryan Seiler, a 143.2. Now this is going to be an interesting round because Seiler already, we can see that he's a couple seconds off of the drivers he's fighting.
So he's on 615Ks right now.
Okay.
So the class requires a Falken, but the 615 or the 660 are both class legal.
I did not know that the 615 was legal.
He's already burned through one set of 660s this year, and they're kind of hard to get.
Sure.
So he's kind of putting in laps here and getting used to the track, and assuming that some of these sessions are going to be kind of throwaway sessions based on track conditions, and focusing on trying to use the 660s that he's got left when the track is cooler or the weather's more favorable. So
yeah,
he knows he's going to be off pace right now.
Gotcha.
He doesn't have a lot of laps here. This is only his second event here ever.
Gotcha.
So he's just trying to get out there and learn the track as much as chase after time.
And that's critical, right? Because basically he's just trying to conserve his resources with the RT660, again, with that being kind of the spec tire for the Club TR category. Yeah, if you're having a hard time getting a hold of him, you got still Road America. That's a championship round. Like you got to go in there ready to fight.
Yeah.
And being conservative with your resources, that's smart anyway, whether or not you're having a hard time getting tired.
His goal was, knowing the 615K is a bit slower tire, his goal was to see if he could match his time from spring kickoff with the 660s on the 615s before switching to the faster tire.
Here's Charlie Whitney sailing down the straightaway, diving on the nose into turn 11.
The car's kind of sketchy under braking.
Oh, I believe it. It weighs probably, what, 6 pounds?
Yeah.
So it's probably sketchy.
It's real light, real fast.
Needs to borrow Ferris's wings.
Yeah.
Across the line. And a 147.2 is his quickest so far this session. Also wanted to mention Jackson Jensen in Club TR. I mentioned him briefly earlier in a Honda S2000. He's been kind of nipping at the heels of the podium for most of the season. Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on him throughout the day as well. There's another Porsche out here, and I was trying to get a number on the side of that car, but didn't quite get one. There's Fez Bobber again. Big slide out of turn 3. And chasing off into turn 4, 5, and 6. I love this area of the racetrack, really technical. You really get rewarded by stringing this section together delicately. And Fez right to the apex at turn 6. You get a little bit of rumble strip all the way out to the edge of the racetrack. You should use all of it if you can.
Lots of runoff out there.
Yep, you want to use every inch of the racetrack then into turn 7. This right-hander The track kind of climbs up. You're going to kind of rim ride the outside edge of this. There's a cone right about there. You want to tuck it in tight to the right, then back to the left. You're carrying about 95 to 105 miles an hour in most of these cars here. Triple digits for sure at the pointy end, and it can be a little sketchy. It's the part of the track I have the hardest time working up to. You see a little bit of smoke, car off there. That might be Jackson Jensen down there in 10B with a little bit of an off.
Yeah, that back section of this track is definitely much faster than you'd think it would be.
Certainly is. And this racetrack, again, you look at it on a piece of paper, it really looks simple, and then you get to it on the racetrack and you go, okay, it's not so simple. I actually went up in a scissor lift yesterday, and you can't, whoa, big slide by Fez out of turn 11. I went up in a scissor lift. It's actually shocking how small this place looks when you get up in the air, because you really can't see all of it from any given spot. You have to get up vertical, and then you realize this is a pretty small technical place.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Fez really getting after it out of turn 11, really hanging that rear end of the FRS out.
Might not be the fastest line, but
Probably
is
not.
the most fun.
Sure is. And keeping an eye on who else is coming on through. Patrick Doherty again in the CTR, a 1:45.1. Solid time for him. Tom Halka in the number 700. Now, as I understand, Tom and Josh were sharing a car, at least at Heartland. Are they doing the same here?
I believe that he's out there in his two-door Impreza. I think that might be him right there on the screen, if I'm not mistaken. I know they kind of decided that it was time for him to get his own car earlier in the season, but I think some of the longer distance trips they just bring.
Indeed it is.
The STI.
Tom Halka, yes it is. Kind of father-son duo, those two.
So cool. My favorite thing.
I love that.
I love the father-son. The Halkas, the Jensens.
Yep.
There's a few of them here. The father-son thing, something I grew up racing in. I love it.
It really, I mean, GRIDLIFE as a festival experience, you know, is family and friends, but on the racetrack as well, we've got a couple families that are out here kind of competing. I know Eric Cattell also has his dad here helping crew, so you know, I love that.
Sean Krebs back,
Sean Krebs
without
back.
his dad.
Yep.
Helping him.
Really, really neat to have that, and just kind of pull families together. Also, just around racing in general. You know, as time moves on and racing, it's always been a niche sport. But as it continues to grow more niche in some ways, it's really great to bring people in young and really expose them to motorsport at a young age. And as it gets harder and harder to access, GRIDLIFE is still that entry point where everybody can get in. And the average age of the drivers here is pretty young, and that's a great thing, I think, to kind of get people hooked, and they'll be around for a long time.
In Mid-Ohio, Greg Creamer made the comment that he thinks this might be the youngest average age paddock in the country, maybe the world.
Probably.
So, kind of interesting viewpoint from a guy who's been around.
I think the only one you could probably find younger would be like a dirt go-kart oval racing community, you know, where they're a bunch of 10-year-olds, you know, learning how to be NASCAR drivers. But
and I grew up, you know, from like age 12 drag racing, but a little bit different.
Yeah.
Different thing. So.
Here's a Toyota Supra, not Jackie Ding. This is the 720 or the 226, I believe. That is Lou. I don't remember the first name of Mr. Lou, so I'm going to pull that up. That's Jerry Lou in Street GT. Now let's talk about Street GT because we haven't mentioned that yet this stream.
Yeah.
Street GT is a relatively new category that GRIDLIFE has. It's sort of to capture the Corvettes, the Camaros, you know, those rear-wheel drive sort of larger engined machines that you kind of see pop up. The rules are generally pretty stockish for the most part. You can do some things to boost your car up, but I think my class description probably has this in a digestible way. The Street GT the formula for Street GT, it's modern muscle with basic mods, large displacement, 5, 6, and 8 liter engines, 350 to 500 horsepower is typical. You're running on 200 treadwear tires, up to 315 millimeter width, factory aero only, and no internal engine mods. That's basically what Street GT is, and this Toyota Supra, it kind of slots right in.
Yeah. Generally, it's turbo V6s, turbo 6 cylinders, I should say, Supra being inline. And bigger V8s. So they didn't really fit in the street class originally. We were starting to see some of those cars really outpacing anything else. And so we added they added the Street GT class. I think it's been a really cool class. One of those that I don't want to say low-hanging fruit for records, but Kobe Shields definitely dominated early on, and then we haven't seen a lot of people really put an effort into that class since.
Yeah, so we've seen a handful of those cars here and there, but I like that class. I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
And you don't really have to do a ton to your Camaro, your Corvette to get them into competitive range, which is really neat. But good to see Lou getting after it in the Supra. Quick note that Anish Ramarkani has jumped to the top of the board in Club TR. Now, I do know that Anish Ramarkani was also planning on running GLTC this weekend. I'm curious if he's running Club TR.
He's definitely running Club TR. I don't know that the GLTC car made it.
Okay. I wasn't sure about the latest
James
update.
Morgan was prepping the Club TR car yesterday.
Okay.
I don't know that the GLTC car made it. That Club TR car looks wicked. It looks super, super good.
Well, interesting.
A dark gray wrapped S2000.
Okay. I think I saw a photo of that floating around on the internet someplace.
Kind of some people think maybe the dark horse of the weekend.
I mean,
the Club TR.
41.3 is right on pace. He's got to find a little bit of time, but he's not too far off.
No, not the suspension the car is supposed to be on. A little less than optimal what he's got on it right now. Who knows how much time that could have made up for him. But
following Jerry Lou across the line. And that time through, no improvement. That was a 44.6. Might have been a cool-down lap, gearing up for a flyer here. And sailing off into turn 2. Little bit of an uphill here as the checkered falls, so Lou will get to finish out this hot lap. A couple drivers across the line. There's Patrick Daugherty and his kind of Nardo gray. Do you know what the actual color name on that car is?
No, I've never actually looked at the color listing on the CTRs.
I love that flat gray on that car, but it looks like Patrick will come down in 14th overall in this session, a 145.116. He ran that pretty early in the session. Looked like it was lap number 6. Or no, I lied. Lap number 3 of 6 was his fastest, so might have overheated the tires on that thing just a touch as he continued on. But it looks like Ramarkani will be at the top, the pointy end of this session. Ryan Seiler, a 43.2. Again, we mentioned how he's on the 615 Falcons versus the RT660.
Yeah, the 615 was more of a longer wearing 200 tread wear. Still a pretty good tire. I have a set of them on my fun car at home, but not quite as fast as the 660 is proven to be.
Yeah, the 660, that tire has been magic for a lot of time attackers and even GLTCers. A lot of drivers in GLTC run that tire. Newish compound, new to this year, or the past year, and it has really been a fantastic tire, and it's very popular in autocross and wheel racing and time attack as well. It just proves to be very sticky, very long-lasting, a really solid basis from Falken for drivers at a price that is also incredibly reasonable as well, so people can really get some good stick for a value with that tire.
Big improvement over the 615 for sure.
So as we wait for Group C to move off the racetrack, we're going to head into one more time attack group before we turn the mic over to Jared D'Anda and Sam Nelvin for GridLife Drift. Again, you're watching GridLife Midwest. The 2021 version, of course, last year was a little quieter with the pandemic going on. We didn't have music. We didn't have the full festival experience. And this year, we do. We're back to my first ever GridLife was here in 2019. I think we were announcing together back then as well. Time flies.
I believe that may have been, the second live stream ever. I think the first one being at Mid-Ohio.
For a second GLT. Oh, yeah, I think you're right. Just ever, right?
Yeah.
Incorrect. Matt tells me it's wrong. 2018 Atlanta. Thank you, Matt.
I do remember that.
Behind the scenes.
Yes.
So it was the one camera, one drone.
Yeah, it was quite the scaled back from what it is today.
I mean, the last year and a half, the last 2 years, the team behind all this, Matt and Eric and Plowman and all the guys that make this happen, all the camera guys, this is an incredible production.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm blown away watching this because it's just so
way bigger than I think most people realize.
Yeah, there's so much effort that goes on behind the scenes from those guys before, during, and after the event to make this what it is, which is really, really cool. There's Joel Morrison. This is a GLTC car, probably a hardship lap would be my guess, which essentially broke something. Adam, can I go out and make sure it's not broken again?
Just
sure.
Pit out to pit in.
Yep. So giving it a good rip.
Don't cross the timing.
Yep, so he's going to go out and do that real briefly before we set the next group free.
Be anything from need to check something in my tune to bedding brakes or scrubbing tires. Who knows?
We got some festival goers arriving. Looks like we're taking a look at the festival grounds.
Oh, man.
What do they got in their hands over there? Wizard staff.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I heard about this.
He was running around last night with a giant gray beard and screaming Gandalf quotes, and he may have tried to stab a friend of mine with his wizard staff.
Good.
So,
all right. Well, look, I'm new to all this.
Classic festival shenanigans.
So as I understand it, these are all beer cans that are taped on top of each other?
To each other. And as the weekend goes on, it like grows legs and turns into a trident, and they get creative.
They party hard out there, don't they? It's Friday. We still got a couple more days of this too.
Yes.
Pace yourself, boys.
He's a GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival staple.
Oh man,
So
I remember
I've
seeing
him
video of him from a couple of years ago, so it's definitely not a new thing. But there you go.
It's never a dull moment around here.
And taking a sip from his LaCroix, his LaCroix there. Oh, is that the pomegranate or is that the berry, the mixed berry? I got Matt talking to my ear. The cranberry flavor.
It's hard to know because it doesn't really have any real flavor.
Oh,
I don't know how people drink that.
All
I don't know
right.
how people
Okay.
drink
All right.
You and your fancy waters.
It's like I heard someone describe like plain, not flavored sparkling water as like drinking TV static, and I got a kick out of that. I thought that was great.
Somebody whispering the flavor in the other room. That's what it is.
All right. Wow. You got strong opinions on sparkling water, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
That's a long-running feud.
No LaCroix sponsorship for GRIDLIFE anytime soon, apparently.
Well, at least not for me. That's fine.
All right. Cars on track for Group C here.
Oh,
a little tire rub, maybe?
Probably, maybe brakes.
Okay. I hope it's not. Hope it's not coming out of the tailpipes, but as we get ready. Hey, also, we're in the FCP Euro Race HQ. Can we say how awesome this is again? What, are we supposed to high five now?
my name.
Oh.
My name has been changed.
I didn't even notice that. I was too focused on the FCP Euro Race HQ.
Yeah.
LaCroix hater.
Great to see the FCP Euro trailer here.
Yeah.
We were checking out their Mercedes-Benz last night.
So, yeah, they've got all sorts of cool stuff here this weekend. So FCP Euro, again, one of our big partners, FCP Euro, Falken, MOMO, and Valvoline. But FCP Euro has this huge hospitality area here this weekend. They brought 2 of their Mercedes-AMG GT4 cars.
We're going to see them on track
We will, and we're going to see them competing in Time Attack also.
Sweet.
They're basically, they don't want to take home any hardware. All they want to do is they want to set a benchmark for people to try to beat.
Super unlimited. That's what the class is
I think
for.
it actually counts as an unlimited car. I don't even think I don't even think it's super.
There is a C6 Corvette here that is a previous World Challenge car. So
interesting.
It's running an unlimited.
Okay.
So.
We'll see those cars on track later today. They'll also be providing ride-alongs. They've got passenger seats bolted in those things.
That's awesome.
They've got both the primary and the backup car. And yes, they are the cars that they race. These are not show cars. They're the real deal, the Mercedes-AMG GT4s.
That would be a ride.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to go for a ride. I think they might let me, actually.
I think 2-3 years ago, they were here with their TCR cars giving rides and stuff. And Adam Jabay spoke very highly of those. Like, incredible how much grip a front-wheel drive car can have.
Right. So FCP Euro's got that big hospitality area. They got some free swag for you guys to pick up if you're on site here in South Haven, Michigan. So make sure you stop on over to the FCP Euro trailer. And there is a car off track. That is, is that a Veloster?
I believe that's the Veloster N from PhD Racing.
Sure is.
I think.
The V-Lobster is what they call it. At least that's what it's listed as on the timing and scoring.
I love these cars.
They're cool. Now, I have not driven one.
No, I've never driven. I've driven a Turbo Veloster, but never an N.
Right. So and from what I understand, just for me to kind of get it in my head, the Turbo Veloster is like a Civic Si sort of, and the N is sort of like the Type R. That's sort of what I'm gathering.
Yeah, that would be the hierarchy.
Gotcha. Sure. Yeah, but I mean, I've heard these things are pretty amazing.
I think that
Brad Riemann is out here as well in his Ford Focus RS. We've got Dustin Williams in his Spoon Honda S2000. He's got that.
No, I think he's out. Isn't he out here in
he's out, he is in the. You're right. You are correct. He's got both cars here this weekend.
Right.
Now he did tell me he is going to drive the S2000 also, so we're gonna have to pay attention. But we'll take a look when he's on track. Cody Smith and the Oldsmobile Cutlass is back.
He has been thrashing on that car here the last week leading up to this event. Made his own control arms for the car to try and fix some geometry issues that he's been fighting all season. really cool to see him. Like, he literally, like, nobody makes this the way I want it. I'm going to make it myself.
Back to the engineer sport.
Yeah.
I mean, again, we're talking about the builder sport all the way from unlimited, you know, working our way down the list. Of course, Cody Smith running in the street mod category. Obviously, that category is known for being pretty highly engineered.
Yeah.
And sometimes you got to make your own parts.
Wild builds.
For sure. Brad Riemann goes second quick overall in his street Ford Focus RS, a 148.399.
Team Jacoby there, I was got a message from Jacob Bodenauer earlier. It's Jacob's car. I think today Jackie Ding will be driving.
Interesting. All right.
And then tomorrow I think Jacob is taking back over. So I believe that would be Jackie Ding in that S2000 Club TR car.
That's very exciting. So a little bit of congestion here in turns 5 and 6. But there is, now this is the 726.
So this is a Club TR car.
Yep.
Because it is a naturally aspirated 2.5 Impreza.
Gotcha.
So we looked at this car at Mid-Ohio because I was like, there's no way that there's somebody out there running an NA Subaru, right? Like, he's cheating and misclassed in Club TR. No, that's a perfectly legal car. I couldn't believe it.
Yep. That is Jacob Abbott from Abbott Auto Performance. I think that's correct. Abbott Performance, or yeah, a Subaru specialist. I was a big fan of Jacob Abbott when I came here for Honda Meet because he helped me change up my coil pack in my car that's very hard to change.
Oh yeah.
So he stuck his hand in there and got it all sorted out for me. So I really appreciate that, Jacob. But he's on track now and having a ball.
He told us that, you know, it was kind of an exercise in just seeing what it could do.
Yeah.
More so than really truly trying to chase after being competitive because he knew he'd be down on power.
Sure.
I I can respect that. That's commendable. I think it's super cool that he went ahead and built it anyway. So.
Right. So 140. Looks like, what did he just run? A 151.830 was his best lap last time by. Taylor Allen in the 167 Unlimited car jumps to second, a 145 flat for the 167.
I believe that is the World Challenge Corvette, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right. I do not have it on my entry list, so I can't confirm that. A couple drivers.
I know it says T. Allen on the top of it. Let's put it that way. So RX-7 there on screen, an LT1 powered car, so a older Chevy V8 in it. That's such a cool car to me. I love seeing that car here. His livery, one side of it has American flags and stripes, the other side the Japanese rising sun. So kind of see the theme going there, which is really cool.
A little awkward there, side by side through turn 7, getting back on power, and accelerating around. And you know, the funny thing is, the farther down we get in the groups, we go A, B, C, D. Yeah. It seems like the more time drivers spend on racetrack, a little bit of smoke from the rear of that car. But it seems like the more time you spend on track, the more experience you get. And we've got a handful of fits out there. The Hard Times Racing fits out on track, the 411. And we already mentioned the 525 at Dustin Williams. So Dustin Williams' car, we briefly mentioned it earlier, but that is, I believe, a 1994 EG Civic with the stock 1.5 liter. Makes about 60 wheel horsepower.
There's got to be like 5 of those left with the original motor.
Yeah, I mean, and it's clean, too. Like, it's a really nice example.
That's interesting.
It's got a lot of interior bits left in it. It really does look great, and
That's awesome.
It's got a cool livery. It's got the Honda Racing tire decals on the side of the tires. Dustin, of course, sharing paddock space over by the Valvoline guys, right next to TJ Hunt, who'll be drifting with us a little bit later today.
Sunday Cup guys chasing after a mid 153 for the current record. A little bit off pace there right now, but they seem to think that somebody's got it in them this weekend. So
yeah,
I know that's been the talk of the chat, the Sunday Cup group chat that I somehow got suckered into.
Well, that's why I love Dustin's car this weekend, that EG Civic, because that's a really different Sunday Cup car. Most of the cars in Sunday Cup are typically Honda Fits. There are a couple Mazda 2s that we've seen in the past. Ford Fiestas fit pretty nicely into that category. And EG Civic is very different. I don't think we've seen one of those in Club TR, or excuse me, Sunday Cup yet. So that's really cool that Dustin's brought something very different that slots right in. James Morgan is here, 926 car, Sunday Cup. Just ran his best, a 2:0.260.
He must have literally rolled off the street and onto the racetrack, because when I sat down to start this, he was not on site yet. So
yep. Well, I mean, that's what you can do in a fit, though.
Yeah. Well,
yellow flag we're hearing a yellow flag. I'm just not exactly sure where. Down in turn 1, corner stations. That could, oh, and it's gone. Just like that. A little bit of smoke. Oh, it's probably just a spin in turn 1. So someone went for a loop. Again, easy to do. 90-degree corners. You charge into them a little bit too hot, can drop a wheel, and find yourself off course pretty quickly. So glad that they're all sorted and got that back green. So down the back straightaway here, we're working about halfway through, a little bit past halfway through our Group D in time attack. There's James Morgan, and following the hard times fit. They're both nose to tail here. Now, the great thing about Sunday Cup is how they all run in a group. They all run together in this. A little bit of slipstream also will help them out on the straightaways, but they are having the most fun for the least money that you could possibly have.
Yeah.
Other than showing up and just being a spectator. That's pretty fun, too.
James fully outfitted that car with underglow this weekend. I can't remember who, but one of them installed a train horn, which I don't really know why, but
that's
funny.
Awesome.
It's
I mean, that's
funny.
cool.
I mean, there's just, everyone else is thrashing on their cars, as the week leading up to the event, trying to make sure that everything's in place, that the brake pads are good, that tires are good, that the car's not broken or whatever. The Sunday Cup guys, they're out there putting on underglow and train horns.
I mean,
so you see where their priorities lie.
I mean, I just think that's so great. I don't know how our microphones will do with the train horn blasting by on the front straightaway, but I guess we probably will get to experience that whether we like it or not by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, he sent a video to the chat, and he's just driving down the road, and he hits the. I'm like, oh my gosh.
So interestingly, I was noticing some things I heard that Charlie was telling me about this hard times fit.
Yeah.
They had actually at one point chained the suspension up in the rear so that it wouldn't overextend in the rear. They basically were chaining the roll bar, I believe.
So it doesn't droop.
So it doesn't droop.
Yeah.
Right. They also undid the unlinks in the front for the sway bar so that it would kind of dive and grip a little harder. So a lot of really interesting engineering things going on, even in Sunday Cup, to find a little advantages here.
Yeah. James Morgan's car has a really interesting story. That was the original spec fit. Was previously owned by Chris Stewart.
Yes.
And that was literally like shown up at a Honda meet event as a stock car, and then they put it up on jack stands, and like a group of 30 people just descended on this Honda fit and built the first Sunday Cup spec fit car.
Yeah, and since then, I mean, at one point the class was called Spec Fit, that it was basically changed to Sunday Cup to kind of allow more different kinds of cars to fit in without, fitting into a class called not what they're driving. But it was really captured a lot of really fun cars that are relatively inexpensive, can be had on the used market, and can be driven to the track with 300,000 miles on it, tracked every session, the entire session, all weekend, and then fueled back up and driven home. And they're probably getting 50 mpg right now.
On the same tires and brake pads they left home with.
Yeah, because you're not really touching the brakes a whole lot. That's the great thing, too.
Yeah,
right?
I took a ride with Matt Williams around Heartland Park a couple weeks ago, and I think he uses the brakes more to transfer weight than he does to slow the car down.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. These, I mean, again, most fun you can have for the least amount of dollars. Sunday Cup. And again, if you're interested in joining any GRIDLIFE class, or you would just like to get your car on the racetrack and you don't have any experience, we offer beginner programs for that. Go to grid.life and you can look into our HPDE programs, and you can sign up as a beginner, and you basically get coached through how to drive your car on the racetrack. You don't have to have a race car. You can have a Honda Fit, you can have a Honda Civic, you can have a Toyota 86, you can have whatever you have. You can drive on the racetrack. You go through the beginner program. You work your way up through the different categories of the non-competitive series. Once you have adequate experience doing that, you can step up to the competition classes. You can start getting into time attack. If you're a drift guy, we've got drift at a lot of our events. And then, wow, there is some crazy
drift cars
firing back up as we get ready for drift. But once you get into our competition classes, then, at the high end, you've got the crazy time attack builds, you've got the GLTC. You can basically go from not having any track experience to racing, time attacking, and drifting at a very high level in GRIDLIFE within a couple of years. I mean, it is really the place to go if you don't have any experience, you want to get into it, or if you already do have experience. Come party with us for a little bit, see how it goes.
Absolutely.
So, whoa, big slide. Little shimmy over the rear end there. And a couple minutes left in this session. We're going to have drift with Jared DeAnda and Sam Nalvin in just a couple minutes. And on track in the Toyota Celica. That's a pretty Celica.
Oh, I love it.
That's Mark's car, but I don't think it's Mark driving it this weekend. I don't know actually who's in it right now. I'll have to talk to Mark later, but Mark Nugent. But
I genuinely hope it is Mark. Because
I hope it is too, because he works really hard.
He's the nicest guy, and always working real hard. He deserves some time on track.
Yeah, and that Celica is really cool looking too.
Yeah, a car I would like to see more of.
For sure. I mean, and they're
chassis.
And they're they're a Toyota. They're an early 2000s Toyota. They're reliable as heck. They're all over the place if you can find them.
The same motor that comes in the Lotus Elise.
Right.
What do you want?
Heck yeah, dude. So across the line, 15 minutes complete in the session. There's the checkered flag. And with that at the top of the board, in the number 167 car, again, it's Taylor Allen in Unlimited, a 141.2. Then Team Jacoby in the 189. Alan Ma jumps to third overall in the 655 Street rear-wheel drive car, 146.7. Brad Riemann in Street in fourth, and Max Rooney in the that's the Civic Si wagon or the hatch.
Yeah.
The wagon hatch. What do you call that thing?
Sure.
Yeah. Yes.
Both.
Yes is the answer.
Both.
Yes. So he's running fifth. And that is going to conclude our first streamed time attack session here for GridLife Midwest. We're not done, though. We got racing all the way until the end of the day, just after 8 o'clock Eastern here on GridLife Live. I'm Kyle Heyer alongside my buddy here. I just had a total blank on what your name is, Adam Nielsen.
Oh, man.
Man, I've been sitting here for about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And I need to take a break and get a drink of water.
Yeah.
But Adam Nielsen from 1010's podcast, by the way.
Thank you.
We'll do a little plug for that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. So we're going to move on now to our drift sessions. In just a couple minutes, we're going to hear from the partners and people that make this all happen. And GridLife Drift is up next. You're going to hear from our other friends, Sam Nalvin and Jared DeAnda, coming up here in just a couple minutes. I need to take a break. We'll be back in a little while. Drift coming up next. GridLife Time Attack is brought to you by Falken Tire. Competition-proven performance. FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. 303 Performance. Premium protectants and cleaners exceeding expectations since 1980. STA-BIL. Ready, willing, STA-BIL. MOMO. The official safety partner of GridLife. Forgestar. The official wheel partner of GridLife Time Attack. HP Tuners. HP Tuners. Connect, read, edit, write, drive. Airlift. Airlift Performance lets you get low and live your life on air.
Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Mike, one of the smiling faces in the FCP Euro Pickup Center, who assists customers whenever they have to come in and pick up their orders. Mike has an evolving collection of BMWs, including his beautiful E30, that often require maintenance. So he understands the importance of making sure that each customer gets quality parts. But Mike also underscores our value of making sure every customer has a fantastic buying experience here at FCP Euro. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
So then he's laughing, I'm laughing, both my hands are on fire, and then I come running out of the bathroom, and I'm like, wait a second, that's not a crocodile, that's John Stamos.
Oh my gosh, no, it was Stamos. Oh, hey, we're live.
Oh,
we're live.
GRIDLIFE.
Sam, we're live.
GRIDLIFE.
It was Stamos.
Yeah, I know. We'll talk about it later.
Wait, the John Stamos? Like Full House?
Wait, it's GRIDLIFE.
Okay.
It's GRIDLIFE.
We are live, baby! We are GRIDLIFE. This is Greg Bussell. That's Sam Nalvin. I'm Jared Dienda. GRIDLIFE Midwest. We are live from GingerMan Raceway. Drifting's about to go down. We're seeing tons of cars. And Greg and I, we're getting a little intimate here. We both got vaccinated, so we're going to share a microphone. And we're talking about drifting. Greg, how's CoroWorks doing, bud?
CoroWorks is phenomenal. It's a performance shop out of Atlanta. We do drifting, much like you're seeing on TV right now. Team Falken.
Woo! There we go. So, coincidentally, you're going to be seeing two Mustangs out on track. That one right there, that's JTP. That's Justin Paul. You'll see Matt Field out there. That's Odi Bakshi's driving the other Mustang, Dai Yoshihara.
Yep.
He's joined the Mustang. He's joined the Mustang.
Got that JDM and the USDM. And
oh, gosh.
Yeah, it feels weird. It feels nice, but I've heard that one of the main reasons for that is because the passenger seat is Jared-sized.
Yes.
They can fit Jared-sized people in there.
Yeah.
So if you got a body shaped like SpongeBob, but a lot of fiery Taco Bell inside you, that's your seat. That's the seat for you.
Fact. We did have Taco Bell for breakfast. ASM BMW out there. That's a new car. Greg, do you know exactly all the pro spec or the pro-am drivers? Do you know any of them?
I do not, but I do love the livery on this car. All the ASM cars. Have you noticed in the pits they all match in just different colors? They can be Time Attack or Drift. Like they all have a similar livery. And I love it. It looks great.
So GingerMan Raceway has been playing host to the Midwest Festival for quite some time. Do we know what year it is? Like on
2015 is the year.
2015.
Today.
What year is it today?
Yeah, that one.
Okay. Yep. It is currently September 10th.
What time is it?
It's time to party.
How's the weather?
It feels great. Look at that. I mean, that looks like Toy Story wallpaper right there.
Are
that was
the
on
stars
Andy's
out
room
tonight? I feel like all the stars are out tonight.
Deep in the heart of Michigan. That doesn't really roll off the tongue like that.
So this is our first grid session, first drift session of this grid session. And there's no competition going down here except for, wait, is that Josh Robinson?
That's Josh Robinson.
Josh Robinson's here?
The Robo-Roo.
The Punch and Roo?
The Robo-Roo, the kangaroo.
One, I know what you always talk about. One time that guy said something that's very scandalous to Mac's girlfriend.
What?
Josh Robinson in a bar.
Did he?
Yeah. He's Australian, and I'll let you fill in the blanks from there, bud.
Oh, dude.
Yeah. Look at him. He's got the Punch and Roo.
He just smiled and gave her a Vegemite sandwich, right?
Exactly. Oh, and
he comes from the land down under.
So this is what I'm very excited to see. Our good buddy Chris Forsberg, actually the GingerMan himself. He's in the Altamaniac there, and also you see that's the car that he's usually driving there, La Flama Negra.
Yep.
And that's the VK powered 4-door. These are two drift taxis. We got taxi on taxi action.
8 people, 2 cars. There's definitely an equation there. all the cups.
Any cups. As many cups as you can fit in these cars.
Yep, beer pong cups, solo cups. But far from solo, 8 cups.
But this is for the fun. This is for putting on a show. It's for each other. It's for camaraderie. These band of brothers. For the boys. This one is for the boys. Saturday, tomorrow. Well, actually, Saturday is for the boys. Today is Friday. Friday's for them.
The non-binary friends.
Yeah, that's Friday for us.
That's what I said.
That's what he said.
Yeah, TGINBF. Yeah, TGINBF. It's a neighborhood place. Yeah, thank goodness it's non-binary Friends Friday. Yo!
So this track is it's all the drifters' favorite GRIDLIFE tracks because you have that long straight that you'll see on Friday. Now people might do like a little flick in, do a little manji or two before you hit that corner. As time progresses, we see about about a 30 stack of manjis going down that straightaway, which is just a wild show to see. But right now we're losing our first bumpers.
We have a car off track.
We're checking to make sure the grass is mowed over there. It looks like it is going to get clipped down just a little bit.
I would say don't Saturday on a Friday.
But you always say that, and you never listen to it.
Facts.
You never listen.
These are already coming out of the gate. George K out there. George K and his modified performance 370Z. Is Nick Swan out there? How is he? Swan is drifting.
So Nick Swan's usually the man that's sending the drifters and keeping this rowdy corral all organized, but it looks like that's his BMW.
Right. Jokingly, he has an E46, so.
That's the joke, Jared. Thanks you and that's what we're going to be doing here all weekend is describing any jokes
I am a dad.
Yeah.
I have to explain my
I can
jokes.
tell. Look at that strength.
The funniest type of jokes are the ones that you have to explain.
Fact.
Absolutely. Now, one thing that's been bothering me about coming to this event, and it's been on my mind all day, is do you think that Kid Rock is ever going to grow up and become Adult Rock?
Ba with a ba, I don't think so. Adult Rock?
Yeah, so like, it's been a long enough time. Do you think that now...
My name is Dad Rock.
Yeah, kind of.
Ba with the ba, the bang, a bang.
If the boogie up jumps, then do you think it's time?
I think if the boogie jumps, you say how high.
That's what I like about you.
Yep.
That's what I like about you.
Dad Rock. My name is Mid-Age Rock.
Yep. This is Team Falken out here. Matt Fields, he traditionally likes to win practice, so we're going to see here is a lot of bumper taps, a lot of car-on-car action from the front, the back, side to side. Odie behind him. Odie, what's Odie's last name, Jared? Was it Butt Cheeks? Butt Cheeks.
Well, this is a family show.
Yeah.
It's Bakshees.
Oh, okay.
Bakshees.
He's usually really good at drifting, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be fun to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
that
boy.
ASM car is
ASM
pretty.
looks fire. All right. What is it?
HDK kit.
What's the deal? What's the deal with that car? Tell me.
Sorry.
The deal in the car, right? I think it's a pro spec build. I honestly, a lot of these cars out here are really overbuilt for a party time. These are like.
Whoa! There's no such thing as overbuilt for party time, Greg.
Oh my God! Look at this. Look at Jeff Stoneback. No, that's not even Jeff Stoneback.
That's not even Jeff Stoneback, and you're that
Wait,
excited.
Jeff Stoneback
brought 3 cars.
Is Stoneback in the building?
Yeah, he brought 3 cars.
Then how do you know which car's his?
I don't know. He could be driving any one of these, honestly.
He's a mystery driver. Gotcha. All right, got the boys. Here comes the boys, Jared, coming down the straight.
Playing with the boys, the desire, playing with the boys. Top Gun. That's what I was singing right there.
Yeah, it's actually
Volleyball
one thing
scene,
that I
look
do
it up.
like about GRIDLIFE Midwest weekends is the second the drifters leave the track, we do the intramural volleyball jean shorts only comp. So you'll see the tops come off.
Yep, there's
the shorts get cut, and a lot of balls getting tossed around there.
Oh, yeah. No, totally.
Yeah.
Great time to be alive.
Yep.
144, that's Nate Ham. That is the Ham fam. He's in the building. Him is lovely
Big
wife,
hammer,
Megan.
huh?
Yeah. I mean, as long as you're not Jewish, you can partake in the Ham fam.
I mean, I am, and I will.
You are Jewish.
I mean, God chose me, but I mean, I'm not saying that. Like, I'm just saying that, like, my people went through the desert, and we eat ham too. At least I do. I don't really know the rules, but I do like a good cordon bleu.
Okay.
I do like a good croque madame.
Okay.
You know.
That's French, but moving on.
But they got
Falken
hams.
Tires in the building here. We got Justin Pollock, actually Dai Oshihara. You got Matt Field, Odie Bakshees, and
a big wall of smoke. Just a big wall of smoke. And that's a GRIDLIFE tree that
Big
you guys.
Willie style. Wow.
the GRIDLIFE tree in the middle of the pack there is actually one that I planted last year, but as an experiment, I poured that new White Claw on it, the one that has a higher ABV, and it looks like it's grown a lot, which is pretty cool. Wait, is Hurt in that car? What car is Hurt in?
Hertretch Eugene Jr. is in the.
He's an FC.
He's an S13.
S13
with the K series swap.
Okay.
Has the Honda
He
power.
hit him with that K.
Hit him with the K. Yeah.
Sheesh.
Hit him with the yeah.
So can you tell me about Sheesh?
You just put your 2 fingers, you point them at the pit of your elbow on the inner side of it, and then people go, sheesh.
So, can you tell me more?
No, that's pretty much it. That was the moral of the story. If you look it up on Wikipedia, that was what I described. Haven't seen TJ Hunt out here. Supposed to see TJ Hunt representing Valvoline.
Yep.
We got a little yellow flag here. Oh, boy. Who are we riding with right now? Shane Whaley. Oh, Whaley in the building. The LS-powered Ford Mustang.
The hater mobile, because he's got that LS in the Ford. It sounds good. It looks good.
The graphic makes me look like it looks like an Audi R8.
Yes.
That gold
Yes,
stripe?
it does.
Does it look like an Audi R8?
Yeah. I like seeing him drive. Drives once a year at GRIDLIFE. Don't see him drive anywhere else.
Right, no. That dude's busy. And the car's always being worked on. And Whaley's a fantastic human being.
Yes.
Just a hard-working. He does it for the love of the game. I feel like this is Field of Dreams. I mean, we all saw that baseball game the other day. That was amazing.
Matt Field of Dreams.
Matt Field of Dreams.
Yeah.
Huh. I mean, hey, congratulations. Matt Field just got engaged.
Did he?
He did.
That's incredible. Congratulations, Matthew Field.
Matthew Field. Oh, K-Series. Speaking of K-Series, that is a K-Series swap hot rod.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That has a K-Series Honda engine
machine
under hood of this. Let's call it what it is, a rat rod. There's all right. We got Ham Fam and there's Hurt. So
Ham Hurt.
Ham Hurt.
Oh, what a great! I've been wanting to see a combo like this. Now, $5. Do you think Hurt keeps the hood on his car all weekend?
$5. You're saying?
I'll go either side.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you just want money on the board, and you don't care what happens. You just want to see stuff. Is what I'm getting.
The beauty of it is Cotto's in the building, so really appreciate the Cottos and all their catering they've done over the years, and all the thrusting. I mean, they thrust so hard. They get all of the.
Wow.
I would tell you that the Cotto family used to do catering for the Formula Drift events. Mama Cotto, Daddy Cotto, and then Baby
Avocado.
Avocado. Oh gosh, that was right there. The Cottos had some of the best catering at Formula Drift. Yeah, it was amazing.
And then one day Jared flipped over the salad dressing table when he got mad, and they said never again.
Yep. I was like, I said no Thousand Island. Nobody likes Thousand Island dressing.
Let that be a lesson.
That's what fancy sauce.
Who's behind the wheel of
Alex Jaeger?
Alex Jaeger.
Alex
the bomber.
Jaeger bomb.
The bomber man himself. Cool.
Alex Jaeger bomb.
Cool.
And there is Bi-Stack driving the tire stack. Not selling crack.
How far can you go?
Until it goes whack.
Okay.
Speaking of Gas Factory, Jared, how is your Taco Bell doing?
Taco Bell's settling pretty good. I got a nice foundation of beans and tortilla.
I don't know why this happened, because it's Friday. We didn't need to start with Taco Bell breakfast. And I think I go in there, I'm like, I'm going to have a bean and cheese burrito or two and a cheesy gordita crunch. That's how I want to start my day.
Yep.
That's the choice I made.
Speaking of SpongeBob.
What about SpongeBob?
8 hours later. Ate all the Krabby Patties.
Oh. Well, that was yesterday, because yesterday on the way up here to GRIDLIFE Midwest, I don't know if you guys are aware, if you do fly into Chicago ORD, you can get yourself what's called the Clutch Box, and that's 20 White Castle hamburgers.
Crave Clutch.
Crave Clutch. Okay.
It's not Crave Case. Crave Case is 30. We tempered the flame, and we got the Crave Clutch.
Yeah, but so also we stuck our hand in the flame and we got burnt because we ate all those little burgers.
Yes. Yeah.
FPV pilot almost flew in the back window of that BMW.
Yep.
That was cool. I like that. That makes me feel good, unlike the Taco Bell that I keep on talking about, because right now my stomach feels warm.
There's the Gold Diggers Beamer.
Jared.
The Gold Diggers Nissan 350Z back there as well. The Gold Diggers are a gang. They come out to all the GRIDLIFEs.
Yep.
You've seen their logo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's homegirl, working for a living, Yeah.
It's honest work.
Don't turn on that red light, Greg. Don't turn on that red light, Greg.
Yeah, she's a prideful friend in need. Donda or Lovers Boy Donda? Donda. There are a few songs. I like Moon and I like what's Jail.
Jail's good.
Jail's good.
Speaking of songs, there's going to be some songs this weekend, I hear.
Big Boy, A-Track.
Little Boy, regular size boy.
B-Track.
B-Track. We're going to have a party here.
Cucumber Melon.
I mean, the party's already going on the track right now and off the track, and then at night times at the GridLifes. In case you are not partaking here in person with us, get on down.
Get on down to GridLife.
Get on down to GridLife. And
Midwest Festival.
Yeah, and that's the. Can you clip that, guys? That's going to be the new theme song. So just clip that for the rest of the live stream.
I haven't seen any memes yet.
All right.
Who's in control of the memes?
Yeah, who's controlling the memes today? So I don't know if you guys know this, but we're losing a lot of real estate to TikTok. We got to make this more like a TikTok, Jared.
Yep.
So I don't know what sort of TikTok dances you have or are willing to put out there for us. He's dabbing a lot. It's a good thing you're not seeing it because it's not a clean dab. That is
there are 3 dudes, 1 couch. GridLife.
Yep, we can clip that too. That's a good sound file. That's a good wave. 48K hertz.
Yeah.
Speaking of hertz, you dirtbag.
I'll be here all weekend.
And this is just the warm-up. Let that be clear. The drivers are going to get either better or worse. We're going to get either better or worse. But what's important here, Greg, is
Talk to me. What is important?
That's what I'm waiting to hear because I'm not sure. No one's really told me what's going on yet.
Realistically important is that these cars just need to stay good-looking all weekend.
And that's what you're here for, Greg.
Yeah, most of the drivers don't know their names. I'm here to tell you if I approve this car or I do not.
And how we're looking at this this boss car.
It's a boss car with a rear spoiler. I don't like it. I'm going to say right now.
I don't like it.
Okay. So usually what we try to go for on the stream is positivity and just like let everyone
Greg
know that we're inclusive and having a good time. And Greg wants everyone here to know he doesn't like it. So
what do you think of TJ Hunt's car?
Yeah, that car looks good.
I mean, I like TJ Hunt. I like what he does.
But
he gives back to
don't like his car.
I feel
like his car.
okay. Cool. That's fair. That's fair, Greg.
He's consistent, Greg. Thanks, Greg, with 3 G's, if that's your real name.
Yeah.
There's Greg with 8 G's now. He's got 8 G's.
You know,
that's 8 times your body weight.
I have no follow-up for that.
Yeah, you got 8 G's. That's 8 times your body weight.
I just want to be different.
Your mom's like, you know what? Throw another G in there. Makes them more grand. Greg.
I'm trying to make a statement here. I'm trying to make a statement, and we start with my name.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think of that? What do you think of that? Those cars right there, Greg?
I like the pink wheels.
Yep.
The other car kind of matches it. It's a blue. They look like they're going fast. The BMW was loud in the pits. He was
hate it.
Yeah, so that's a negative for you. And it seems like you're also basing your opinion off of the cars next to it. It's like if they match with the cars next to them, that's going to earn some extra points in your mind.
That's GridLife. That's GridLife. You come out here as a team. You look like a team. You perform as a team.
Yep.
And again, this is for the boys.
Yeah.
By the way, this is disclaimer. Any of Greg Boussel's comments are not those of GridLife
He's not
or the organization or myself or Sam.
Yeah, he's not an official
Thank you.
announcer.
Greg actually forgot that he booked this flight. It was supposed to be at the other event, and then coincidentally mistook this event for another event, and he happened to just be here. So we just felt bad for Greg. That's why he's here. This is called Make-A-Wish Foundation. So thank you.
Double-booked myself with these guys.
Yes.
Yeah. Never double-booked myself.
I would say that it's not ideal for us, the audience, the
People
overall
pay good
production.
money for double booking, if you know what I mean.
I don't, and
literally.
I don't think Greg does either.
No.
Nor does the fans or the audience.
I respect the fans in the audience, though. Let that
Do you?
Greg, you're hating on everybody's car. How about your attire?
Yeah.
What do you think of your attire today?
Look at these capris. Come on.
Yeah.
Who's showing ankle?
I think it's important.
We're going. Well,
going back.
I'm trying to show ankle, and they switched the channels. Hey, Will, we haven't seen any memes yet. We haven't seen any memes.
They might not have unloaded the
MOMO
memes.
Weld Company looking good right there is the K-Series.
Gorgeous setup. You make your way through there yet?
Oh, got some MOMO moments. MOMO moments.
They asked for moments, and we cried mo.
We want mo.
So these are some MOMO moments from here. So this is what I would call classic GridLife drifting, but Greg probably has something
really
else
nice.
to say about it. This is good. Greg is good with this.
She's not Maji in the straight.
Easy.
I do like how the smoke's coming up over that
Who
fender.
is that? I know that car. There's Josh
J-Rob
Robinson again.
Classic smoking. J-Rob is over there in the house. I do need to talk to him and
J-Rob.
find out why he said that all those years ago, and I will get to the bottom of it.
Really? 2 Utes? 2 Utes.
Hey, I'm drifting over
Falken
here.
boys, go! Oh, we got the BMW doing some landscaping, dropping the bumper. Oh boy, ASM. You know, is that where you talk really quietly? Is that where you?
Yeah, that's what this is about. So you got to rub your fingers on the microphone. That's ASMR. This is the ASMR. So this is my favorite part about drifting.
I don't have a mic.
It's when this is the MOMO.
I don't have a mic to whisper in.
And so, Jared, if you recall this morning when we were talking about everything that was going to be important to this stream, and I said, I want to make this the most sensual GRIDLIFE stream that we've ever done. And I feel like when we do the ASMR moments and the MOMO moments, that's really going to help us here. And that's going to keep the fans, it's going to keep the old fans happy, and it's going to get us some new fans, I think, too. Because I've seen ASMR videos on YouTube, and they've got a lot of views.
Yep.
A lot of views, bud.
So I'm thinking ASMR, ASM, and the MOMO moment.
What's the song? The Rebel
In the midnight hour,
yeah.
I scream MOMO moment. With the rebel yell, she cries MOMO. MOMO moment.
Yeah.
It's just gold.
It's just gold. You couldn't even tell that it was him making the Rebel yell. I thought it was the original Rebel himself.
Philly Idol.
B-Ides.
B-Ides.
B-Ides of March. We are live again, by the way, Jared, with TJ
we are
Hunt
live.
going around.
TJ Hunt, that Valvoline Nissan Z. TJ's making claims. He texted me. He's saying might be prospect.
Like an insurance claim?
Yeah. I'll put it out there. Not when he crashes his car.
It happens.
You think he's ready when he does good? I think that he could go pro.
I think TJ's on the hunt.
For what?
I'm not going to say
Good pasta dinner at a good value at Olive Garden? Unlimited breakfast?
Speed. He's looking for
speed. Okay. Oh, look at the sad bumper. And this is the first casualty.
Of course, that's Hurt's bumper.
Oh, is that Hurt's bumper? Hurts to see it.
Hurts, don't it?
But this is the sad. This is the sad. Okay, can we cue up that sad dog song? The one with the dogs dying in the pound. Can we cue that song up and play it for that bumper? You can adopt the GRIDLIFE bumper today for one donation of more bumpers to Hurt.
Right.
He'll give you the broken one.
Is that the song or no?
No, it's in the arms of an angel.
In the arms of an angel.
Yep. Speaking of angels, look at some angel voices.
Oh, what do we got?
All right, so I want to see this.
Yeah.
I want to see this FPV pilot put his fingers on the gimbals and land inside of this bird.
All up in that cabin.
They're wearing helmets. You can't hurt their eyes legally.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah.
Legally.
You're gonna be fine.
Yep. And then
get inside. Go.
Up.
Tighter.
Let's go.
Get in there. Let's go, Fortnite fam. Get in that car and dab.
Sam, could you come out here and just fly Kevin?
I have flown a Kevin at a GRIDLIFE before, and it did end in tragedy when Odie Buttcheeks ran it over.
Right.
He ran it over. Well, I mean, it's my fault for having a. It's my fault for having a battery failure.
Oh, Jabay.
Jabay is not pleased. He planted this lawn this morning, and now it is ripped up.
Oh, boy.
Oh, brother.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
You go and ruin my lawn.
Yeah, I got to spoil this grass back into the grass.
I'm just going to blow this grass.
Come on out here, Jim. I got to help. I need some help spraying the grass into the grass.
I'm going to do this boot scooting boogie.
Hey, have you guys seen any of the GRIDLIFE merch? Only on sale at, is it online as well? What do we got here? Not online.
Not
only
online.
In the building.
Hold
Look
on.
At this. Here, can we, Will, can we
That's
see
pretty
this?
cool.
Adam Jabay, our local landscaper out here at GingerMan Raceway.
Which one do I
All right. Director, go ahead and take a shot of these.
These are all pretty cool.
Whenever you're ready and you're actually listening to us as Jabay is cleaning it up.
You got me the red one. You're telling me I have to wear the red one. Do you want me to leave right now?
There it is.
Do you want me to leave right now? Because if this is the treatment I can
Night
expect.
shift. Whoa, look at that.
Yeah, that's cool. Apparently, I don't get to
thanks,
choose.
dog.
I've been brought the red one.
Night shift.
So
and then, oh boy, that's a.
I mean, it's cool. It's like Santa Cruz.
My buddy runs Santa Cruz. Might get a cease and desist from this. and then obviously, yeah. Oh, classic, quintessential.
I mean, I feel like I will have.
Yeah,
this
never
one.
heard of him. Never heard of her.
It's an extra large though. What kind of?
Oh, look at that. What's that? No, real quick, show that.
What's
Don't
the
be
sleeve?
mad,
I'm not
'cause
mad.
I'm sure that fits
I'm
you.
not
You got
mad.
plenty of shirts.
I'm gonna cut the sleeves off of whatever one
look
it
at
is.
this guy. That's a happy tire boy.
What's the What's the policy on
happy
cutting the
boy.
sleeves off? Can I do that?
Happy boy.
Sleeves off.
Oh, right?
Sean, my.
Oh gosh.
So that's the one that I wanted, and also, but I want to cut the sleeves off. And what's the what's the policy on cutting out the belly button or the?
Oh, we got the Drift Riot dudes.
Can I cut the?
We got Odie, Chelsea, Vaughn, Turkish.
They get changed. You ever seen those runners videos where the runner is like running the like 27th mile, and then like there's blood going down their shirt? That's me.
God.
I need to cut the.
Well, all this.
Okay.
Sam's having a conversation with Sean, who's off camera right now, but
I'm just trying to modify the wardrobe in a way that will suit me.
Yeah. Well,
do you want me to be comfortable?
No.
Okay.
I'll take the black. White makes me look.
These guys are talking the tire right now, and we're talking.
Speaking of talking tires,
I'm a tire of you.
So that's the bumper
Sam.
pile. You're retired of me?
I'm a tire of you.
Why?
Look, it's only our first session. Look at everybody's hyped. Midwest Fest is back, baby.
It looks like they're actually they're going to go to that merch line because they just heard about the dank shirts that we're talking about. That's a cool Porsche, though. Back boys.
Stunting on them.
Oh, man. See, that guy's shirt doesn't have any sleeves. He ripped those off.
Autobots, roll out.
Speaking of that noise you just made, the cheat, cheat, cheat. We were talking last night about if you did get like some some cybernetic modification, you became a cyborg.
Would you go air or would you go pump?
Hydraulic. I would go pneumatic.
Hydraulic.
Okay,
Whoa,
so this is the Wizard. He's a staple of GridLife. He's here every year. So yesterday, Thursday, before even the event, I'd say officially kicks off, he already had a full-size staff. It looks like his Wizard staff today has grown, and we're going to have to, at this rate, it's going to take over most of the campgrounds. So I'm kind of concerned. We're going to have to throw that Wizard's ring into the fire.
He is changing bevies though. Look at the circumference of those cans. The girth rate started out pretty
tapering
strong,
off,
and now it's tapering to those thin tall boys,
but if
which
you
are cheater cans.
Yeah.
Those are cheater cans. You get height, not the girth.
But if you do notice, like he's building a solid foundation around the base, and that's good. Yeah, he's lifting it high. Very nice. We have the campgrounds filling up here. Camp Anawana, we hold you in our hearts. And when we think about you, Jared.
I don't know what that means.
It's from a Nickelodeon show called Salute Your Shorts.
I'm old.
We did. So here's a quick fact. Last night, Jared and I watched Michael Jackson videos in our RV last night.
We did.
And we were watching the one that Captain EO.
Yeah,
that was so cool. Guys, look up on
Captain EO. Greg Bussell does not about. Oh my God.
So what?
I'm so upset.
So Captain EO was a Michael Jackson. Oh, we got little rings in the.
Whoa.
That's cool. All right, FPV pilot. If you didn't fly in that.
Are those dream catchers? They don't have any.
We don't know. We're gonna find out right now.
Hey-oh!
That's a make. That's a make. That's a good ring.
Could you fly through the ring?
Yeah, absolutely. And crash.
Thank you, Sean Fenton, for bringing us some attire.
Thanks, Sean.
Look,
we're not there yet, but we're gonna get there.
Look at through the ring.
No, he can't do it twice. There's no way he'll do it twice. Oh. Does Adam know that someone spray painted his grass? He's going to be cheesed when he finds out.
Dude, here we go. We're going back.
Oh, hey! Okay, now he's just showing off. He's trimming that tree.
Oh.
And again, Adam is landscape manager here.
At speed, let's go.
Yep, he's locked in.
No, he's down.
He saved it. Look, the save is what's important.
Okay.
He's going to have to change those props after this maybe, though. We'll see. Maybe not.
So right now we're getting a little GridLife aerial air show right now.
Yeah, I like this. I like what we've done here. Now what we could do,
puke a little bit, but
I think it'd be cool though if maybe like we put Greg out there and Greg's got like a flaming hula hoop above.
I can make a hoop with my hands.
Yeah. Or what we could do is we could put like an apple on your head and the drone has like an arrow on it, like a knife.
That'd be cool.
A knife drone, as it were.
No, I trust this guy.
Cuts like a knife.
But I trust him.
I did one time build a knife drone where I put a knife on a drone and then I cut a string holding a bowling ball that then activated a rocket-powered Hot Wheels. Jared?
The irony of safety provided by.
Yeah. No. This is the grid. Can you sing the GridLife tree song, Jared? Do you remember how it goes?
GridLife tree song. This is the tree that gives us life. GridLife. We're back to water the roots, dust the tracks, and wrap up this venue.
It's weird that they told us to wrap it up once he started singing. I can't find any congruencies there. Do you know why they would do that?
GridLife. We're talking about singing trees. Have you ever seen
Greg, what are you doing
here? Have you ever seen Ferngully?
Why didn't we ask you?
Honestly, I just kind of found my way in here. To be quite frank with you, I shouldn't be in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're glad you're here, Greg. Thank you for joining us. I can't get my hair to look normal with this microphone on it. I'm going to need to wear a hat or Sean, my hair. Stylist.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you for joining us here at GridLife. GLTC Qualifying is next. Thanks for joining us live out here at GridLife Midwest Festival. Sam Nalvin, Greg Bussell, I'm Jared Deenda. We are wrapping up this drift session and again, just warming things up here, getting familiar with the track.
Anyone got a kind bar? I'm hungry.
Snacks, T-shirts.
No green M&Ms.
Matt.
None.
It was on his rider.
Chris Stewart, no green M&Ms.
GridLife Drift is brought to you by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. Falken Tire, competition-proven performance. MOMO, the official safety partner of GridLife. BC Racing, the official suspension of GridLife Drift. Airlift, airlift performance lets you get low and live your life on air.
We've been powering the American road since before it was paved. Our first breakthrough in motor oil was introducing it. And we've been reinventing it ever since. From the world's first high-mileage oil to the world's first synthetic blend. There are those who change with the times, and those who drive them. Valvoline, the original motor oil.
The Falken RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken RT660.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Roberto, one of the pickers in the distribution center and one of the key pieces to making sure the right parts arrive at your door. When he's not at FCP Euro, Roberto is driving his Mark V R32 to various car shows around the Northeast. When he's picking orders, he puts himself in your shoes and understands that you need the right parts to arrive at your door, so he takes the utmost care in making sure he puts the correct items in the box. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
This afternoon at GRIDLIFE Midwest, it's a home race at one of our favorite places. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE Live and GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Qualifying. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Nathan Brown from FCP Euro. Nathan, welcome. You were here back in the spring. We called some racing during spring kickoff. Same track, different time of year. A lot of competitors, just as we had in the spring, but we're setting the grid for our race one later today, Nathan. But FCP Euro joining us this weekend. Big activation here. You got a big tent and some GT4 cars as well. All sorts of cool stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. We're stoked to be here. Got the full rig set up. We've got Michael S.'s new B58 drift car build with us, as well as the AMG. So got the whole crew here. Just happy to be here, having fun.
A lot of fun, of course. Ben had his Mini Cooper out here earlier in the year. That car is at some point coming back to GLTC, I hope, right?
It is, yeah. He's gone kind of back to the drawing board and got another parts car with a JCW Mini Cooper. He's going to run totally stock. So he's looking for more reliability out of the engine, which has been his problem. So he's got a shakedown, I think, at a race local to us at Lime Rock Park about a week or two. And then hopefully next year he'll be able to go.
Awesome. Really excited for that.
Yeah.
So just to set the stage for those of you that have been watching GRIDLIFE Live so far this weekend, we had a practice and qualifying yesterday. This is going to be a 40-minute long qualifying session. We're mixing times from the qualifying session yesterday as well. So the best of the session, or best of the both sessions, I should say, is going to be your time that sets the grid for later today. Yesterday it was Tom O'Gorman who sat on the provisional pole with a 137.4. That time was track record by 9/10 of a second. So that was fast. Track was cool. But now as we head into the afternoon, the track's going to be a little warmer, but the track conditions might be a little better. There's some more rubber in the racetrack now, so we might have some higher grip levels. We're going to see. We've got Andy Smedegard from ASM. We've got Brian Heitkotter from Chris Forsberg Racing. Luke McGrew in the McGrew Motorsports #7. That is a Ford Fusion engine under the hood of that NC Miata. All sorts of cool builds. Heitkotter comes through. McGrew comes through. Catil comes through now, knocking the times down to the mid-140s. But that time is going to continue to drop throughout this long session.
Yeah, right out of the gate there. Not even a full lap, I don't think, and they're really moving. So. Yeah, it should be interesting. As we were talking about just before we came on air, one of the drift sessions just finished up, and there's likely a lot of dirt, a lot of debris, a lot of rubber buildup kind of spread around the track. So interesting to see so many of the top drivers immediately attacking right out of the gate.
For sure, and I also noticed that this morning's practice was not really well taken. Not a lot of drivers really went out and pushed, probably because we have so much track time here this weekend that drivers don't want to use up their tires for the 4 races here this weekend. So some drivers just going out for a couple laps at a time and just trying to maximize the tire life they have to make sure that they've got what they need for the race. Eric Catil in the number 82 Hybrid Racing EG Civic, he's leading the points, comes into this round as the defending champion from the Heartland weekend 2 weeks ago, looking for another successful weekend here. There is Felipe Gonzalez in the Myriad Motorsports S2000. Went off a little wide there in turn 6. That's easy to do.
Yeah, pushing hard, and it's definitely easy to do there at turn 6. So when you carry a lot of speed through there, you got to keep your foot in it, and sometimes it just goes a little bit wide. side. On Eric's car, I know he was experimenting with some of the aero changes, low aero, mix front and rear. Do you know what he's running right now?
Yeah, so I talked to Eric extensively before this round. So the reason why he's experimenting with this at all is because our finale round where the championship is decided is at Road America, long straightaways there. The drivers that have the 4-cylinder engines that don't make quite as much torque were running into a problem of they were hitting a drag limit. All their big aero was slowing them down. So Eric has decided to build 2 different configurations of both the front and rear wing assemblies for that car, with a front splitter and a big rear wing and a kind of NASCAR-style valence without a splitter and a small rear wing. He's mixing and matching and trying to find what's fastest. In practice this morning, he was running with his splitter in the front and the smaller wing in the back, so kind of focusing on a front downforce setup. I didn't get a good look at it here. We'll see him again in a minute, but I'm imagining he's going to stick with that setup throughout this weekend.
Yeah, that's a really interesting approach to really kind of test the waters as to what you can do and the flexibility of really what you can do in the class.
Right, and of course, the way GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is set up, again, this is a wheel-to-wheel racing series. We have 4 sprint races over the course of the weekend. It's a power-to-weight class. So, yeah, you can add a big wing, but you have to take a weight penalty when you add that wing. So what Eric Cattell is essentially doing is removing weight out of that car when he pulls that wing assembly off. So lighter and less downforce. There's a trade-off there. So that's what he's kind of experimenting with is what trade-off do I want to have at a particular racetrack? And he's building different competition forms to sort of, enter with this aero setup or that aero setup and kind of optimize it for the track, which is really creative. Tom O'Gorman and Andy Smedegard are also doing that at Road America, kind of running a NASCAR-style duckbill instead of a big wing. So lots of engineering experimentation happening here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anytime that you can get weight out of a race car, it's going to improve a lot of the dynamics, whether that's braking or just, you have less mass to accelerate and move around. So it's going to change how the car handles quite a bit. So kind of curious to see how that works out.
For sure, and as we see the lap times here drop into the low 140 range, Andy Smedegard on the top of the board, a 138.806. That's still about 0.4 of a second off of his teammate's best time from yesterday. Cattell goes to a 139.130. Heitkotter a 140.0. Yesterday we had looks like everybody back to 11th went sub 140 yesterday. So there's a lot of drivers have not yet gone quicker than they did in last night's session. Again, probably due mostly to track temperature. Again, we're over 100 degrees on the asphalt surface. It was well under that last night.
Yeah, I mean, track temperature is definitely going to play a part. It was a really beautiful last night. Really cool conditions, and generally the engines are going to be happier and might have a little bit more grip in the tires over a longer run.
Got a good look at the silver NC Miata. That's Eric Meadows. Another Ford Fusion engine Duratec Mazda Miata. There's Louis Chatroup in the Performance Euroworks car. Just ahead in a BMW M3. And we're seeing a lot of those kind of the European platforms, the BMW M3s. There's a handful of those that are all of a sudden showing up. And at the pointy end, got a couple spec E46s out there as well. So for the early parts of this series, see, whoa, Felipe Gonzalez goes for a slide again at the exit of turn 6. I think he's gathered it back up. Indeed, he has. We've seen, it was really Honda dominated, and now we're starting to see BMWs get into the mix. We've got, of course, some different Hondas kind of jumping into the mix as well. Some Mazdas with the Miatas. So we're starting to see a little bit more diversity. There's also Jeremy Swenson's Chevrolet Corvette. That's a big factor as well. And Swenson yesterday ran a 138.089. So he's going to be right up there in the mix when he goes for a lap.
Yeah, that car is really clean, really well put together, and he can absolutely wheel that thing. So he's, is he leading the championship?
He is currently second by 7 points to Eric Cattell.
Yeah, it's really, that's an impressive car for sure. And he's got that torque, which just, can roast those rear tires.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely moves it down the straightaway.
Well, he's also realized lately, he was running on street tires for most of the season. And at Heartland Park, he switched to the Hoosier R7 Racing Slick. And he was like, you know what, I'm going to race these instead. And that's basically what he's stuck with. So he's on Hoosiers this weekend, or at least will be for the race. And that's really dangerous because those don't fall off like the street tires do in these short races.
Yeah, that's if he qualifies at the top end of the grid and he's got the longer run available on those tires, that's definitely going to be trouble for everybody else.
He took home a victory earlier in the season. It was Tom O'Gorman that took home the weekend victory here back in the spring, but Swenson was up there in the mix. And Brian Heitkotter, I want to put a focus on the Chris Forsberg Racing 370. That car had a bit of a strategic mishap in the spring. They essentially got themselves put back on strategy. They had kind of calculated something incorrectly, ended up back in essentially 30th and spent the entire weekend digging out of that hole, and we're top 10 by the end. But now if Brian qualifies up front and they sort that issue out, they're going to be top 5 car all weekend long, and that's dangerous.
Absolutely. At Alpine Festival, Brian was really on it. I think he earned his first GLTC victory at that event. The car is beautifully prepared, and Brian and the guys from Forsberg Racing were hanging out under the tent last night. We were chatting with them. Great bunch, and he is just such an enthusiast and such a keyed-in driver from the technical side of things, so he's definitely going to be competitive this weekend.
Yeah, and Brian comes from a background of sim racing. It was the 2011 Gran Turismo champion. What's the name of that championship?
The GT Academy.
GT Academy,
yeah.
Thank you. Was the champion in 2011. Was very successful. I believe that he won the inaugural SRO Esports Championship last year during the pandemic. So he's a really talented esports racer. There are some other drivers that might be sitting about 10 feet away that are also really tuned into sim racing. Of course, GridLife has a sim racing championship that goes on in the winter that uses iRacing, and a lot of the GLTC drivers run that. So it's really interesting to see how that experience translates to the real track and vice versa. There's Justin Kelly. That is a J35 Honda V6 under the hood of that FRS.
Yeah, those things sound awesome. Like that Honda V6 absolutely thumps, and it's you know, you typically associate that car and the other PRD cars when they have the K swaps or you know, 4-cylinder Honda engines, but that 6-cylinder sounds really good.
It does sound great, and Tiffany Kelly is also out here. She's currently 12th with a 142.7. That car crashed at Alpine Horizon. It crashed again at Heartland Motorsport Park only a couple of weeks ago, and it crashed heavily. The entire left rear of that car was torn up. I thought it was a write-off. Tiffany and the Myriad team and Team Kelly put that car back together. It's a little rough around the edges, but it runs, and Tiffany's back and ready to conquer.
I mean, that's what it comes down to. You know, if you look too closely at our Mercedes, the number 11 AMG GT4, you know, that car backed into a wall at Watkins Glen, and you know, you got to do what you can to get it back out, and there hasn't been time to repair it properly. So it's not as pretty as it could be. You know, it's good from 10 feet, but it still gets the job done, so that's what counts.
You do what you can to get it back on the racetrack. That's what they've done, and they're doing a great job. Other notable drivers here in the top 20. How about Scott Robertson in the number 213 Mazda Miata? That car is driven to the racetrack. It's they bring a little trailer with it. They put it on the racetrack. They race all four. Hey, there he is. Put all 4 tires on it. Go race all weekend. They drive it home. So Scott is out right there in 14th place with a 143.0. I believe he's on the Falken RT 660 tire and making the most of it. He was getting after it in practice yesterday, really attacking the corners. It was a lot of fun to watch. And also want to make mention of Ryan Kristoff, which is a mid-1980s Honda CRX. It's actually a tube frame car, which wasn't allowed previously in GLTC, but now has been allowed into the rules with a plus 4% weight modifier. That car has all the body panels pop right off, just like a GT car. It's really neat looking, and Ryan's a really solid driver. He only enters a couple rounds a year. There he is. Look at that thing.
Yeah, that is one of my favorite cars. I remember the first time that I saw that a couple years ago, I just had to immediately go over to it. You know, to see it up close, the wide body, you know, the engineering that's been put into that car is pretty remarkable. And it's, from what I understand, like a 1.3 liter.
1.3 liter,
yeah.
Yep.
That's just totally insane. Just such a cool little car. Got a great livery on it, and yeah, really rad.
Kind of a Bill Elliott throwback there with the kind of the Coors colors on it, I believe. But a really neat looking car for sure, and you see him working around. This car is also one of the lightest in the field. I think it is just about 2,000 pounds or just under that. It's really, really light. One of the lightest out on the racetrack. And it gets up and goes. It's a really quick little car, and Ryan drives it well. But again, he only makes it out to a couple rounds a year, so when he shows up in parties, everyone's really excited to race with him. It looks like a little baby NASCAR. It's real cool.
Yeah, I mean, not doing too bad, you know, up in 12th position currently on the current session. So really, you know, considering the difference in displacement between that and some of the other vehicles, I mean, obviously it's a lot lighter, but that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I know. I was talking with Tom O'Gorman about if you want a light car that has low power or a heavier car with more power. It seems like the average power level of the front-running GLTC cars has come up significantly lately. Drivers have sort of discovered that, yeah, lightweight and low power it can be fast, but it's really hard to race with a car like that because your advantage is in a place where you can't really pass in the middle of a corner. So the thundering V8 Corvette of Jeremy Swenson has started to prove to everybody that, yeah, a big displacement heavy car can compete and it can be good.
Yep, as any driver will tell you, it is easier to pass on the straight than in the corner.
Yes.
So if you can pass somebody on the straight, that's where you want to get it done. So.
For sure. Eric Cotil's back out. So again, you see on the front of this car, he has his 3-inch splitter, which is his high downforce front end setup, and a really tiny little wing on the rear. And if you watch Eric drive this car, he's full opposite lock a lot. He really drives this thing on edge, and it likes to be hung out there quite a bit. Front wheel drive, you pound that accelerator to the floor and it just drives right out of it.
Yeah, it'll pull it straight through. You can see right there the rear end coming around a little bit. I mean, generally, to get a front wheel drive car to really go fast around a racetrack, you have to set it up to be a little bit lively. But I imagine the combination of the setup with the small wing and that big front splitter is definitely a handful. So you got to stay committed, stay up on the wheel, as they would say.
Yeah, it looks like he's gearing himself up for a flyer. As I was looking at times from yesterday, it doesn't look like really anybody has gone faster than yesterday. I think Andy Smedegaard is still about a half a second off. Everybody's about a half second off from where they were. So not a whole lot of shuffling as of yet, but we still could see some drivers, especially towards the bottom end of the field, run significantly quicker towards the tail end of this session. But as we near the halfway point of the session, Nathan, we had you here for a little bit. We're going to have you and some other FCP Euro guys jump in here throughout the weekend. We've got those GT4 Mercedes AMGs going to be on the racetrack later today, right after our first race, I believe, right?
We are indeed. So we're doing some ride-alongs and some other things on those in the HPDE sessions, which is always a lot of fun. But we went ahead and I convinced the guys to throw them into the Super Unlimited class in Time Attack. Set a little bit of a benchmark. They are not going to be the fastest car on the track, but it should be really fun to see what they'll do. With the Michelin tires and, the sort of homologation setup on the cars versus some of these wild Time Attack cars. So it should be a lot of fun.
I'm really excited for that. We're going to watch Eric Cotil here do a lap, then we'll bring in DJ Alessandrini for the rest of the session here. But Cotil on a flyer. Here is another car that we've been talking about, Jeremy Swenson. About 230 horsepower in this car, which doesn't sound like a lot for a Corvette because it isn't. It's detuned. It has a flat torque curve. It takes a weight penalty for having that adjusted power band, but it's still very quick in a straight line. From Moorhead, Minnesota, in that 2001 Chevrolet Corvette, and he's going to gear up for a flyer here, and he will probably set a very quick lap.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And those other guys have kind of gone out and cleaned up the track a little bit for him. So we'll see where he ends up.
Yeah. So Cotil and Swenson, the two championship points leaders, just 7 points separate them heading into this weekend. And once we drop the last rounds from the season, you don't get to drop any rounds at Road America. Where you finish is where you finish at our season finale. So this is really going to set the stage here. See Brian Heitkotter slowing up, and Swenson going to drive by on driver's left. And Cotil should come on through here shortly. He might have already come on through, but still a 1:39.130. So it looks like Swenson's backing down as well. So with that, Nathan, we're going to, from the FCP Euro Race HQ, we're going to say goodbye for now. We might have you a little bit later this weekend, but appreciate you joining us.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. Always a blast.
So now with that, we're going to have DJ Alessandrini jump back in here. He's been watching from the side and kind of poking his head out the window to kind of see what things are looking like with about 10 to 15 minutes left in this session. DJ, what you seen so far?
Yeah, I was watching from turn 1, turn 2 hill, and honestly, it doesn't seem like there was that much debris out there from the drifters. We were talking about before that the session even started. I was saying, hey, if I was out there qualifying, I'd only go out for the last 10 minutes or so, and I think we see drivers like Tom O'Gorman doing that. Honestly, if I was sitting in the pits, I'd be looking at the times right now and just be going down the list and kind of realize that it seems like everybody's time's about a half second to 6/10 off of where it was yesterday. I think Cotil basically matched his time from yesterday, but he only had brakes on one half of the car yesterday. So that tells you about how much that was costing him in pace-wise.
Yep. He just went a little wide at the exit at turn 6. He's on a flyer, I believe. He just ran a 1:38.912, which is a couple hundredths quicker than yesterday, but it's not going to vault him anywhere in the standings. He's going to be basically where he was. He's behind Dan Capaldo now in the 5:67.
That will impact it.
Yeah, that will hurt his lap. We still got a lot of time left in this session, though, so he could cool it back down and go back out.
Yeah, it definitely could. I mean, we still have 22 minutes, Kyle, so it's there's still plenty of time. There's some clouds in the sky. If this was iRacing, you'd match it up with when a cloud comes over to the track. See, the front straight isn't under direct sunlight. So, I mean, that does cool it down for the people just watching at home that don't completely understand how this works. A cooler track surface is faster because the first layer of the tire that's interacting with the track is going to be more rigid. So what happens is when the first layer of the tire gets overheated and the track is contributing to that heat, it loses its structure to really hold on to the little imprints and grooves that are in the track. So it's more likely to flex out of those little grooves so that the tire will feel greasy on the surface. There's a sweet spot in temperature, which I believe was last night, where the track is not too cold where it's taking energy out of the tire, but it's the right temperature where the tire has good structure to hold on to the tiny indentations and stuff that will be in asphalt and pavement.
Right. So I just wanted to talk about the series here for a second, because I see some discussion about running lighter versus running heavier, and that the only weight that you should be adding is weight that increases horsepower, because you want to max your power to weight. Well, yes, but the problem is this is a power to weight series, so everyone essentially is on equal footing there. It's how you make torque is really what separates the cars in a straight line. Everyone is around 12.5 pounds per horsepower. That's basically the limit. You can get up to that. You can be less than that, but you can't be more powerful than 12.5 pounds per horsepower. So that is sort of the challenge of this. Is yes, a heavier car with higher power is likely to do well, not necessarily because it has a better power to weight, but because it makes torque in a really low usable range for getting off of corners and off of starts.
Well, and I think you guys hit the nail on the head earlier, saying that it's always faster, or it's easier to pass people in a straight line than in the corners. And typically where you have a heavier car, the car's heavier, it does have more power, but it gives up a little bit in the corners. You'll be doing the same lap times as the lighter cars, as we see Matan have a really nice looking corner through turn 1. The cars will do the same laps, but they make the laps
very
in a different way.
Yeah, very different. You make speed in very different places with the different kind of builds and setups. Here's Matan Rosenberg, mentioned earlier. I think he's 17 or 18 years old still. He's very, very young, really talented. His first round of his GLTC career was at our track day picnic at Blackhawk Farms Raceway, and that was his first ever time racing. Then he went off to Mid-Ohio and performed really well there. So really impressive kid. It continues to impress. Top 10 right now in this session. But again, we're mixing these results from the qualifying session last night, where most drivers ran quicker. Matan's time from yesterday put him 19th quick at a 1:41.1, and right now he actually has gone quicker to a 1:40.8.
Right, and as I said, the track is about 6 to 7 tenths slower than it is right now. And I was talking to Matan, and Kyle, this is the first time he's ran sticker Hoosiers since the beginning of the year.
Wow, okay. So
he's been on old tires the whole year, and that time he set yesterday, I feel like he dropped the ball a little bit, because, I mean, anybody looking at the conditions yesterday realized that these are like track record conditions.
Well, track record conditions, yeah. How about a 1:37.4 by Tom O'Gorman?
Which would be the track record. GLTC does track records a little weird. They only do them in races.
There is a qualifying record slot.
Okay, well,
it's
Tom
just not
has
the official record. Yes, the official race lap record. I can pull it up and actually tell you what it is.
I believe it's a Eric 38. Last year in that.
No, yes.
Yeah.
No, Eric. Actually, it's Eric.
I think it's a 37.8 from last year.
You're right. This hasn't been updated. Jeremy Swenson had the previous qualifying record at a 38.3, so that got smashed by 9/10 of a second with Tomo's lap yesterday. Now, you don't notice no Tom O'Gorman. He ran a 37.4. There's no one even close to him right now.
The conditions last night were absolutely perfect. The air was there was hardly any humidity in the air. It was nice, cool, crisp. The sun was off the track for a little while, so the track had an opportunity to cool down. It was perfect conditions last night.
There is Rob Verhoot in the number 95 Nissan 350Z. He's been around a couple rounds. He was out at Heartland Park a few weeks ago. And
looks good through 6.
Looks good. And again, this car, I don't think it's quite at power to weight yet. We're going to pull up the live results on my end so I can just see past
I love
18.
the livery. It's so simple, but just like really effective.
Yeah, it really is.
It has a little bit of a baby wing back.
Yeah, 48.1 is his best time so far. Seth Gale is back this week. We've seen him in the past. I think back to Autobahn Country Club. That's where that Honda Integra Acura Integra, I should say, ran last. Clayton Fitzpatrick's out here in another C5 Corvette, a silver one. Verhoot gets a little wild on the brakes into 10B here.
You know, those Nissans have, I mean, a lot of the Nissan drivers in this field have switched to a BMW ABS system just to get away from Nissan's ABS.
And that's another thing we should talk about, ABS, anti-lock braking system. Well, for a long time, the front-running cars didn't have ABS. There's no rule against having ABS. You can have it. So a lot of drivers have started to either put in OEM, stock ABS systems, or find another car where the ABS system is functional, and they'll install it in their car, and then they'll have anti-lock brakes so they're not locking up their tires hard on the brakes. One of those cars that is still, or just installed them, I should say, is Eric Cattell in the 82. Now, he was telling me the other day that he doesn't have boosted brakes. His brakes are manual, and he was having a really hard time getting to the ABS because he couldn't push the pedal down far enough to get into it.
He was getting into it earlier, but I think the old tires, and man, Matan looked so solid.
Oh, look at that. He's just balancing that right on the edge of grip. That's spectacular.
That looked great. He came to the group I was staying in earlier. He was saying, "Oh, my car's too slidey," and we started talking about it, started trying to figure out some setup changes and whatever, and then we found out that his tires that he was running on had like 23 heat cycles on them. And we're like, all right, yeah, that's the problem. Never mind. Don't change anything with your car. It's probably perfect if you made it that many heat cycles and you're still running quick times.
Well, he's certainly getting some track time in here in this session and running laps. He has run 13 laps, which is the most of anybody in this session.
He's feeling those new tire.
Yeah, he's loving that right now. He probably feels like every lap's the pole.
He's probably burning them down to the ground. He's going to be regretting it later.
Oh,
but
yeah. Hugging real tight through turn 9, and then on the brakes into 10, he's going to disappear out of view. Look at that. Another top-down shot of our lovely painted logos this weekend.
It looks like it's like a satellite video.
It does. Like we're zooming in on Google Earth. I wanted Google Earth to come scan this track.
Oh, how epic would that be?
That'd be so cool.
Oh, how do we line that up?
I don't. Do you know
Just
people
fate.
at Google? I
Just
certainly
fate,
don't.
yeah. All right. This is the new plan. All right, Chris Stewart. I know you're listening. And whoever runs GingerMan, I forget your name. I'm sorry. I'm drawing a blank. I'm terribly sorry. All right, we have to keep that painted until Google Earth comes by. I don't know how often they do it. What is it, like once every 6 months?
Probably.
Every year and a half, whatever the duration is, we have to keep that painted.
That'd be really cool.
That'd be super cool. I'm going to be refreshing Google for like the next couple months, see if it happens.
So there's Scott Robertson again. I mentioned that he drives this car to the racetrack, puts tires on it, races, drives it home. Now, back in the early part of the season, we raced at NCM Motorsports Park in Bowling Green, Kentucky. This car got wrecked at NCM. It's really rare that we have accidents in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. The driver skill level is so high, but accidents do happen.
It's one of the few times a car has caused another car incident.
Yeah.
Most of the time when somebody damages their car,
it's their own fault.
They lose it.
Or it's a mechanical failure.
Yeah, mechanical failure, or they just ran short a little bit on talent and ran over on ambition.
Right.
Most of the time something bad happens.
So Scott was on the receiving end of an incident at NCM.
Where somebody was overly ambitious, yeah.
And got himself turned around and put into a tire wall. Scott Bowling was also involved in that, and he broke a very expensive Porsche transmission.
Have we seen him since?
We have not. We might have, at least once. Maybe not. He was actually scheduled to run this weekend, but he didn't make it.
Regardless, Scott, we miss you.
Yeah, so Scott Bowling, yes, is not here. Porsche came in PDK. Scott Robertson got that car repaired. The GRIDLIFE community came together, got that car shipped back up to a body shop. It got, kind of the dents pulled out, and he's back in here.
I think it was going the next week because he
It
did
was.
one lap of America.
Yeah.
In that K-swapped Miata.
So he did get that car put back together, and it has raced almost every round since then. So
normally there's a whole slew of K-swap Miatas here, and I think this weekend
we're missing Aaron Lichty, we're missing Emil Tab, we're missing Chris Adams, a whole bunch of drivers.
Right.
Unfortunately, not here that were originally scheduled to be here, but
yeah,
they will probably be at Road America, our season finale.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Swenson on the Hoosiers, see how he plays out this year. I mean, his times are looking solid. Did Eric improve?
This is from today's, a 138.8. He might have. Let me go back and take a look at the results yesterday.
I don't know if it'll actually move him a spot, though. That's the...
A 38.8. Yesterday he ran a 38.9. So he did improve, and it was by a full tenth of a second.
And he didn't jump a spot, though.
No, he's still behind Luke McGrew as it stands.
So if the track was 5-6 tenths off, that's meaning he'd be low-ish 38s. So we should expect a really good race for the top three. The question is anybody going to catch Tom?
Oh, well, a 38.4 by Smedgard. That was quicker than his best previously. I don't know, again, if it's a 38.4. It was only 2 tenths off his best from yesterday. Tom is in a league of his own right now, at least he was last night. But Smedgard did just take a huge chunk out of the time that he had on the table in this session. So that was his 7th lap. There's Swenson across the line. No improvement there. His best is still a 39.6 in this session. It was in the 38s yesterday. But again, the track is quiet because I think drivers have realized, hey, with the track temperature being what it is, we're unlikely to go faster. So let's not waste tires. Let's not waste fuel. Let's not chance something breaking. We're going to come back here at 4:30, and we're going to race these cars for 15 to 20 minutes, and everyone's going to need to be pretty much at the best prep that they're going to be all weekend. The reason why? Because we set our second race by the fastest lap from the first race. So if you can get a good, clean, fast lap in race 1, you can start right up front for race 2.
Yeah, there's strategy that mixes into there too. If like for instance, if Catil's stuck behind Swenson, but Swenson just keeps pulling on him on the straightaways due to how the cars make different speeds, you maybe don't necessarily want to be fighting that driver for the whole race, because then you'll probably have to fight him and some others that ran faster than you in race 2 because it's graded by fastest lap. So the ideal strategy there would be you just use Swenson to push the air out of your way, and you get a nice banker lap. You might jump everybody, set the fastest lap of the race, and then not have to deal with anybody for the next couple races.
For those that are unfamiliar with the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup format, I should say, there are 4 races this weekend. The first race is set by qualifying. The fastest lap that you run in this session or last night's session is going to grid you and set your starting position for race 1 at 4:30 today. Our second race is set by your fastest lap from race 1. Our third race is set by the finishing order of race 2, with the exception of the top 10, who will compete in a shootout qualifying, 10th to 1st. They're all going to go out slowest to fastest and try to improve their best time. They're going to set 1 lap. You get 1 shot, and that lap is what is going to set the top 10 for race 3. So top 10 by the shootout, 11 through 50, how you finished race 2. Race 4, this is getting complicated. Race 4 is set by how you finish in race 3 with a random invert of around the top 25% of the field. So that could be anywhere. We could have, 16 to 18th be our pole sitter for race 4. Typically, it's around 8 to 12. That's typically where it lands. But if you're around the bottom half of the top 10 in race 3, you stand a really good shot of having pole for race 4.
I'm particularly excited for the top 10 shootout. I've never called a top 10 shootout before.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it's one opportunity, mom spaghetti, like all that stuff. It's really intense, and as a driver, the intensity is awesome. But it's also cool to slow everything down a little bit as far as the action goes, and then really pay attention to what the drivers are doing on track, and have a little bit of a deeper dive into the differences of their car and how they're making speed and mistakes that we can visually see from the booth, and kind of gauging up what their time will be to what others will be. So definitely tune in tomorrow morning for the GLTC Top 10 Shootout. But to have any kind of context what's going on, make sure you're tuning in today as well.
Yeah, I thought qualifying was over, and here we see Tom O'Gorman running out for a lap. Now, we're scheduled to run the session until 2:50. It is now 2:49. Tom, if he can get to the start-finish line before the checkered flag will fly, then he will get a lap. Otherwise, he will not get a lap in this session. He will have to head back to pit lane without taking the checkered next lap. Oh, it did? Oh, so I just heard that the checkered already flew. So this might be a hardship lap. There might have been something that he was dealing with just to kind of check if things are working.
Yeah, I know he was dealing with fuel starvation earlier, but I don't see how he's also not even going that fast. So you're not going to get fuel starved unless the car's fully loaded up.
I also see him slamming the brakes pretty hard. He could be betting in new brakes, perhaps.
Perhaps. I will investigate.
Yeah, go investigate. So we're going to have time attack between now and our first race. I'm going to have to sit here the whole time because I'm doing everything.
Yeah.
So you go find out what happened to Tomo, and you can bring that info for the first
I don't know
race.
how your voice lasts the whole weekend. I've purposely not been talking to people.
Yeah.
Just so my voice lasts.
It's going to be hurting.
It's already going.
Yeah.
You're going to have to give me some voice techniques.
Yeah. I don't listen to me, but
some tea
all right,
honey or something.
We're going to take a very brief break. We'll be back in just a minute for Time Attack Group A again. Kyle Heyer alongside DJ Alessandrini. We'll be right back. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is brought to you by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. Falken Tire, competition-proven performance. MOMO, the official safety partner of GRIDLIFE. Hawk Brakes, race-proven, street-legal. Valvoline, Valvoline VR1, available at Advanced Auto Parts stores. Airlift, Airlift Performance lets you get low and live your life on air. Welcome back to Grid Life Live and Grid Life Time Attack, the next heat for Group A, B, C, and D. I'm Kyle Heyer alongside Adam Nielsen. Took a bit of a break, went and did some GLTC qualifying, Adam. Now we're back, and we got the fast cars back out on the racetrack again. Ferris Khartoumi leads the way around. We had a bit of a hold-up on the back straightaway last time at the beginning of the session so that they could get that big run on the front straight. Looking like they're going to try to do that again and go quicker.
Yeah.
So with Ferris Khartoumi taking a real slow lap. His best time of the weekend so far is a 1:24.116. The record here in the unlimited category is a 1:23.775. So we're only 0.4 off. Now we just saw the GLTC guys go half a second, almost a full second slower now than they did yesterday. The track temp now creeping over 100. Are they going to go quicker?
It's hard to say. Every time I say there's no way, someone does. So, we'll see. It's still early in the weekend. Who knows? Maybe these guys are, a lot of them don't really subscribe to the let's build into this. A lot of these top-level drivers, they go hard out the gate. So, it's anybody's guess.
Here we go. Across the line to start a lap. Almost 160 miles an hour on the front straightaway. Into the braking zone for turn one. Ferris Khartoumi a little wide. Whoa, look out, Ferris. Too hot through turn one. That'll throw away that lap most likely, but we'll see if he backs it down or, it looks like he's already, well, maybe not. He might just finish out to see where it lands.
Yeah, well, the other thing is, he's got a lot of guys who are on their hot laps chasing him down, so he's got to stay out of their way. The last thing most of these competitors want to do is ruin somebody else's session.
Right. Well, he's back on it now for sure, into turn 4 and 5 now.
What an incredible machine.
I mean, that thing is just unreal.
I love it so much.
It like splits the ground apart when it drives by. It's so crazy. Dabrowski's back out in the number 80. Sean Krebs back is on track. Grant Walker, Robert Thorne, Dallas Reed, David Calzada. A lot of the drivers we were talking about earlier back out for seconds. And now Ferris heading through turns 8 and 9, where that car really leans on those big wings and disappears off into the trees for a moment. This is the straightaway where I'm excited. Almost 170 based on what he was saying earlier. 160 to 165 is really his max speed here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him close to 170.
Yeah. That car creates so much downforce. The back end pushes down so hard that he's actually wearing holes in the top of the inner fenders of that car into the inside of it. When you look at it, there's holes in the fiberglass of the car. So 125.6, not an improvement.
No, that was, again, I think a lot of that could be attributed to the mistake in turn one. And again, the challenge of time attack with a car at this level is you get one shot.
Yeah.
I mean, this is you one shot per session. That car can't really run multiple laps in a row without overheating and kind of blowing the tires off. It really is built to do one quick lap because that's all that counts in the timing, right? So he'll have to back it down, cool it off. He might go for another try, but I think that might be it for this session.
Yeah, like they say, and I love the saying, one perfect lap.
Yep.
That's what you're looking for.
Your enemies, your opponents are really not the other drivers in your class. The opponent is the racetrack.
Yeah, it's as much you and the racetrack as it is anything else. Especially for a guy like Ferris, who hasn't had a lot of competition in the unlimited class this year, since our heavy hitters just haven't made it out here.
There's Damian Dabrowski and the unlimited rear-wheel drive 350Z. Love the livery on this car. We talked about it a little earlier, but I don't think we really talked about the livery, how it flows with the lines of the car, kind of the CFD analysis of it.
Yeah, CFD layout of the car. It's really neat.
It is cool. Krebs back across the line at 132.1. Now, is that an improvement on his time from earlier at 32.1? Looks like it is by 0.3 of a second, so a little quicker for Sean Krebs back in the street mod category. Robert Thorne a 133.7. That is not an improvement. His best of 33.6 so far this weekend.
See, he's running track mod this weekend where we have normally seen him running unlimited. I think the main difference there just being a 200 treadwears versus a Hoosier that he's shown up with in the past. So that car, believe it or not, he drove that car with decent success on one lap of America at one point as well. So they went as far as to even try strapping a window air conditioning unit to the back of the car.
Did they really?
Try and get some level of comfort in the car during those long
amazing.
transits. So really interesting guy to follow.
Dallas Reed went quicker, a 1:35.377. That's a pretty sizable pickup, actually, from a 36.1. So Dallas Reed in the RX-8 with all the scaffolding sticking out of the hood.
Yeah.
That car has gone
Giant
quicker.
turbo, LS powered.
Oh, man. David Calzada in the K-Power Industries Mazda Miata ran a 1:35.509. That is also quicker than his time from previously in the day. So this is really interesting how different this is from GLTC qualifying. Drivers are running actually a lot quicker in this session.
Yeah.
Whoa. Little dirt kicked up there.
It's really sandy here. And so
I've
like
noticed
some
that.
of these offs look way more intense than they really are.
I also
because
wonder,
it's so easy to kick up dust.
I'll bet you that all the air currents that these wide front wings create, I bet you just get it close enough to the sand, it just kicks it up just from all the air currents around it, which is kind of fascinating. Chris Bickford on track as well, 140.2 for the 335 car. That's not an improvement. His best is a 38. But I like that Dabrowski's just out there running laps. I'm getting track time. There's no replacement for it, you know?
If I'm not mistaken, it's a largely stock engine. And so, I mean, as long as the cooling is up to the task, the car is not that high strung.
Right. So it's interesting because he's finding the limit of the aero more than he is the motor. Where I think Khartoumi is fighting not only aerodynamic forces, but he's also fighting the the torque of moving 1,000 suns.
Yeah.
Every time he leaves the corner, like you're fighting both of those things. Where this car, you've got adequate power, but you're really just working with the aero, and that's kind of an interesting thing. Focus on one aspect of the car at a time, maximize it, then go back and tune the motor and kind of work up from there. I think that's interesting.
David Calzada there just walking away from those drones real fast.
Yeah. Sounds great, too. You hear it pops and crackles as it drives by. And good livery on this, too. It looks very, very cool. Very well done. The K-Power logo integrated there into the sides.
I just love red and white. Just about anytime.
It's just a good race car combo,
Brings back the Marlboro liveries of lore.
Very, very, very reminiscent of those. You're right, for sure. Through turn 7, 8, and 9, that transition from right to left really catches me out all the time. I'm sure it's a challenge for everybody to learn, but Calzada works his way through there. His best of 35.295 now, jumps up to 4th overall in this session. Alex Arteat, we haven't really talked about Alex a whole lot, running Street GT in a BMW M3.
Yep.
And
V8 powered.
Yeah, so Alex kind of snuck under the radar earlier. I don't think we talked about him at all, but here he is.
Even out there.
Maybe not. That's probably why we didn't talk about him.
Potentially. So.
Jackie Ding trips the timing, so he's starting a flying lap in the Tesla Model 3. Now, Jackie is running again in street class this week. His best so far, a 138.3. And speaking of the devil, there he is. PhD Racing, Tesla. They've got a car in a whole bunch of different classes this weekend.
Yeah, the PhD Racing team, they generally bring quite the crew. And they cover a lot of the classes. So kind of sad not to see the Super out here this weekend, but glad to see that Jackie's still out there ripping.
Yeah, as I understand, the Super will be back for Road America. But I think Jackie really likes kind of pushing the limits of different chassis, right? The whole TA90 Supra project was about pushing the new Toyota Supra, pushing the entire platform to what the limit of it is. And I don't think they've found it. They've gotten real close though. The motor makes more power. It's got crazy aero on it.
Yeah.
It stops amazing. It drives on the edge of control all the time. And Jackie's really good at taking the new thing and proving to everybody that it's capable. And that's what he's doing with the Tesla.
Looks like he's a little slow here down the back straight.
Joseph in the chat was asking, what's the ratio of aero surface to original body surface area on that Z?
Pretty minimal.
Yeah. Well, I bet you there's a ton of aero surface.
I've seen that car kind of taken apart. The rear clamshell, the back end of the car, the rear quarter panels, and the roof all the way across the top and down the windshield is all one big piece that lifts up off the car and shows I believe the radiator is rear mounted and stuff like that. So that whole back end is one big piece that comes off, and then the front end is another big piece that comes off. And I mean, the doors are carbon too. I don't know that there's any original sheet metal left on the car.
That's probably likely. There's Tom Halka, the number 700. Best time of a 142.6 this session. Now, I don't think that is the best that he's done so far this weekend. At least not that I can see, perhaps it is actually. 1:45.4. Yeah, so he is actually improving about 3 seconds in this session. So finding a rhythm for sure.
Cool seeing him all the way up into the A-run group.
Great drone shots here from high above. And around the track, you're going to see some artwork from Jim Hayes. Again, we talked about that earlier, but the painted logos on the racetrack. We've got Falken, FCP Euro, MOMO, GRIDLIFE, and Valvoline also represented in the grass here, which I think is really, really neat. So Tom Halka going to round turn number 11, get right out to the edge of the curbing. And across the line he will run. Will he pick up from his 42.6? He will not that time through.
Seems kind of quiet out there.
It does, and I wonder, a lot of the drivers in this session did run their best, so maybe they just ran their best lap, and they maybe ran another one and realized they're losing, falling off, right? So, run your lap, get it done, and move on.
Certainly the hard part about this live streaming and stuff with Time Attack is a lot of these guys are one and dones.
Right. So. Well, that's the challenge behind it all, and I just wonder what kind of a shootout style competition at the end of the weekend would bring. I think that'd be a really fascinating topic of discussion for maybe a later time. But to concentrate all the fast laps into one moment would be really fun, I think. So, but right now Tom Halka got a clear track to himself. That's got to be nice, though. Yeah. Everyone gets off the track just for Tom. You get to run your own lap. You own the place.
Lots of live stream time, at least. This seems to be a thing everybody's after.
Absolutely. So. I just need some big logos on the side, and we're rolling through 7, 8, 9 again. This transition, watch that car slide. That's a big moment there through turn 8. That was a big one.
That's awesome.
Oh, man. Disappears out of shot for a moment. Turn 10B, kind of down the hill. This is actually an addition to the racetrack. The original course, you see it right there behind those cones. That is the original layout of the racetrack. They added that 10B section later on. As we jump back up to find Tom Halka again down the back straight, heading towards turn 11. Real nice and straight, flat braking zone. You really get to experiment the limits of your brakes there. Down to the apex curb, right out to the edge. And he did actually go quicker previously, a 141.9. And this time through, as he takes the checkered, he will not improve. So a 141.9, Tom Halka's new best for the day, and for the weekend, for that matter.
Awesome.
So if you're just joining us here, you're watching GRIDLIFE Midwest, the motorsports action from our annual Midwestern Festival at GingerMan Raceway. Again, I'm Kyle Heyer alongside Adam Nielsen for our second streamed Time Attack session. We've had a handful that happened yesterday and last night. We'll have a handful more that happen later today, tonight, and tomorrow. And also some on Sunday that will also not be streamed. Just a 2-day show here this weekend. But you just joined us. We've got more GRIDLIFE Touring Cup action. Our first race comes up at the end of this Time Attack sequence. We've got Group A, B, C, D. Then we head to GLTC Race 1, followed by Drift. That will kind of wrap up our afternoon festivities, but we still got more later in the day. So we've got plenty of stuff to watch until the concert action begins here tonight up on the stage in the festival zone. Of course, the festival here at GRIDLIFE Midwest draws thousands, and the camping grounds already look really well packed in, and we haven't even gotten the whole group here
Even last
yet.
night with just the early access, there were a decent number of people already setting up camp. So.
Yep. And many more to be lining up around the gates to GingerMan Raceway tonight.
I can only imagine the line outside right now. Probably in the miles of length.
Yep.
It's not uncommon.
It's always how it seems to be. And my first GRIDLIFE was back in 2019 when the festival was in June, and I just remember pulling up and seeing all the trailers. This is just for the motorsport guys lined up on Phoenix Road, and you go, wow, this is a big event.
I think that may have been the best attended event we've had thus far.
I think you're right. I know our Alpine Horizon Festival this year, I think, and I'm going to get corrected later most likely, was the most people we've ever had in one place at one time.
Yeah, that was a full sellout, which is really, really awesome.
Yes, so that was a really cool, successful event.
Speaking of rigs coming in, looks like there's another one out there on the road.
That's a big one. That's somebody with
We're going to have a hard time finding a place for that this late in the game.
I saw one pulling in this morning that was trying to squeeze in next to the Valvoline trailer, and that was real tight quarters there this morning. There are upwards of 90 Time Attack cars here this weekend, and over 50 GLTC, and a whole bunch of DE drift.
It's got to be 50-plus drift cars as well.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't it?
Oh, yeah. a lot, and it is full of vendors and sponsor, hospitality areas. You see the FCP Euro one there. Valvoline's got an activation, so does MOMO, Weld, Forgestar, all grouped in that really nice-looking trailer with the gray awning there. They've got the live stream feed in there for people that are walking through. We got some jumbotrons. You can see one in that shot, actually, just behind the tow truck. Really cool stuff that we've got going on here this weekend. There's those logos again, passing through. The safety team put some, whoops.
Oh.
Hey, we got out of it. They put some hula hoops in the trees.
I saw that.
So we can go zip through the trees, which I think is rad. People hanging out on their bikes, taking a look at the live stream, hopefully, as Group B is rolling onto the racetrack here shortly. Charles Miller, I see rolling off. Ben Mish, the RX-7.
Corey Ross there. I was talking to him a little bit. He's a Colorado native who's down here on the lower elevations with us, and strangely enough, having a problem with his car overheating here. So
Really?
kind of a thing you'd assume would be the opposite problem for him. He thinks that the car's running awful lean, so something he's going to have to be watching through the weekend.
Yeah, Corey from Carbondale, Colorado. It's a 2003 BMW M3 running in track mod. So drivers on their warm-up laps now, and we'll try to set improved lap times from the session earlier today and yesterday. It's just after 3 o'clock here on the East Coast. Got groups B, C, and D still remaining. We'll take a very short break, only about 5 or 10 minutes before our GLTC Race 1 race this afternoon. And we've got plenty more time attack, including an evening session tonight, which will be really, really good for lap times. Look at that Falken logo in the grass right by the start-finish line. Really neat. We put banners over on by the drift grid, too. I didn't get a good look at the drift coverage earlier, but right where drift grid is, there's a Falken and GridLife Drift banner, which I think is really rad. So that was neat to see from the sky. And down the long back straight here. This racetrack, again, I mentioned how I got a good vantage point of it from a scissor lift yesterday. And it appears so much smaller when you can see all of it in one go that it really disappears out of view when you're sitting low in the car. But here we go. Green flag for Group B.
2.2 miles, not like the longest track. I think probably a roughly average length, though. But
Joseph was asking, well, I don't see why race teams from various crafts don't come to GridLife just to stretch their legs in a more casual environment. Well, FCP Euro did that. They've got 2 of their Mercedes-AMG GT4 cars
I'm really
here this
looking
weekend.
forward to seeing them out on track this weekend.
They're competing in, I did get a correction, they are in Super Unlimited, purpose-built race car.
All right, fair enough.
So they will be competing in the session that will happen after GLTC today. So they will be out in their GT4 cars. All sorts of really cool stuff happening.
I assure you, we would welcome them here at GridLife. Anybody who wants to bring a race car, by all means.
Also, Joseph was saying NASCAR, I think, could stand to play with their cars in circuits like this. Well, funny you should say that because we've seen stock cars race or compete in time attack with us.
Yeah, we've had a few Road America.
Yep.
And we've had 1 or 2 at Pikes Peak International.
I think we saw some at NCM, didn't we, also?
You may be right. I don't remember for sure.
I think they were like late models or something.
Yeah, they may have been HPDE cars.
Yes, they might have been HPDE, but they were there regardless. But yes, yes, all of the above.
It's an intriguing. If you're not like looking to be in a competition environment, that's an intriguing platform to look at because they're not like the most expensive cars,
right?
And they use reasonable parts. It'd be kind of cool to buy an old NASCAR chassis and play with it.
I think that'd be really, really cool to have a car like that. The other thing, I'm curious to see what those GT4 cars run as a lap time because I think you'd be surprised. Yes, those are very high-performance, purpose-built race cars, yes, but crazy time attack cars are going to be faster. I can tell you that right now. Again, GT4 cars are built to an international specification, and there are several levels of GT racing. You've got GT4, you've got GT3, which is another step up from that. Right now in Europe, you also have GTE, which is GT Endurance. Those cars are even crazier. Yep. There's these different levels. GT4 sort of, I don't want to say entry level, but it's closer to that side of the spectrum. Some of these time attack cars would whip it, and we're going to see it this afternoon, I'm sure.
Yeah, I always enjoy going to tracks where some of the professional motorsports events are held. Road America, Road Atlanta, Mid-Ohio even. And and being able to compare lap times from some of the professional built cars. It's kind of cool to see.
Yeah, and I think that's, you know, this racetrack, as you mentioned, comparing lap times. You know, we go to Mid-Ohio Road America, we have that context already because the series visit those places. GingerMan Raceway, a fantastic club racing track, but hasn't really been used for professional motorsports series. So, you know, you don't really have that context. That's why I love FCP Euro bringing their cars here, because now it sets that benchmark, right?
Super cool.
I know we were at Heartland Park a couple weeks ago. The track record was previously held by a Formula car, and it was beat by a couple of our Time Attack cars, including Jackie Dane.
Yeah, Jackie Dane coming out overall fastest of the weekend with a street mod car, which was really cool to see. Watching him drive around that track was a treat.
Off into turn one. Charles Miller at the top of the board, a 139.3. I'm going to pull up my results from the previous sessions, and we'll try to give you some context for where people stand after Heat 4. Charles Miller in that number 55 Evo. His best time on the weekend so far was a 138.897, so he's a little shy. Barber in the 333. His best time was Tony Barber. It was a 140.0. He's another Tesla Model 3.
Whoa. Is that Peter Granberg?
It is Peter Granberg, so he's gone for a bit of a slide.
Yeah.
It's at the exit of turn 6, it looks like. That's been a trouble spot today.
Yeah, still moving. Looks like he's pulling up to the corner worker station.
Yep, he's well out of the way, so he should be able to continue green. And C8 Corvette, mid-engine platform, new for the season. What car is this? Is this the 834 car?
Yes.
Volkel?
Yes.
Yeah, 141. Yes, it is. A 141.3.
I love the C8.
It is a cool-looking car.
Such a cool car.
I'm warming up to it. The more my heart still says C7.
Oh no!
But
no, absolutely not.
But I think that the ceiling of performance for this car, in the later versions, the Z06 is the ZR1s.
Man, I can't wait to see the Z06. It's going to be really cool. They've talked about how it's going to be a flat plane crank car, kind of going back to the roots of it being a track-focused car, not being quite the crazy machine that the Z06 C7 was. So super cool to see that.
Is this Davidson sliding around again?
Yeah.
He was on a full drift through turn 2.
I like to call it the Von Gittin Jr. line.
Yeah, he's definitely hanging the rear end out of that car for sure. And through goes. Is that car that you were mentioning was the previous World Challenge car?
Previously a World Challenge competitor, C6 Corvettes. That's got to be a really good way to go really, really fast.
Yeah, buy a race car.
Buying an old Pro, especially like a Corvette. You know?
Sure. I mean, I think Corvettes have always been, you know, talking about C6, C7, C8, the different generations. Yeah. They've always been good value for their performance, and that continues to be the case. I don't think you can get a mid-engine car, maybe a used lease or something, but you can't get a less expensive mid-engine car than the Corvette C8.
Nope.
And that's not I mean, it's not exactly cheap, but the performance level that you get with it is far and away higher than what you're paying for, I think.
Yeah.
Couple drivers jumping up into the mix. How about Scott Hollingsworth? Up to 4th. That's a 140.026.
Street Mod S2000. He was the first guy out on the course for this session. Kind of followed him around in the beginning there.
Yeah, I don't actually see any times down for him just yet. I don't think I've seen him in sessions yet, so this might be his first.
I think that he had an engine failure at mid-O, so I'm glad to see him back out on course again.
So getting back into the mix of things. Ben Mish, a 140.639 for Mish. And that car in the number 36 previously, I think he's gone a little quicker than that so far this weekend. There's Charles Miller, right now the top of the board in this overall classification. Of course, he's running in the street class. Ben Thorne from Gears and Gasoline's out in the Valvoline Civic. Now this car, Ben Thorne's car has seen a lot of changes in the last year and a half or so. Because that car was built, was it a street?
It was originally built to be a street class car.
Street class car.
And then when the Club TR class came out, his car pretty much just needed a motor swap to fit in there because previously Street Class does allow some internal modifications, whereas Club TR does not. So pull the built motor out, put a stock motor in, a few other small changes, and he was ready to go, adding some aero that Club TR allows you to have that Street does not.
And the story of Ben Thorne's old engine is sort of interesting also. If you think back to Autobahn Country Club and Tom O'Gorman's engine failure, well, after Ben Thorne pulled his engine out, gave it to Tomo, and Tomo slapped it in the S2000. That engine did end up having some issues. Maybe Ben dodged a bullet there.
Yeah,
but
well,
it got swapped out. Now Ben's got a very reliable and very high-performing Civic at this point, and he's competing for the Club TR Class Championship.
He really came out strong in the beginning of the season. Was kind of the guy to beat pretty early on. So, but I think a lot of those competitors have found their rhythm, they found their groove, and they've given him a good run for their money. Grant Davidson there.
This is Tony Barber.
Yeah.
It's kind of red flag on the session, and there is a car smoking. I see. Is that World Challenge Corvette? Potentially. Is there a fire, perhaps? Oh, there's another car over there. That might be the corner worker's car.
Yeah, I think it's corner worker station.
So red flag, what this means is everybody stops. I'm going to guess that this is a fire-related stoppage, so they're going to send that safety vehicle over there. Hopefully the driver can hop out. Now, the red flag allows driver to get out without having to worry about cars blowing by. And our safety team going to jump out on the racetrack. They're fun-loving guys, but when it comes down to it, they are on it.
They are.
And, okay,
no.
So he has gone for... Oh, he has definitely hit something big time.
Oh, man.
So he is moving around, so it looks like he's all right. I'm sure he's frustrated. But that is
like
Armco protecting the corner station. So he is, I'm trying to figure out where this is. Is this entry to 11? On driver's right?
I would have said 10, maybe?
Yeah, we're going to try to maybe see if we can get an overhead shot of that at some point soon. But he's definitely taken a spill, and he got the end of that Armco, and the tire bundle's protecting it. It looked like the car did take it pretty well, though. You see now cars beginning to roll here. Now that so getting confirmation that it is the inside of turn 11, and given the angle there, I believe that I wonder if he went to the brakes and maybe had a bias situation and the car swapped ends. It's a strange spot to lose the car, honestly.
Usually when we have trouble in 11, it's into the sand trap on the outside, headed towards the paddock and pit area.
Yeah, well, the one thing I will say about GingerMan Raceway, right, there's not a lot to hit here, but where there needs to be a wall, there is one, and you can see that's right in front of the flagging station there, and that wall did its job. It pushed the car around the corner station and kept the flagger protected. Two different walls there, so that's great to see.
Driver up and moving there.
I'm sure, he's out and walking around. I'm sure this is very frustrating, but glad to see he's okay.
Yeah.
So we'll get it put on the rollback, but unfortunately, with an impact like that. Now, the good news is it's tire bundles. Those are soft-ish. The Armco,
it's still going to hurt.
It's still going to hurt, but
still going to hurt.
there are worse things to hit, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
So, but looks like for now, we're going to be sitting under a yellow or red flag situation. This will likely end the B session here for sure, as we work on fixing up that situation on the backside of the racetrack. So, you're watching GRIDLIFE Midwest 2021 from FCP Euro Race HQ. I'm Kyle Heyer with Adam Nielsen. Let's recap what we've seen so far. We've seen some really competitive action in Group A specifically. Club TR, we've had some really fast laps.
Yeah, I noticed actually Club TR here. I see Grant Davidson moving into the mid-minute 40 mark ahead of Ben Thorne. We were talking a little bit about how Ben was kind of the guy to beat in the beginning, and that a lot of his competitors have really found pace, and that's a shining example there. Grant really been putting in an impressive showing the second half of this season.
So Club TR battles heating up for sure. Ben Thorne still working on that. We've got our street battle is going to be shaping up here as well. Of course, we've got a couple Teslas in that mix. Street Mod is going to be off to an interesting start. We've got Dewey DeWitt here in Street Mod, so we got one of our regulars.
Yeah, I don't know that we've seen him out. I talked to him. He's having a lot of troubles with that car at Heartland Park, just not starting, and was able to find the issue. He says now you jump in it, you hit the key. He doesn't even have to hit the gas pedal. Just hit the key and she fires right up. Really happy to see him fixing those issues. Hoping to see him turn some laps here soon. Give Sean Krebsback a run for his money in the street mod class.
Well, having a look here at the festival goers again, GridLife Midwest is different from a lot of our GridLife events. This is only the second time this year, and is the final time this year that we'll have a concert and music festival attached to our motorsports programming here. And I love this, Adam, because this smashes together music and motorsports and really melds the two together. You get people to show up for a concert and you show them some drifty boys and some racing, and they're all for it. I think that's a really neat way to integrate everybody into this community. Also, these transitions with the sky blue, well done.
So
That's so pretty.
So fancy.
Oh man, I thought I was going to heaven there for a second. Right back down.
That's some professional TV stuff right there.
The production has been phenomenal this weekend. Again, if you're joining us, thanks for joining us with the chat. I'm keeping an eye on chat on the YouTube side this weekend. If you're watching on Facebook, you should head on over to youtube.com/GridLife, and you'll end up where you need to be. And follow along in the chat. Make sure that you subscribe to the GridLife channel, because if you're not, you're going to miss this stuff. And we do have another round this season at Road America in a couple of weeks. Actually, I'm going to say about a month, because that's about how far it is away.
Close to a month.
Yep. So make sure that you're subscribed. Liking these videos helps us out a bunch. It really helps us out GridLife, and if you're sticking around, make sure you're sharing it with your buddies too. Again, our first race of the day is going to be at 4:30. That's of course GridLife Touring Cup. We've got more time attack, more drift with Jared and Sam. They're going to be back later this afternoon. Here's the rest of our schedule for the evening: GLTC drift, time attack, GLTC drift to round out our first day of broadcast action here at GridLife Midwest.
Going all the way to the end with the broadcast today.
Oh yeah.
What a long day.
Long day for sure. Oh yeah. That's what they pay me for.
Yeah.
So as we take a look down, this is the turn 2 area. You can see the berm there with the fencing. Right behind there is a bunch of food trucks and vendors and
Had
where
some
I'm
pizza
staying.
from there last night.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, super good.
I actually didn't eat dinner last night. I was running around saying hi to all my friends and I forgot.
Yeah.
I also forgot to eat lunch, and it's over.
That's not a thing I'll do.
Yeah. Look at that. The festival ground. I love seeing this. Festival ground's filling with people here, and it's only the middle of the afternoon. We still got hours to go yet till the concerts fire up, so that's really cool to see. That big white tent there in the middle of your screen, there's a big gaming arcade there. There's 8 sim rigs all running Forza. We've got Torque Drift under there with GingerMan Raceway and Pikes Peak International in the game.
They've got GingerMan in there.
Oh, yeah,
That's
with
awesome.
GridLife decals and everything. It's real cool.
Awesome.
We've got some Nintendo Switches in there. And
we were playing Street Fighter on like an arcade game last night. I'm terrible at it.
Yeah.
Still.
Arcade cabs. There's a LED wall getting built for later. Everyone can watch the stream from over there. There's the drinks tent and the camping, and then the festival stage, as you saw it a minute ago, but now it's off to your left. The layout of this festival, it is so cool, because you just walk down this big midway. And you just see all the festivals all in this long strip. You just kind of walk down and grab bites to eat and merch on your way down to your campsite. Very, very cool. Update on the reason why we're stopped for now. Again, there was a collision with an Armco barrier for one of our time attack drivers. He is out and okay. Now we're just working on removing the car and fixing that wall, making sure it's secure. That might take some time. There might be some fabrication that needs to happen.
Make sure those tires get put back in place to continue protecting the corner workers.
So we're going to step away for a couple minutes. We're going to hear from the partners and people that make this happen, and we'll be back in a few moments with GridLife Time Attack.
Falken Azenas RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenas RT660.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take John, our quality assurance specialist. He's normally found in the distribution center quality checking your orders, but he's also often found out on track in his Audi TT-RS, putting parts that we sell to the test, such as upgraded track pads and suspension components. John understands how important it is for you to trust the quality of your parts, whether at the limit or just simply going to the grocery store. If you want to learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The next generation of auto detailing is here, where simplicity meets performance. 303 graphene nanospray coating. Get a year of protection from a powerful graphene oxide formula. A formula that sends water flying off surfaces, keeping water spots at bay. Go beyond wax, beyond ceramic. Graphene nanospray coating from 303.
Hey, we still on this weekend for a little?
You know it. I'm in desperate need of some.
What about you, Jim?
No, my sister's getting. Yeah, dun da da. The wedding. She's getting married, so.
When adventure calls, make sure you're ready to answer. STA-BIL 360 ethanol treatment is specifically formulated for year-round use, so your engines will be ready when you are. Ready, willing, stable.
Back live for GridLife Midwest. GridLife Time Attack returning to the racetrack after a little bit of a cleanup. We had a barrier repair to do. But, Adam, we're back ready to go time attacking for groups C and D.
Yeah, it looks like they did a real good job repairing that. Lots of tires they have to remove or put back in place. Hopefully the barrier behind it's not too damaged. Clearly doing its job, and we want it there. So
absolutely.
Yeah, pretty excited to see how the rest of it goes.
For sure. The driver that went off, the driver's okay. Car probably needs some repairs, but just knocked back an Armco barrier. Just want to make sure it was reset because it's right in front of a corner station. Looks like they did a great job fabricating a solution for it. So we're going to be heading into Group C now in Time Attack and getting right back onto the racetrack for competition. We've got Group C, Group D, then GLTC to finish up this little kind of track stint. Then we're going to have some drift. We're back for more GLTC and Time Attack later in the day. So, Group C, there's Jackson Jensen rolling on the racetrack. We've got a handful of... Do we know who this guy is in the 370?
No,
it's very pretty.
Yeah, I haven't seen that car in the paddock or anything like that. Maybe
it is the number
comer to the event.
58 car. And I'm trying to find where he is on my list because I want to know who that guy is. 58. Benny Belichko, I believe that's pronounced, in street. His best time so far, a 1:45.365. So we'll keep an eye on him and see how he does. Interesting. You know, it seems very similar to Austin Hurdle's build prior to him jumping ship to GLTC.
Previously a very successful street class car.
Yeah.
Austin, quite the wheel man.
For sure.
And yeah, he proved that cour has what it takes to be competitive in street class.
So this car, at least on the outside, looks similar to that. So I think we'll see Benny kind of go for a tootle here and see if he can improve on his 145. Green flag flies here after the cleanup and a little bit of a delay. Thanks for staying by if you've been with us the whole time. Jamming out to our GridLife tunes. Down into turn one though. We're green.
Team Jacoby leading the charge there. I still believe that's Jackie Ding driving. I talked to Jacob Bodenauer a little bit between sessions. I said, you know, you messed this up by putting what is arguably one of the best time attack drivers in the country in your car the first day. You should have put him in tomorrow so that at least you don't look quite so bad tomorrow. You know, because, I mean, if you think you're going to keep up with Jackie Ding, you got another thing coming.
Yeah, he's a real talented driver. He gets after it. He seems fearless when he's out there.
Yeah.
I was watching him drive his Supra at COTA earlier this year.
Yeah.
And you've seen this video. This onboard footage, it's like that car is so neutral that I want to say neutral meaning the rear end is so free to slide around that he is wheeling it to hang on to that thing.
Watching him leave turn one and come down the hill towards the S's at COTA, just back end out, power sliding through it. What an incredible drive.
Pretty phenomenal. So Fez Bobber again on track in the 610. That's a TRD Scion FRS that, again, I'd mentioned earlier had a crash at Mid-Ohio, went driver's side into the tire bundles there at the exit of turn 6, and that car has been since repaired. It's a little rough around the edges, but still, as you were mentioning, that's how they're the fastest, because now you got a dent in it. Who cares? You get another one, just go out there and go get that time at this point. But so through turn number 11 and across the line. Let's see what lap time we run here for the 189 car. And it's going to be a 143.025. And after heat 4, the 189, let's see here. Can't find it on my list of what the time was previously.
I believe we ran a 141 earlier.
All right, so
in the last session.
So a little off, but Again, track temp, I did go out and measure the track temp for the first time. I will say that it was my responsibility to get the track temp earlier. I didn't. And Plowman behind the scenes had a really good guess of about 102, 103 degrees. Yeah. That was pretty darn close. 106 Fahrenheit is our track temp right now. And that is not aggressively hot, but
no,
it's warm. And it's not like you're going to be greasing up your tires in a lap and a half, but it's also not you're going to go out there and run 15 really good laps.
We definitely have a real sunny day. A little cloud cover wouldn't be all bad.
No. Of course, Patrick Doherty back out in the CTR. Patrick from Valvoline in the 557. And right now his best time of 1:44.445 in this session. And kind of curious to see if he will continue to go quicker. I mean, that's pretty fast already. I mean, that car is essentially, as I understand it, pretty close to, unmodified. It's got probably tires, brakes, I would imagine.
Yeah. Proving that, that car, if you really put the full effort into it for street class, could be a real contender.
That's for sure.
Patrick, I saw after watching the Gears and Gasoline recap from Pikes Peak, appears to be quite the wheelman.
Yeah, Patrick really gets after it. He's pretty experienced, and he actually jumped in the Gears and Gasoline car and drove that. He's jumped in a couple other people's cars and really, I know he also jumped in Dustin Williams' S2000 and really found a lot of speed.
Civic, both cars.
Yep.
And yeah, helped those guys find some time, which is really cool.
Meslovic in the number 625 street all-wheel drive, a 142.326. That's purple for this session. Cal Fortner jumps up to a 142.9 in the Audi S4 with Al's Auto Body on the side. Jerry Liu in the number 226. That's that Street GT Supra that we were watching earlier, bright yellow. And a 144.417 for that Supra. Whoa, big dust cloud through turn one. And a cone has been misplaced.
Oh, geez.
Someone's been a little naughty over there in the first corner.
I believe that's +2, right?
Yeah, something like that. I'm going to give Tom O'Gorman flashbacks to the UMI King of the Mountain.
Yeah.
Tomo, we were talking about the NSX earlier. That car was, Acura essentially lent him to go run King of the Mountain and the SCCA Sola Nats. And Tom was essentially leading every day of the King of the Mountain until the last one, and hadn't hit a single cone until his last run. And he said basically the car could have won it, but the driver couldn't. But I think the driver could have. It's just bad luck that one round. But then of course Robert Thorne went out and won King of the Mountain, and is now here. And then Tom went off to CCA Sola Nats and won that in the NSX. So we got a lot of championship winning everybody's here.
Yeah, I would love to see. Are we gonna see the NSX on track this weekend?
It won't be on track competing, except for being the pace car for GLTC, as I understand.
Bummer.
We'll see it leading the field to the green, but not at the green.
Right. I'd be real interested to see what kind of time that car can run.
I would be real interested too, because I can tell you after taking a ride in it last night, it broke my brain, and man. Just the torque that thing has through the entire average. Because the Acura NSX, like when you look at all the different supercars that you could choose from, the Acura NSX is typically one that doesn't really come to the top of people's lists because it's pretty quiet. It's pretty refined. It just doesn't. It's not outlandish or crazy looking. It looks cool.
Yeah, no,
but,
I really like it.
It's shocking how good that car is, and to think that there's cars faster than that. I can't even wrap my head around.
Factory cars.
Yeah,
like cars that anybody can walk into a dealership and just purchase.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty phenomenal the speed that car can do. A little busy out there right now. Actually, there's a lot of cars out in this session.
Yeah.
And so far, we've had 18 log times. Seems like all 18 are on top of each other at the moment. There's Cal Fortner again. We documented how this car had an off at Heartland Park. Kind of ripped the nose off of it, but they got it put back together. Cal currently also in college and kind of doing this on the side.
I love that car. I really enjoy seeing Audis. I used to own an Audi, still a big Audi fan. Seeing a big body Audi like that out here doing its best is really cool.
I think I love, we were talking earlier about Jackie Ding with PhD and what they're doing with different chassis and really showing what they can do. It seems like a similar thing here with the Fortners. They're taking a car that is typically quite pedestrian and just a normal luxury car, and they're turning it into a high-performance time attack vehicle.
Yeah.
That's so cool to me.
Yeah.
You know, because, like, yeah, of course, Corvettes and Porsches and S2000s, all those cars are built to be performance cars. Take a luxury car and make it fast, that's really cool to me.
Yeah, the variety is one of the coolest parts about Time Attack. You know, we have this weekend, we have the typical Porsches, and there's a GT2 RS here, which is a pretty wild and insane car. But then there's also this crazy Festiva and the S4, and there's, you know, the huge amount of variety is one of the best parts about this.
We got 7 competition classes. We've got unlimited, track mod, street mod, street GT, street, club TR, Sunday Cup. Am I missing one?
I think that's all of them.
I think I covered
Super Unlimited.
Super Unlimited.
Not really a commonly.
That's more of a catch-all for, like, yeah, run it in Time Attack. We want to see it out.
Yeah,
That's typically what it is.
Show up with a Radical or like an NPO1 or something like that. That's where you're going to end up.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. You know, all the competition classes, we've got diversity just amongst the classes. So if everybody entered the same car in their respective class, we'd still have diversity.
It'd still be a pretty wild grid.
But we've got cars in every class that are wildly different from each other.
I would really love to see a full-on unlimited effort out of a Honda Fit. I mean
that'd be rad.
A Sunday Cup 2 unlimited build would be the best.
Well, there's the K-Fit floating around somewhere. It's a GLTC car sometimes.
That's fair. So they're on screen. A car affectionately known as Slumdog Millionaire. A twin-turbo but still 4-cylinder EJ, which is really cool.
That is pretty cool.
Very interesting build.
So that is going to checker our Group C, which is interesting because obviously we had to shorten the session up to kind of stay on schedule here. But it was a pretty busy session from you know, end to end, from flag to flag. So really the drivers were, you know, fighting for clear racetrack there for a couple minutes. Now we're going to turn Groups D loose, and this is going to be our final Time Attack session of this particular segment of the day. And then we'll have GLTC, Drift, back to Time Attack. And then GLTC, and then Drift. And then it's over for the day. We do it all again tomorrow.
So. I think there's one session of HPD in the middle there to give us something. Relief, but that's about it.
Yeah.
So.
And there's some DE tomorrow morning, but we tried to concentrate all the competition classes together so that we could kind of keep the live stream all as one cohesive unit this time around.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So no beginner this weekend, which is a change from the past, but really the festival environment really isn't super conducive to a great learning environment. It's just a lot of pressure.
There's too much stuff.
Too much happening.
I think, you know, it'd be hard to not be, I don't want to say dumb, but silly when there's that many people watching you.
Yeah, I mean, I told you, my big oopsie moment last year was driving a Spec Miata out of pit lane, and I was in first gear in Florida, looped a car on pit exit.
Yeah.
And there was only like a couple thousand people here last year because it was like still kind of pandemic.
Oh, that was here?
Oh, it was here.
Oh, okay.
It was in the
I
fall.
didn't catch that it was
and
here.
There was enough people standing on that berm that I thought real hard about what I had just done.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
So I didn't do that again.
No.
Needless to say. But that was my experiencing oversteer at low speed for the first time. Oops. Back in the FCP Euro Race HQ, just awaiting the beginning of Time Attack Group D. Again, I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Adam Nielsen. Adam, you've got a podcast, the 1010s podcast.
Yeah.
What you talk about on that podcast?
Pretty much anything cars. You know, we've covered it all. GridLife's kind of turned us into the racing podcast that we weren't really set out to be in the beginning, but my co-host Robbie Veerhout here competing in his 3rd GLTC event this weekend. And, so yeah, we just talk about anything car related. So
yeah, Spotify, all the places.
Yeah,
all
iTunes,
Apple,
Spotify, iHeartRadio, YouTube.
Yeah, we'll get that in there while we got the chance.
I appreciate that.
But yeah, 1010s podcast, check them out. Also, the Slip Angle podcast is another one that's heavily GridLife related because it's typically Adam Jabay, Abe Schmucker, a handful of other people kind of here and there. But long road trips, I found I like music, but I found that podcasts really crush time on road trips way more than music does for me.
Absolutely.
So 1010s podcast and the Slip Angle podcast. If you want to have car-related and or GridLife related content, that's where you go.
Tracktune.com.
Tracktune.
Find us all there.
Yeah, that's a good place to go.
So a handful of other GridLife-centric podcasts there as well.
So as we roll off, Cody Smith is out in the Oldsmobile Cutlass, one of the coolest cars ever on planet
one of the
Earth.
Most unique Time Attack cars for sure.
Because why not, right? Why not take an old
absolutely
an old coupe like that? Is it a coupe or a 4-door coupe, right?
2-door.
It is a 2-door.
Yep. Big G-box.
But why not?
You know, I've never been the biggest G-body fan. Lots of people are ride or die on those. I'm not. That's not really where I'm at, but it's still really super cool. One of my favorite cars to see every weekend. And Cody's the nicest dude. If you've got questions about what he's done, he's more than willing to answer them. Got a really detailed build thread on the Grassroots Motorsports forum. Really cool car.
I saw GLTC featured on the Grassroots Motorsports homepage actually a couple days ago. So
GRIDLIFE has kind of been their baby as of recent.
Yep, it's really cool to see. Here's the Hard Times Fit back out on track. I hope Charlie gets some laps this weekend. Charlie's been working real hard behind the scenes. And a big shout out also to the GRIDLIFE staff and all the volunteers that have come out and spent their time to help us build this event. We've been here since Tuesday, and I'm always shocked at I showed up and already there's so much happening. All these guys are working so hard to make this event. And just volunteering and working, and Charlie and Mike Cohn, who's doing Grid right now, John Raymond, who's here helping out with Grid. There's so many people. I can't even name them all. Grant Gutierrez, all those guys behind the scenes that are making this event possible. I don't think they get enough love, and I want to give them all the love.
Our timing and scoring team.
Oh, absolutely. Kevin went, and the rest of the timing team up there.
Such a great. I mean, the number of times they miss are so tiny that. That's the unsung heroes of just about any event.
There's so many people. So the GRIDLIFE staff, at least internally, is fairly small. So to do these events, we have to reach out to the community. And the list of people that are working at this event or volunteering is well over 100 this weekend. Yeah. And all these people are here to make this event possible. And it could not happen without all of their hard work. So big thanks, a big shout out to all those people for being here and helping us put on this show. So cars on track, warming up here. And here is one of the drivers, one of the guys I was just mentioning, Mike, in his Ford Fiesta.
Yeah.
He's been volunteering all week since Tuesday, helping us out, helping build this event. And he's out on track now with his Fiesta, which is a Sunday Cup class car.
Yeah.
And I love this because a Fiesta is not a car that we see a ton of in Sunday Cup. And for those of you that are at home that have access to GRIDLIFE, Fiesta totally can compete in Sunday Cup. So if you have a Fiesta, a Fit, a Mazda 2,
So I'm in the Sunday Cup group chat. One of the favorite discussion points in that is cars that we haven't seen that could be competitive. I'd love to see some minis out here. There's a handful of guys running Kias. I think a number of the old Scions would fit in here really well, which would be kind of cool to see. These Fiestas are great. Yeah, basically, it's a power to weight class, 25 to 1, 22 to 1, somewhere in there. It's strikingly slow.
Yes.
But
but also,
that's
I will
not
say,
always what matters.
I will say that my experience riding in Sunday Cup cars is always, we're not accelerating very fast. When you get to the corners, how little you slow down is also shocking.
Yeah. I put my dad in the passenger seat of Matt Williams' car at Heartland Park, and he's a muscle car guy. He's been drag racing for 30 years. And he was pretty shaken getting out of that car. It's a lot faster than I think he had ever dreamed it would be.
Caution flag in the turn 5-6 area, local yellow. So someone must have gone around for a little bit of a loop. And we're watching Cody Smith continue to work his way around the track. Kind of taking it easy here as we try to see what the holdup could be. A little bit of a slide there out of the rear end. We were watching him at Autobahn. We had the HP Tuners Track Addict Attack Dash.
Yeah.
And we saw he was getting well into the triple digits there. There's not a ton of straightaway at Autobahn either, so he was getting north of 100. I'm sure he'll be doing north of 100, maybe even 110 going off into turn 11 here as well.
I know he was pretty excited, able to improve on his personal best at this track from spring kickoff last night. So already off to a good start on the weekend.
That blue Fit leading off into turn 3 right now. That's Pete Lindbergh, another one of our volunteer efforts. He shows up and puts the work in. He's one of our grid workers as well and goes out in his Honda Fit and has fun too.
That guy has been there and done things.
And he's the best energy. I mean, I showed up to Blackhawk Farms earlier this year with a car that I just purchased like about a month prior. I didn't really know what kind of brakes I had on it. I didn't know how bad they were.
Yeah.
And Pete, I didn't know how to do brakes. Pete literally sat on the ground with me for 3.5 hours and changed my brakes for me. And asked nothing.
Yeah.
We changed it. He changed the brakes out. He bled my brakes. What a guy. I mean, that is what I love about the GRIDLIFE paddock is that just happens.
Yeah.
And Pete's one of the best guys ever. I love talking to him, hanging out with him. And he has the best time on the racetrack, and he's learning a ton about his fit. And his whole philosophy is, anytime that you're not on the racetrack, you're not learning. So get a fit. They're super reliable. You go out there and you beat the heck out of it, and you learn so much because you're out there so much.
Pete also has a surprisingly successful autocross history. I think he may even have a trophy or two from Solo Nationals. So,
I believe so.
Been around and done the things.
Yep. Saw some people talking about the Ford Fiesta. There is also the Festiva out there, but there is also a Fiesta.
Actually, unfortunately, the Festiva is down and out as of right now.
No, is it really?
They are on a parts run.
Okay.
3 hours to somebody's house So when you own a Festiva, you actually own 10 of them. I don't think you're capable of owning one.
Yeah.
Because that's
two
just
through 10 are parts cars, huh?
Yeah. Well, that's just the way it is.
Okay.
They just kind of accumulate.
Okay.
And so they're headed to one of our Festiva fanatics' houses to pick up parts to get that car back on the track later this week.
What's wrong with it? You said?
I think that it's a hub or spindle failure of some kind.
This is Dustin Williams. We talked about him this morning. Has that S2000 that
is awesome.
We've seen at Alpine Horizon, but this is an EG Civic, a 94, I believe. Essentially a stock 1.5 liter engine.
Yeah.
Not really a lot done to this car. It makes about 60 wheel. And look, it's real soft, the suspension. It is leaning over. Dustin getting after it. He's never been here before, so he's still learning every time he goes out.
Putting in decent, respectable times. Not that far off of some of the other Sunday Cup cars there. I think Mike Mills being the closest he is to right now, but not that far off.
No, I mean, he's going to run out of, whoa. He's running out of racetrack and running out of suspension travel, I think. He's got that thing rolled over pretty hard.
Are those stock Steelies, or are they actually?
No, he's got something on there.
Okay.
He's got cool-looking wheels.
Okay.
I didn't see what brand they were, but
stock Steelies would have been great.
He's got to get some MOMO or Forgestar wheels on there, I think. That'd be real good looking. Also, I should mention, talking about Festiva parts, I know I think it's Valvoline and Advanced Auto Parts are actually doing a special kind of deal this weekend for drivers that are at the racetrack.
Yeah.
If you click a link and you're actually at the racetrack, there's actually a promo code you can enter, and you get 20% off, and someone at the local Advance here in South Haven will go bring you parts at the racetrack. I think that's really cool.
Can you imagine being the parts delivery guy for this? Like, I mean, South Haven, I'm sure they know this track exists.
They're going to have to dig through the archives to find some stuff that people are looking for.
Well, yeah,
though,
but like, they know the track exists, and they know that things happen here. But when they roll out to this, they're like, what? Am I in a different world?
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I'm just thinking about all the parts that people are probably requesting. It's like they're not looking for Toyota Camry headlights. Like they're digging through the boxes of stuff they probably haven't touched in a while for a 1986 Oldsmobile Cutlass.
Right.
you know, like whoa. Hello.
Alton Klein there getting a little crazy out of turn 1.
Well, why not? Find the limit. Get up to it. Oh, is that Pete?
I believe that's Pete.
Oh, you know what? I don't think it is Pete.
Yeah, that's Pete.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure.
I thought Pete was wearing orange today. Maybe he is Pete, but
Pete was wearing one of those orange jumpers.
Yeah. Oh, maybe that's what it is. So. Yeah, he went for a ride though, for sure.
Yeah. I don't think that's the fast line, Pete.
No. Well, just shortcut the distance. He's pull out of the grass. He'll head back into the pits. But man, what a ride! The turn 1 is such a fun corner because you're coming in over the crest. It's a little bit of a blind corner. Then you just kind of chuck it in. This is that Honda Civic hatch that. Oh no, it's not. Yes, it is.
Yep.
I thought it was a Volkswagen Golf or something for a second.
It's a Fit every time I see it.
Yeah, that's what I always thought. From the rear, it looks a lot like a Fit.
Yeah.
But there's something you can see underneath.
His undertray's loose.
Yeah, some kind of underbody aero panel.
Something smacking. I think I might have even heard it there for a second.
Yeah, I think we did. That is a Civic, I think it's an 04 Civic SI hatch.
Yeah.
And I did not know those existed.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird little car.
I think he might be figuring out that he's got something flapping. But
it's best to keep moving if the car seems like it's not, losing fluids or anything like that.
Yep. Definitely. What you should do is you should get back to the pit lane. If you're leaking fluids, that's a get into the grass as fast as possible. But not what seems to be happening here.
LT1 swapped RX-7 on screen there.
Great livery on this too.
Yeah, so cool. I love it. Stars and stripes on one side and the rising sun on the other.
That's fast in a straight line too. It gets up and goes.
So I don't know about this year because I haven't seen his paddock area, but in years past he's trailered that here behind a Caprice station wagon, which was also LT1 powered.
I mean
that's just good planning because you lose an alternator or something like that on what is kind of a strange engine. You just take it off the tow rig. It doesn't ruin your weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you like LT1s? Or what did you say was it?
Yeah, an LT1. Yeah, so that would have been like...
What's that out of originally?
That would have been like Camaros, Firebirds, Caprices of the
Gotcha.
like late 80s, early 90s.
Gotcha. Isn't the engine in the new C8 called an
Also
LT2?
an LT. As they after the LT ended in the early 90s, they switched to the LS, and now they're back to LTs again.
Interesting.
In the newer ones.
Okay. Fascinating. I don't know a whole lot about that, so...
That's a group of people, if you say something wrong, they'll jump down your throat. So let's not get too into it.
All right, well, probably stop talking. That's the one thing I've always been fearful of in Time Attack, right from the very beginning when I first called Time Attack, mostly in Road Atlanta back in 2019.
Yeah.
I was like, what? I don't know. I didn't grow up as a car guy.
Yeah.
Didn't grow up working on cars.
Right.
So even now, I'm still careful about stating knowledge I definitely do not know.
I get it.
You have to appear like you know more than you do, but sometimes you're just kind of winging it. That's for sure. But I bought an FRS earlier this year, and you have to work on those. That's just the nature of the beast. Yep. And teaching myself all sorts of stuff. And it's helping me understand what happens mechanically, why people are adjusting sway bars and all this stuff. It really is starting to make more sense to me now.
So you've got an FRS.
Yes.
Budget worries aside, if you could step into Time Attack competition, where do you think you'd try and place that?
I think right out of the gate, whoa, big slide there. I think the best place for these cars would probably be Club TR. I think with a little bit of work, I think that's a good landing spot for it. I think that class, for me, being interested in wheel-to-wheel, I think Club TR is a really good gateway drug to GLTC because it's a very similar sort of build.
Yeah.
The only real difference is a roll cage and a lack of interior in a GLTC car. They're pretty similar rule sets. And tires, right. So I think Club TR would probably be the place for that kind of car to go. But I mean, you can see Peter Granberg. He runs his in Street Mod. That's more commitment.
Yeah, that's a pretty extreme car.
I think Street Mod is incredibly competitive. And I think for me, Club TR is a great category because everyone's on a spec tire.
Yep.
You're all sort of competing in the same realm. So I think that's the place where I'd want to end up. But I'm not sure that car will see competition anytime soon because it's financed.
I understand. Yeah, no.
So
it's maybe best not to race this car. I can't blame you there.
So I also have a Fiesta sitting around that I really should make into a Sunday Cup car.
Just a base model?
It's just a base 5-speed, yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. See, that's the perfect Sunday Cup car.
Yeah, it is.
It's like $12 worth of parts.
Right.
You're ready to go racing.
Yeah, and a couple $100 worth of registration fees so I could drive it to events that I didn't want to pay. But at some point, I will get that car prepped for Sunday Cup and maybe go for a rip. But I have to get more track experience in general first.
There's not a more welcoming group of people than the Sunday Cup guys.
For sure.
So.
Yep, but I'm just trying to work through the DE levels, did beginner stuff last year, kind of worked my way up, and my second ever time on that's not true, my third ever time on a racetrack, it was at Blackhawk Farms in the FRS, and it was also a GLTC practice session, like they merged the two. So I had like race cars blowing by me on the straightaways. It was terrifying, but so fun.
Yeah.
Man, and all my buddies were flashing the headlights and saying hi because as they were blowing by, it was really cool. There's some good pictures of me just in a bone stock FRS and race cars with big wings behind me hunting me through the trees, but for sure.
That's when you need a dash cam pointed back at you so that we could enjoy that as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, a couple of the drivers to mention. We mentioned Dalton Klein, the 600 car. How about Kevin Head in the 139 on the timing and scoring? Cody Smith, his best time of this session, a 149.5. And actually, Cody Smith is on there twice. There's two C. Smiths. Never mind. Cody's in fourth place. The other C. Smith is... I wonder if that is just a timing error. Ninth place. Oh, no, it's Chris Smith. Oh, that's definitely not an error.
They definitely have different numbers. So.
You were mentioning how good Kevin is. I knew there wouldn't be a timing error. So looks like we're right after this session. We're about to get the checkers for this session. Looks like there's going to be a real brief HPDE intermediate session. And then we're going to try to get GLTC on track right after that. So getting to the tail end of this session here, kind of recapping this session as well. Your thoughts on this time attack session. We saw some pretty quick laps in Group A and B.
Yeah, not everybody improving. Still seeing fast laps, but not as fast as we'd like to see. A lot of records still standing that I was really hoping to see fall down this weekend. So Lots of room for improvement later in the weekend. I think this later session, the sun coming down, the track cooling off, people warmed up and ready to go. Hoping to see some real fast laps in the next session.
I think we're getting pretty close to the track time starting to fall. After this session, I'm gonna go measure it again and keep everybody updated on what that is going to look like for our GLTC race coming up here shortly. So our schedule is going to look a little modified throughout the rest of the day, just pushed off by that barrier repair. But some great looks at the sights and sounds of GingerMan Raceway for GridLife Midwest in 2021, and right under the tree in the center of the racetrack. The safety team that set that up was joking that it was like a Christmas tree with all the ornaments on it. I thought that was really cool. So this is 68. We still got a couple minutes left. This is Daniel Montana's. He trailers his car with Jorge Ortiz, who has a car in GLTC, so they're kind of working together.
That car, really glad to see him out there this weekend, because at Heartland Park, that car spent basically the entire weekend on jack stands.
I saw that.
Fixing what was really not something that should have taken that long, but it was just one thing after another. And they really fought it. And I'm glad to see he's got it all back together. I talked to him real briefly yesterday, so yeah, hopefully a better weekend for him this weekend.
Well, there is Dustin Williams again continuing to make laps. His best time, a 1:58.789 in that number 595 car. And I wanted to find what his best was so far this weekend. 595. Dustin Williams, a 1:58.744. So not quite quicker. He's pretty much on pace with where he was.
I've noticed the Sunday Cup cars were a good bit quicker last night. So
yeah, I wonder if the cooler temperatures are going to benefit them more, because they just have less tire to work with, so they probably get overheated quick, but they also don't weigh a lot, so that's an interesting balance, I'm sure.
Hard to say.
Look at that. Look at how full that paddock is. That is unbelievable here at GingerMan Raceway. That is full. That's a full paddock.
Yeah, wonderful to see.
There's no space.
Not really, no.
I mean, we've packed this place to the gills. There's some camping spots left, but those will be filled by the end of the night, I'm sure.
Yeah. The logistics behind packing these cars, or these rigs into this place, is
extensive.
Pretty insane.
Yeah. There's not a lot of space between them either.
It's a real stressful job. I've done it more than once.
And all these drivers keep showing up with big rigs and RVs and all these crazy vehicles.
I remember in 2019, Adam Jabay told everyone, all right, stop buying bigger trucks. And now those would have been the average ones we have now, and people have continued getting bigger.
Well, I mean, it's like a lifestyle, right? People are investing so much time and effort into Time Attack and GLTC and Drift, and they're putting so much time and effort in. It just makes sense to have a second home away from home where you can just roll around and tour the schedule and have a place to be. Because nothing wrong with a tent, but if you can have running water and heat, that's cool too.
Well, we're here. I'm here this weekend with my friends in a 48-foot stacker trailer, and there were 7 or 8 of us sleeping in it last night. So, kind of how it is.
How's that set up in there? Is it just beds the whole way down, or is it
pretty much? Yeah, we have so there's a lift in there, and if we've got to get real crazy, we'll put them on the second story, as we like to call it.
That's hilarious.
And then actually, we have a guy who set up his tent on the roof. So this weekend, it's a 3-story house, which I mean. Yeah,
that's efficiency. You can't build out, build up, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They're going to show up with a quadruple decker stacker next season.
We think if you include the third story, it's somewhere around 900 square feet worth of living space, which is really
that's a lot.
That's not too bad.
That's an apartment basically. So all sorts of stuff happening for the rest of the day. I wanted to pull up my schedule on my end, the one that's live updating, because I'm curious as to when our GLTC race is going to happen. Checkered flag on Time Attack, heat number 5, I believe. That was heat 5 or 6, I believe. So let's take a look. I'm looking at my schedule on my end. We've got track battle. We're supposed to have 2 HPDE sessions and then GLTC at 4:55. So everything's been shifted back about a half hour. So we'll be back with you just prior to 5 p.m. Eastern. I'm Kyle Heyer alongside Adam Nielsen. Thanks so much for watching Time Attack. We'll be back in a little bit with GLTC Race 1. Stay right here. We'll be back in about a half hour. GridLife Time Attack is brought to you by Falken Tire. Competition-proven performance. FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. 303 Performance. Premium protectants and cleaners exceeding expectations since 1980. STA-BIL. Ready, willing, STA-BIL. MOMO, the official safety partner of GridLife. Forgestar, the official wheel partner of GRIDLIFE Time Attack. HP Tuners. HP Tuners. Connect, read, edit, write, drive. Airlift. Airlift performance lets you get low and live your life on air.
We've been powering the American road since before it was paved. Our first breakthrough in motor oil was introducing it. And we've been reinventing it ever since. From the world's first high-mileage oil to the world's first synthetic blend. There are those who change with the times, and those who drive them. Valvoline, the original motor oil.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Roberto, one of the pickers in the distribution center and one of the key pieces to making sure the right parts arrive at your door. When he's not at FCP Euro, Roberto is driving his Mark V R32 to various car shows around the Northeast. When he's picking orders, he puts himself in your shoes and understands that you need the right parts to arrive at your door, so he takes the utmost care in making sure he puts the correct items in the box. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
NASCAR has Daytona. IndyCar has the Indianapolis 500. Formula One has Monaco. But for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, it's GRIDLIFE Midwest at GingerMan Raceway, the biggest event of the 2021 season. Hi, everybody. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by DJ Alessandrini from the FCP Euro Race HQ. We've got 4 sprint races coming up this weekend, and it all begins in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and it's really important to have a good start to your weekend. You don't want to start on the back foot. You know, it's 4 races, but it's kind of a longer endurance race split up with four separate starts. So if you get on the back foot right off the bat, you're kind of fighting the whole way through. And we saw a lot of drivers last time we were here in GingerMan earlier this spring having the same problems, like Jeremy Swenson. He looked super strong. Brian Highcutter looked also super strong. They were going to win that race, ran into trouble in race 1. They were fighting from the back for the rest of the whole weekend.
We had 46 cars take qualifying times here this weekend. So if you get put on that back foot, as you say, DJ, you're digging through the field. And let me tell you, these cars are all very close together. It is not easy to pass. If you're Tom O'Gorman, you're looking in your mirror, you're feeling pretty good because every other car, all 45, will start behind him. But you just mentioned that he was dealing with some throttle body issues this morning, DJ.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the issue was. I know there's a plate that holds the sensor or the mechanism that opens the butterfly valve, and that plate, which is normally welded, actually cracked. So Tom's a maniac apparently on the throttle pedal, and it destroyed the original throttle body they had. They threw on another one. It's not the one that they exactly like. I saw Andy Smedgard messing around with some stuff on the computer, trying to get the throttle body to do what you would expect it to do, but it does seem laggy when he pulls off the throttle. Tom's a professional. Well, I'm sure he'll be able to deal with it, but it might throw a wrench into what seems to be on pace, what should be a somewhat easy race for Tom O'Gorman. But don't count out Jeremy Swenson starting right next to him in row 1. He's going to have – Jeremy Swenson has had the best starts out of everyone ever in GLTC.
So with that said, let's take a look at our track map here. 2.2 miles around GingerMan Raceway, a track built in 1996 in South Haven, Michigan. This is the home race, the home track for GRIDLIFE. It's where it all began a handful of years ago. GLTC's second ever event was here in 2019. It all begins with a rundown through turn 1, left-hander, then 180 degrees through turn 2, DJ, then straight down to turn 3.
Yeah, turn 3 is a little weird. You kind of miss the first apex. You hit the second one. Turn 5, you're just bleeding off enough speed to stay on track. 6, you just try to get a good exit. 7, kind of sail in a bunch of speed, let the car run wide, get back to the inside of the track for 8, 9, 10. It's better to brake early there, get some apex. It's just a little dirt on the entry. This is the best passing opportunity down the back straightaway. We'll come into turn 11. There's a really nice on-camber curb that's concrete that will catch the car, and you come onto the front straight.
Here's another look at it. How about 11 turns, elevation about 700 feet above sea level, that long back straight from the exit of turn 10B all the way to turn 11, 2,146 feet. That's enough to get up and get some slipstream as well. As the field rolls off on our 2 pace laps here, the weather has also been gorgeous all week here. The track temp just took a measurement. It's about just under 105 degrees at the moment, so it's still a little bit toasty out there. Won't be too big of a deal, but again, if you overdrive your car and get a little bit too hot, too deep, too aggressive, you're going to overheat your tires, especially if you're a heavier car on a smaller Hoosier tire like Jeremy Swenson. You have to respect the rubber that you have because it's all you've got for all 15 minutes.
Yeah, the tires are sensitive to overdriving, but if you're taking care of the tires underneath the car, driving within the means, you can lean on them a pretty decent amount. But if you're going for big slides, having big ABS moments, it will impact your pace at the end of the race.
So we've got, again, as I mentioned, 46 cars, a handful of very well-prepped cars that are all going to make the green flag here in just a couple of minutes. They're all going to do it from behind a very special pace car this afternoon. The pace car for today's race 1 is a 2020 Acura NSX that is on loan to Tom O'Gorman directly from Acura. He took that car to the King of the Mountain Autocross and finished 3rd in class there, almost won the whole thing. Then he took it to SCCA Solo Nats just this past week and won it in his categories. This car has seen some special moments in the last couple of weeks with Tom O'Gorman. I rode in it last night. It broke my brain. It is unreal how fast this car is. There it is, bright yellow. And conveniently, Tom O'Gorman is going to be the pole sitter.
I think Acura might have a hard time getting that back, honestly.
They're going to have to come take it, which they are going to do today, by the way.
Oh, okay, all right.
All right.
Take it while Tom's distracted with race cars.
He'll be distracted in the next 15 minutes for sure. Our starting lineup here for race 1 of GRIDLIFE Touring Cup at GRIDLIFE Midwest. Tom O'Gorman of the Andy Smedgard Motorsports, number 94. Alongside him, Jeremy Swenson in the bright purple, number 30.
And Andy Smedgard himself starting in 3rd on the inside, next to Brian Highcotter starting in 4th.
In row number 3, it's Luke McGrew of McGrew Motorsports in the number 7 Duratec Mazda Miata. Eric Cattell starts alongside him, the number 82 Hybrid Racing EG.
And then 2 buddies on the next row. We have Justin Kelly in 7th, next to Jake Jorgenstad.
Behind them in row number 5 is Eric Jensen in LS-swapped FRS. The number 184 car starts 9th alongside Joel Morrison in the 9 Lives Racing, number 171.
And then Austin Hurdle in a 370Z in 11th, next to Tiffany Kelly, who's in a S2000.
Zach Lavoie starts in 13th place in the Andy Smedgard Motorsports, number 42. Louis Chatroup rolls off 14th on the outside of row 7.
And then the next row, row 8, Jake Price is in 15th. Gary Wimble is next to him.
Alongside, or behind them, I should say, Ryan Upham in the number 13 Performance Zero Works car. He will roll off behind Jake Price. Then it's going to be Eric Meadows that will start alongside Upham in 18th.
And then Matan Rosenberg, the youngest driver in the field, is going to be starting in 19th on the 10th row. And Felipe Gonzalez, another Myriad Motorsports driver, is going to be right next to him in 20th.
Let's also make note of a couple other drivers throughout the field that we should mention. Max Toyer in the number 93. That is a BMW 3 Series that's going to be running. That is a car that came together last minute. So Max Toyer will be running in that 93 car starting in 43rd. Should also mention that Thomas Moss should have made this grid. He's in the number 515 car dealing with a radiator issue earlier today. Got that car sorted. And Alex Moss in the 777. This is his first points-paying GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race. He ran in the non-points race at Mid-Ohio that was run on 200 treadwear street tires. His first points-paying race, he starts 29th in the ASM 777.
And a notable mention I want to make is Brian DeFries. He lost a throwout bearing, and it was a catastrophic failure. I've never seen a throwout bearing look like this. It looked like it got melted. And he got another throwout bearing. He borrowed that from Eric Cattell. I'm wondering if he's going to ask for it back. But he got the car fixed. He's starting in 38th. I'm expecting him to work up a couple places with a functional clutch.
Also want to point out the number 46 Team Griffin car has Andrew Raines behind the wheel. Typically, Andrew is in his own car this weekend, borrowing the one from Bill Griffin. So the number 46 Turner Motorsport BMW, you saw it in the back of that shot there, is going to line up, and he will start all the way back in 25th spot alongside or right behind Ryan Christoph in the number 6 Honda CRX. All right, we've gone through our starting lineup. We've talked about the stories coming into this race. We've talked about the weather. We've talked about the track. But this is a big event. Look at all those people camping here. We've got a huge music festival tonight at GRIDLIFE Midwest. Back to full force. My first event for GRIDLIFE, calling GLTC, was this event in 2019. I'm so happy to be back and ready to call racing again for GRIDLIFE at its biggest event. I mentioned NASCAR's Daytona, IndyCar's Indy 500, F1's Monaco, but this is our big race, DJ, and they're going to sail off into turn 1 with thousands of people watching a 46-car grid.
Yeah, definitely exciting, and you can hear the people when you're in the car, even if you're full beans. It's something that not many club racers get to experience.
Last night, there was a group meeting to talk about the state of GLTC, and everybody was basically on board with, we are doing something really special with this series. The attitude behind how this works, how this power-to-weight series with this very open rule set, how this still works is very impressive, because what we're doing here, putting 46 touring cars on track together, this is hard to do. And to keep the vibes and keep the good feels around it, this is a challenge to do. And everyone has done such an amazing job. This series is 3 years old, DJ, but there is something incredibly special about all the drivers and the co-opetition that they have with each other. I love that, and I can't wait to watch them race. At the core of it, these guys are just all guys and girls that love racing and get to race with their friends.
100%. And I think the mission statement of the series of show people who normally don't see racing what racing looks like, I think that's an important thing to keep in mind to keep the heart of the series going. All right, so we're bunching up right now behind that NSX. We have Tom. He's in the blue car on the right, and then Jeremy Swenson in that purple Corvette. Who wins, Kyle?
Well, I don't know. I can't pick from those two. That's a pretty hard combo to pick. But I know both these guys battled. In the spring, it was Tomo that took home the win at GingerMan. He's going to have to defend from pole. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 1 from GingerMan Raceway at GRIDLIFE Midwest is green. We're racing at GingerMan Raceway. Luke McGrew pops out. Here's Justin Kelly up the middle. 3 wide at the run down to turn 1. Swenson leads down to the first corner.
And we have Swenson on the outside. He's going to have preferential treatment into turn 2. It looks like Eric Catil got swapped a little bit. Finds Highcotter making a move on Andy, or actually more, Andy's making a move on Highcotter.
Joel Morrison ran wide in turn number 1. He's gotten the car back on track. It's door-to-door into turn 3. It's Swenson on driver's right, O'Gorman on driver's left. Side-by-side Corvette versus K-Swap S2000.
They still haven't figured it out. They still haven't figured it out. All right, there we go. Looks like Swenson's filing in, but Andy and Highcotter still haven't figured it out between them two.
There goes Andy Smedgard to the inside. Highcotter in the CFR, number 5 around the outside through turn number 6. He can't quite hang on. Smedgard's there. And now Highcotter back up the inside for 3rd place. On the run to turn 7, it's O'Gorman, Swenson, and Highcotter, but Smedgard still around the outside, drag racing for 3rd place.
Yeah, looks like he got in the marbles on the left there. The car was really washing away from him. So Highcotter's going to win this battle, but all that fighting has let Justin Kelly find himself all the way, what is that, 5th? He jumped 3 spots on the start.
And Eric Catil, again, points racing for a championship. The driver that's chasing him is in 2nd in that purple Corvette. Remember, there is a points race at play. Those 2 drivers, Jeremy Swenson and Eric Catil, locked in a fierce championship battle. Car is off. That looks to be, is that Brian DeFries?
Brian DeFries.
He is off. It looks like he's in a pretty good spot, though, so we're going to stay green for now. Into turn 11 to complete the first lap. Highcotter goes defensive from Andy Smedegard, and Justin Kelly chomping at the bit to look at 5th place.
And Andy is still fighting Brian there. They're going to lose track of the Tom and Jeremy Swenson up front. Looks like Tom extending a little bit of a lead, about 3 car lengths to Jeremy. 3 wide in the back here. This is absolutely insane. Hanging wheels into the dirt.
Here comes Catil up the inside of Kelly. Opportunistic move there. He'll slide to the inside. Smedegard battling the rear end of that car through the middle of turn 2. Here's Justin Kelly back to the outside, powering alongside with the engine from a Honda Odyssey. Up back to 5th place. Not for now. Here comes Catil back down the inside in turn 3.
Yeah, a really, really good move from Eric, finding a way around.
Whoa, car.
That fast car. That's a Myriad. We don't know if that's Jake or Gonzalez.
Looks like it might have been, looks like it was Jorenstad. Gonzalez has yellow numbers, so Jorenstad had a slip up there in turn 3. Back straight again. Highcotter hangs on to 3rd. Then it's Smedegard, Catil, Justin Kelly. Behind them, I think there's Luke McGrew hanging out back there. Eric Jensen perhaps as well. So the bottom half of the top 10 getting very racy. Austin Hurdle cracking the top 10 for the first time.
Yeah, good for Austin Hurdle. And Zach Lavoie's goal this weekend, finding himself in 11th place, was to get top 10. He is 1 spot out of that, so we know that's going to be a feisty race back there. But the race for third is so spicy right now.
It's a cork in the bottle is Brian Heitkotter in the Chris Forsberg Racing number 5 with Nissan on the side of that thing. He's going to climb out of turn 10B. The front two separated by 5 car lengths. But the race is for third. It's a V6 Nissan 370Z, a K-swapped Honda S2000. There's Joel Morrison in the 9 Lives Racing S2000. He's pulling off. Didn't get a good look at where that was, but again, finding a safe place to get off track, and we can continue racing under green.
I think that was kind of where Brian was, gathering a little bit of a Honda junkyard over there.
Same place we're hearing.
Same place, yeah.
So we're gathering a boneyard of broken cars right now as we come across the line to complete the second lap. O'Gorman leads, but Swenson not far behind. The third place battle is what's catching my eyes still as Heitkotter defends from Andy Smedegaard through turn number 2. Then it's Cattell in that championship battle. McGrew in the background. Let's keep an eye on the number 7.
Yeah, if these 4 drivers keep fighting for third, we'll definitely see Luke McGrew and Jensen finding himself catching that pack. We got a whole gaggle of cars back here with Jake Price, Jorgenstad. Oh, big moment for Justin Kelly.
Yeah,
barely kept it on track.
There's Eric Jensen. Look at behind Zach Lavoie. There's Louis Chatroup, Austin Hurdle side by side. That is a battle for 10th spot. Look at this drag race as they head down towards turn number 4 and 5. Looks like Chatroup will pull clear for a moment. Hurdle backs out. There's Jake Price and Gary Wimble all in a line.
Yeah, great action. What is this for?
It's about for 10th or 11th spot. Look at Jake Price having a look at Hurdle there. A little bit of dust kicking up. I think that was from Lavoie up the road. Now Jake Price defends from Wimble, and there's looks like that is the other Myriad car. That's Felipe Gonzalez.
So with Morrison dropping out, that does move Zach Lavoie into his goal range. So the pressure's on if he can hang on to it. There's a bunch of angry cars behind him, and Louis Chatroup is extremely fast. So we'll have to see how that battle plays out up the road. Looks like the battle for third place is stretching out a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's found a little bit of room to race. Here's a battle a little bit deeper in the field. Again, that's Austin Hurdle defending from Jake Price, Gary Wimble, Felipe Gonzalez. I think there's another car back there. Is that Ryan Upham? Indeed, it looks to be. Matan Rosenberg is back there as well. Great battles in the middle of the front pack here.
Yeah,
the 15th or 20th.
The middle of the pack is kind of stealing the show right now.
I love it.
Yeah.
There's Matan Rosenberg, the 17-year-old in the red Mazda Miata. He's getting it up in there and mixing it up for the inside the top 20 here for 17th. Look at this, Chatroup attacking Zach Lavoie from Andy Smedegaard Motorsports.
Right, yeah, so Zach Lavoie, very experienced. He used to race, I believe, with the BMW club. He thought GLTC looked fun, so here he is. He's out here partying with us. Oh, Brian Christoph and
Wes Penn in the yellow Miata. They were having a bit of a battle, but behind them there was one other car that was in that mix. Couldn't quite get a good look at it. But through turn 3 now, look at this. Eric Meadows all over the back of Louis Chatroup now.
That might be Upham.
Oh, you're right. I believe so. And look at this battle for third. Here comes Smedegaard back to the tailpipes of the 370. It's all starting to compress again. Swenson's all over O'Gorman for the lead, and Smedegaard is all over. Oh
no!
Trouble.
Tom. Oh, man.
He was dealing with throttle body issues. Tom O'Gorman's car out of power. And to the lead goes Jeremy Swenson. Now this battle for third is a battle for second. Heitkotter takes over in the Chris Forsberg Racing 5, and Andy Smedegaard now has to avenge his teammate.
Right, yeah, and man, that's a tough break for Tom.
Tom's bad. It looks like power is intermittent here. He was mentioning it was fuel starving. High speed cornering, DJ, maybe it's fuel starving that car.
If he could salvage this race, so fastest lap time from this race.
He's got it at 38.4.
It does set the grid for the next race. So if he gets a good point finish, even with that slip up, whether it was him or the car, he still has a chance. But man, Andy is right on Brian Heitcotter's bumper here.
Heitkotter trying to defend from Andy Smedegaard. Smedegaard's won 2 rounds of GLTC racing this season. Heitkotter comes off of a win 2 rounds ago at Alpine Horizon, was the winner in a 3-wide battle to the checkered. Heitkotter scored his 2nd GRIDLIFE Touring Cup victory and his 1st weekend championship, now defending heavily from the ASM number 212. Right behind him, Swenson looking in the mirror, licking his lips, trying to drive away.
Yeah, but this isn't going to be like the races earlier this year. Swenson normally on street tires. We have seen leads like this from Swenson before.
I think he's on Hoosiers though this time.
Right. I'm saying normally we'd see this lead, but it would start to, that lead would start to disappear as the street tires fall off. Jeremy's on Hoosiers now. There isn't going to be fall off. We could probably expect to see this gap for the rest of the race, but the pressure is on for Jeremy to keep it clean.
Well, already take a look at the lap times. This is showing your previous lap. Swenson at a 1:39.7, Heitkotter at a 1:39.4, Smedegaard at a 1:39.3, and Cattell. They're all running faster than the race leader, DJ. We still have 7 or 8 minutes left in this race.
That's true. Now, it's up to Andy to recognize, hey, we're catching that purple car. Maybe I just chill for a little bit, let Brian catch him, and then maybe I can pick something off with when those two start mingling.
About 7 car lengths now. Swenson driving in a slide at the exit at 10B. He's working those rear tires.
Yeah, you know
Look
what?
at Eric Cattell in the Hybrid Racing EG climbing into the mix there. He's at the far left of your camera shot in the 1992 Civic SI.
You know, even with Hoosiers, Swenson's tires might be falling off.
He's driving the wheels off of that
yeah,
for sure.
For sure.
8 minutes into this race, Swenson rolls through turn number 11 with the cars in his mirror growing larger every single lap. Heitkotter searching for a 3rd GridLife Touring Cup win and trying to avenge what happened here in the spring. He could have won races, had the pace to do it, was not able to get there. Big
he's
slide
right
through turn
there.
1.
Can he get it up underneath for turn 2? Heitkotter leaves him just enough room, perfectly placed from Heitkotter to defend that position after a slip up.
Now, also to note, the ASM crew is on top of a scissor lift watching this. They can see the lead that Swenson has. They might be telling Smedgaard, hang back, let the number 5 car go up and catch that leader. But for how long do you wait, DJ?
I think the move here is you let Brian catch him because he was catching him. Though Swenson last lap was only a 10th behind. That's within pace where they're not going to get him. So as long as Swenson stays clean, he should be good this. But that's easier said than done, for sure.
Through turn number 7, Swenson carries that car all the way out to the edge of the racetrack. So does Heitkotter. Here comes Andy Smedgaard to the inside. This is a crucial moment. Door gets slammed on the nose of Andy Smedgaard. He cannot get by. Heitkotter defends that spot. Cattell watching, smelling the blood in the water as the battle for second increases. But Swenson, every time they take a swipe at each other, drives a little further away.
Yeah, I think they're still catching him, though. There must have been a mistake from Jeremy off screen because the gap really hasn't changed that much.
Oh, Andy using every inch of racetrack. Now in the slipstream of the 370, going to look left, going to look right. Now going to push the 370 down the back straightaway. Pops out for a look. Here he comes. Can he outbrake Brian Heitkotter into turn number 11? Here he goes. Turn 11, Andy Smedgaard to the inside, takes the 2nd position away.
Okay, so now how much was Brian holding up Andy? He's still going to be attacking him into the inside of turn 2, though. Andy will have the inside, or in the turn 1, Andy will have the inside for turn 2, though. So let's see how this plays out.
Side by side through the first corner, slipping and sliding. Smedgaard looking for grip. Still has the inside through turn 2. He should be able to clear him, and he does. Smedgaard gets 2nd, but Heitkotter powers down in the 370. Now the focus shifts forward to the 30.
Andy did a good job placing his car into turn 2 and on the exit. So now it's up to, so we know Brian is going to have more straightaway speed. Man, Andy is driving the wheels off this car. We know Brian's going to have more straightaway speed, so it's up to Andy in this portion of the track to put a gap on him so he's not under attack going to 11 and try to catch Jeremy, because that side-by-side action definitely cost them a half second if we're looking on the left side of the screen.
Ben Dozman slow. That's a brand new car after previously at spring kickoff, his previous car burst into flame violently. They were able to get an engine put in this car, and he seems like he's dealing with a limp right now as he rolls through the inside of 5 and 6. Cattell has now caught the number 5 of Brian Heitkotter. Again, the points leading car, the reigning champion of GridLife Touring Cup, looking for a podium. He's right here on the back of the number 5. Has a look into 10B, but Heitkotter stays on the racing line.
Yeah, Heitcotter's in defensive mode right now. We might see his tires falling off, but Eric's tires normally stay pretty good throughout the entire race, so we might see a repeat of the Andy Smedgaard Brian Heitkotter battle with Eric Cattell and Brian Heitkotter.
So now the 3rd place fight is where all the focus will shift, but I'm still curious about how many more laps we're going to get. It could be 2, it could be 1 as we come up onto the front straightaway, this time through Cattell. As a look, driver's right, drag race down the front stretch. K-Swap Civic versus 370. White flag, 2.2 miles left in this race.
Brian must have missed a shift or something because
whoa, trouble. Big slide for Heitkotter. He gathers it back up. Cattell avoids that.
Yeah, he just had to get out of the way. Yeah.
And now Cattell again pulls even. Heitkotter gathering it back up after a lockup into turn 1. Still a battle for 3rd on the run down to turn 3.
This is going to be huge for Eric if he's able to get by Brian Heitkotter for the points for the whole season. You don't want Swenson sweeping the weekend, so Eric needs to be in the fight for the weekend points.
He grabs 3rd place away from Heitkotter. The battle up front has fizzled. Smedgaard was faster last time, but he's going to run out of time. Cattell, big slide through turn 6. He's driving that Civic so hard right now to try to run away from Heitkotter because there's still a weakness for the Civic. When they get to the back straight, this is where that 370 is going to try to drive right back by him. Now for the lead. Here comes Smedgaard right to the back of Swenson through turn 7, 8, and 9. He's there, DJ.
Well,
this could be a battle for the win.
He caught him fast. He's got position on him.
Here he comes.
Outside of 10 doesn't really work, though. You kind of have to hope that he overcooks it, and then you come up underneath him.
Here he comes. Over, under, right to the rear bumper. Smedgaard looks to the inside. Swenson goes driver's left. Drag race here as they come up the back straightaway to turn 11. Andy Smedgaard versus Jeremy Swenson. V8 power, K power down the back straightaway to turn 11. It's going to be a drag race to the braking zone. Who gets it there first?
Oh, this is amazing racing.
Smedgaard.
Andy Smedgaard coming in on the inside.
He's got it.
Jeremy's trying to do the over-under, but he's not going to have enough.
Last lap pass for the win. Andy Smedgaard is going to win race 1. What a battle.
That was awesome. Man,
Oh,
how did
man.
Andy must have been held up a lot from Brian. Brian's impossible to get by. The pace difference was incredible.
That was unbelievable. Wow, that was so cool. Man, this is what I love about GLTC.
You guys missed it, but Kyle literally stood up and went like this.
That's just what it's all about. I mean, that was so clean. Great racing by those two. Not a touch, not a rub,
Perfect.
no smoke, no
perfect.
damage. They're going to walk away, and they're going to share a beer later. That is spectacular.
Not too soon though.
Oh,
they have another race. Yeah.
I forget we race in the dust here.
hopefully they're not sharing a beer.
No, we'll wait till after this.
Yeah, they'll share a beer after they do that again.
All right, so let's recap the top 10 for you. Andy Smedgaard gets it. Jeremy Swenson second. Eric Cattell grabs a podium from Heitkotter. Heitkotter, great job gathering that back up in turn 1. That was a sketchy moment. Justin Kelly, top 5. Luke McGrew, Eric Jensen, Jake Price, Tom O'Gorman salvages a top 10. Zach Lavoie finishes 10th.
Yeah, I'm curious what happened to Tom. I'll go dig into that and let everybody know for the next race.
MOMO moments. We're going to look back at some of the best moments of this race.
All right, I'm excited.
Spectacular stuff. Let's have a look-see. Here's the start. Frantic Justin Kelly down the inside, 3 wide there.
Yeah.
The front two were even for the first half a lap. You see Morrison and Tiffany Kelly go off in turn 1.
Yeah, Justin Kelly was definitely the winner in that exchange with the first couple corners.
Then the drag race up towards turn number 3. You see that is Ryan Upham. That was drag racing Eric Meadows back there. Some good battles all throughout the field. Look at this, still side by side.
Still side by side, yeah. The side by side, 2 rows deep, 4 corners later.
Then finally, here's the battle for the race win. Oh, there's a big moment from Justin Kelly. Huge slide there out of turn 3, gathered it back up. Then Austin Hurdle, Louis Chatroup going for a drag race down between turns 3 and 4. Then Chatroup and Hurdle again. Look at that.
I'm going to have to say, throughout the field, the amount of fun being had was really high.
So much fun. There's that big slide from Justin Kelly again.
Let's get it one more time, guys.
Here is Tom O'Gorman again with whatever issue he had. Again, it could be throttle body, could be fuel starve. The car continued and finished the race, but he was in position to win it. And look at that battle for second place, the 370, and then Andy Smedgaard back to the inside. Andy earned this one, by the way.
Yeah, Brian Heitkotter, just watching how he places his car, Andy had to work for it for sure just to get by him.
There's that pass for, at the time, it was second place. That is
perfectly clean, side by side, respectful racing. That's exactly what you'd want in the exact situation there.
Here's the battle for third. This one got a little scary. A big lockup by Heitkotter, and Cattell did a spectacular job getting up out of the way of that to fight, and he actually ended up getting by. And here's the battle for the win. Smedgaard does the over-under in turn 10B, climbs up out, and uses that K-Swap S2000 ASM power to go by and ultimately outbrake Jeremy Swenson.
And Swenson was tough but fair there. Left him just a car length, and Andy took it.
And took it and ran away and won with it. Wow.
Their hands have to be shaking, right?
My hands are shaking. That was so fun. That's GLTC race number 1. We've got another race coming up later. We've got Drift and some Time Attack before we cycle back to GLTC, though. So, DJ, final thoughts, GLTC race 1.
That was really good. If that's how the weekend's starting, I'm psyched for the rest of it.
I'm so psyched. Last lap battle, last lap pass, all the things you love about grassroots racing, home-built cars of varying makes and manufacturers and weights. There's Brian DeFries climbing out. We'll get updates on all these cars. Hopefully they can get them fixed up and we can go party later tonight in the dusk with thousands of people watching. Glad to be with you. I'm Kyle Heyer alongside DJ Alessandrini. Thanks so much for watching GLTC Race 1. And it's me, Jared DeAnda, and Sam Nalvin up next for Drift. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is brought to you by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. Falken Tire, competition-proven performance. MOMO, the official safety partner of GRIDLIFE. Hawk Brakes, race-proven, street-legal. Valvoline. Valvoline VR1. Available at Advanced Auto Parts stores. Airlift. Airlift Performance lets you get low and live your life on air.
The Falken Azenas RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenas RT660.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Mike, one of the smiling faces in the FCP Euro Pickup Center, who assists customers whenever they have to come in and pick up their orders. Mike has an evolving collection of BMWs, including his beautiful E30 that often require maintenance. So he understands the importance of making sure that each customer gets quality parts. But Mike also underscores our value of making sure every customer has a fantastic buying experience here at FCP Euro. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
I can't say it enough. I'm not really sure how many more times I have to tell you this. Like that weekend that we spent in Beirut was special, Jared. That was special. But you have a family now. You have a family. I'm with the love of my life now, and like I've got to. We can't talk about this because it would ruin your family. It was a good time, but I
can't talk about it. We're live, Sam.
Oh, okay.
We are live here at GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival. We were just wrapping up a story. Thank you so much, Sam and Alvin.
Yeah.
We were talking about.
Drifting. We're going
drifting. We're talking about Beirut as well as Greg Bussell, Sam Nalvin.
Greg's not supposed to be here.
A drift idiot. Greg,
keep on dialing that
Greg
in.
Caught a late flight last night. He was like, I just need to smell Sam and Jared. So here we are. We're all vaccinated. We are up here in the FCP Euro. Race HQ. That's what the sign says. But this is GridLife Midwest Festival, and right now this is drifting. So we are about to explain what's going on here.
Look at that line.
Dude, our lineup is thicker than a Snicker.
So right now, actually, what's going on is they want to make sure that people have had their lunch. They're going to make sure that, one, Ken Taco Hut, go to Kentucky Fried Chicken, Pizza Hut, Taco
the double
Bell.
down.
Yeah, if you
the
can
double down.
Yeah, so they make sure these guys are full of warm belly before they hit the track, and that's what's critical here. Is
You speak about warm belly, but that's basically your telltale sign that you have to dispose of something.
Yeah, but you're ready to hit the GridLife Midwest track on Friday because they don't want these guys going out there hungry. That's dangerous.
Hungry driving is just scary driving. Hungry driving, count me out.
Yep, major sponsor of the event.
Yeah.
All right,
hungry.
Do any of these guys?
Hungry driving?
Yeah.
Hungry driving. This brought to you by Hungry Driving. Nobody wants to go hungry when you're out there driving. So guess what? Grab a thick breast of chicken or a chicken wing or some sort of meat protein device.
there is an
or if
empanada
you're a
sandwich.
vegetarian option, go ahead and grab a tofu wing.
What have you had so far?
I had a bite of a crepe.
Okay.
And I had a bite of a crepe. I think I'm going to get some pizza after this at the GridLife Midwest Festival here. We've got a lot of – I'm doing Jay Leno now.
Phil, I don't know if you've seen all of the cars. All the cars. Look at the
we just saw competition go down. This ain't about that. This is about – I don't even want to say bragging rights because it's not that either. This
is what I like to call expression session.
Expression session.
Session. Why do you eat a crepe and you think you're
had
all
a crepe and then now we are here for drifting?
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Go ahead and announce. Sammy.
So the stars are out tonight, Jared. We've got is Dale here? Is Dale doing this?
Dale. Who's Dale?
Who's Dale? All right? Who is here?
Chris Forsberg.
Yep. The GingerMan
We got
himself.
Justin Pollock.
Yep.
We got Dai Yoshihara.
Yep. He's driving a
We
Mustang.
got Matt Field.
Yep.
Odie Bakshi.
Yep.
We have Ryan Literal in the building. We have
There they are. There's Justin right now.
Oh, we got Farouk Kawai.
That's Farouk.
Farouk Kawai out here in the
14.
building.
And we also have a bunch of just teams.
The Gold Diggers.
The Gold
Jam.
Diggers. Yep.
Also, a lot. You know what's really cool?
Very phallic
You know what's
car.
cool about this
This
session
E3.
is that a lot of the musicians that are playing this evening are actually riding in cars.
Oh.
The Altamaniac.
Yeah.
The M56.
Yep.
La Flama Negro.
Yep. Yeah,
Yes.
because I got multiple cars out here from the Chris Forsberg team.
I'm seeing Scott from
Jeff
Drip
Stoneback
Royal
is here.
Seeing Jeff Stoneback, Jeffrey Stoneback with the G.
Yep.
Nate
BLS powered
Hamilton.
Mustang and raging.
Shane Wally.
Yep. Boss car.
Yeah. Why are you Ewing cars?
So Greg, just go
ahead and yell. Greg is the yeller.
We've been trying so hard to find a job for Greg here. It's so hard. And he hasn't found an niche yet. But right now the closest we found is the car style expert, right?
I basically just want to judge the cars, as they go around the track, not on their performance, but solely based on their aesthetic appearance.
So we found a lot about what Greg doesn't like, but I haven't found what Greg does like. Now, Greg, does anything here suit you?
Right now, okay. If you want to put it out there, Jeff Stoneback's got the best looking car. It's an S15, it's got good wheels, it's classy. So far, everybody else, they got to step it up.
I saw Jeff Stoneback hand you a beverage from
You're
a cooler.
such
earlier.
a hater.
Yeah.
Greg is the consummate hater. Hates it all.
Cars are rolling out, and Greg's not happy about it, but I know Jared and I are, and that is what we're here for. We're here for...
He has 3 G's in his name.
Yeah, you can't trust that guy. All right, Team Falken bringing us... Oh, no, just not whole Team Falken, just Pollock. Ryan Literal over
His
there.
3rd G is silent.
Yeah. Die in the Mustang
It's
with that
Greg.
big seat. So we're in the track right now. We don't have that full initiation here because we're not going down that big straight. Jared, focus. The cars are drifting now. The stars are out.
That's Ryan Literal. He's driving a RB-powered Nissan.
Thank you.
Power Stop.
Thank you.
S15. A talented driver.
And that right
Looking
there
forward to him.
There's the climax of all the drifting-related content you're going to hear. From here on out, it's downhill. There's nowhere else to go.
The Gold Digger boys with multiple BMWs and the 86.
I feel like the Z3 is a confusing car to talk about because it's so phallic, Jared. I saw
The which one?
on the street the other day.
What, Ace and Gary? Ambiguously a duo?
Yes. Because that car does. Do we know what it looks like?
Yes,
right?
yes. Leonard Kenny fans.
Oh, I get it.
Okay.
Yeah. I get it.
Yep.
I'm there for it.
Did you get it?
Would you drive a Z3?
No.
Really? Why?
I do love the BMW clown shoe, though. I would say that the BMW M clown shoe, as they describe it, is a rear-wheel drive Honda Civic EG 92 to 95 hatchback.
And
so
Greg, for the first time, it looks like he's approving of a car. Let's hear
for the first time, man.
I'm a big fan of hatchbacks. Okay,
Yeah.
let's get that. And so,
Pop Toad.
Oh boy, who's that? Ham Fam?
Is that Ham? Is that Little Ham? Big Ham? Yeah, that's Big Hammer.
Hamilton.
So one thing that we do like to do to create tension at GridLife is at least once per session, Nick Swan, the master of drift ceremonies, he will pull the hood pins off someone's car. We're never going to know who it is till we see that hood pin.
Oh.
And it is.
Is it Swan in a box?
Yeah, Swan in a box.
Yeah.
And it's funny, it's fun, and that's what drifting is about here, is we want to see who's going to be the lucky winner.
Pop goes to Hamilton.
Nick's sense of humor, not a lot of people.
It's a little dark.
Not a lot of people appreciates that, but, I think it's funny. Yeah, so anyways, Nate Hamilton, your hood pins are here with us at the announcing booth. If you want those back, we take bribes, money, whatever. I don't know.
Too soon. Swan's there on the start line.
Yep.
We can see Ryan Literal. So you're seeing two Mustangs there.
Yep.
The first one is Justin Pollock. The second one there behind Ryan Literal, that's Dai Yoshihara. Dai Yoshihara is driving a Mustang this weekend.
JDM
and then you're
driver in all USDM, baby.
He's going USDM.
Baby.
He's flying the American flag.
Yeah.
I've known Dai for 18 years, 19 years.
What's your best story, Dai story?
Can't say it. Nope.
Okay.
It's a good one.
That's fair.
Nope. Is it Los Angeles? Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Can you
Can't
draw
even.
a picture?
Nope.
Okay. Ryan Literal is going to lead the pack.
Ryan Literal in the RB powered power stop Nissan
They're
S15
sending him solo.
GT radial
it's
tires.
It's going to be a bloodbath.
How backwards do you think he's going to go?
3.
Let's get weird.
3?
All right.
Oh, he's got the Falcon train behind him.
So we're going to start.
Where is Matt Field? Matt Field and his demo car. There's
go.
Ryan Literal. Let's go. Coming into picture. Yo. Hot boy. Woo!
Yeah, that's an angle.
He got fancy there.
Here comes that Falcon train. Odie.
There's the orange Odie train.
Odie leading up the rear there.
Yep.
Following Justin, following...
no, it's Dai, and then Justin leading the pack.
They're all Mustangs, Jared.
Right.
Greg.
I said it.
Greg.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Gold Diggers. The Gold Digger boys.
Now, what does that mean, Jared?
That's their drift team name. Gold Diggers.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
They are looking for financial acquaintances and relationships to commandeer and then eventually spend that on luxury items.
What do they offer in exchange for this gold?
They dig. They capture. Oh, boy.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's that virility of that.
Oh,
Z3.
that's that virility. Big
that
word.
car,
word of the day.
Quite a specimen. Quite a specimen. Now, I'm just curious, Jared. This camouflage car.
Where?
See? Where, exactly. Yeah. Well, moving on. So this track in this corner is treacherous and magical. As you can see, Josh Robinson in his ute. The old fighting Roo. Because they have a long straight to Manji down, and then they have this big descending speed corner. You can throw backies, you can throw 40s. Right now, I think the biggest Manji train and the biggest initiation train we've seen is like 5-6 cars. That's fine, right? But as the weekend goes on, that's going to turn into a full group initiation. There's Tej.
That's TJ Hunt. Hunt, keep moving forward.
Yep.
He's parking it real quick there.
There's Stone.
There's old Jeffrey. Jeffrey the giraffe.
S15's best cars in the paddock.
Dude, Backstone is in the building.
Yeah, fight me on that. If the S15 isn't the coolest car in the paddock, minus that FD RX-7 with the RE.
Minus the 1985 Chevy wagon or Chevy van.
That's fine. Yeah, okay, the van. The van, okay.
Duh.
Yeah.
There's a blue 85 van. Oh, there's Ham Fam. So hood pins are fixed.
Thanks for the hood pins back, Swan.
Appreciate that, Swan. Oh, you are such a feisty little devil.
Yeah.
You are just. So the 85 van pulls a Cressida that drifts out here.
The only thing it's missing, it's got clean sides. The only thing I could see that it needs is a nice wizard airbrushing with like a lightning bolt and a staff. Like
riding a polar bear.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, don't go too far into the paint.
No.
So what is that Hoonigan weird old car? What's
that is a K-Series.
Okay.
Oh! Oh, boy.
JTP.
Overcooking. Justin Pollock going hard.
No.
Look at Dayoshihara Onibashi, so little tandem of the teal and blue. Scallops. Falken tires in the building.
That was so cool, but the grass here is so sensitive. And it just.
Jabe is mad.
Yeah, Jabe is mad. I can see the grass movers. They are not about dirt drops. I'm about dirt drops. I like that. That's for me.
You ever seen the movie?
Only one rule. No, stay on the track. And also keep the tire smoke down if you can. The noise, shut it down. Angle, if you can do like minimum angle. You know.
Yeah.
Okay, the
just
drone
go
had a
fast.
Oh, look at that drone transition. He went up. Yeah, look at that. That was a good transition.
Was that a swipe? Are you into that?
Yeah. Can we get a star wipe, live stream crew? When you get a chance, just star wipe me.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I'm hearing we don't have star wipes anymore.
That's a negatory.
Like a page turn. If you can do like
the pattern is full. Matt or Will?
Page turn.
I don't know who our director is right now. Oh, okay. Matt's back.
Yeah, Matt, can we do a page turn wipe when you get a sec? All right, we're here. We do.
Our director is saying, look, you're just getting what you get.
So no star wipes happening this set. That's fine.
No.
Oh, all right.
Yo, let's get weird.
That's a good FPV save.
Gold Digger FPV jammer. Woo-wee, Rick. Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. This is like a music. Oh, that was a bit of a star swipe.
That transition was
That was good.
Slow down that transition.
That was good. That was a good transition, guys. What team is this, Greg? I feel like you know these boys.
Yeah, they're following the Gold Digger, so I assume this is Alimony, Tony, and crew.
Okay.
Yeah, so just like the Gold Diggers, they're going out there looking for the money. They've already found the money, and they're just focusing on paying this alimony now.
Oh, for sure.
That makes sense. Alimony, Tony?
Alimony, Tony.
Got it.
Sheesh. Is that when I use sheesh? Did I use sheesh?
Yeah. Sheesh.
So you don't say the SH at the end of the sheesh?
It's more of a sheesh.
What's that flag mean, Greg? Is that good flag or bad flag?
That's actually to dignify that there's a pirate ship right around the corner.
Oh, no.
Oh, Blackbeard.
Should we beat to quarters?
They got it under control.
Okay.
Yeah, the guys got the flag.
All right,
Falcon boys.
Yeah.
Falcon them up.
Jared.
I said Falcon them up.
Strike one, bud. I'm not going to tell you again. Okay, cool.
Jeez.
Sheesh.
Oh, look at JTP.
Yeah, Mustang on Mustang.
Doing some landscaping.
That's beautiful.
Shallow line.
Nice line for proximity. I like
it.
Follow you wherever you go.
So Odie's now leading.
Again,
look at that Manji.
This is not a competition. It is
oh,
an expression
goodness.
Session, as Jared has said.
Yeah,
however,
session.
there is a winner, and we're going to determine who won at the end of this.
Told the drivers that this is not a competition.
We've won, though.
Yes.
We've all won here today. That's not true. There will be one winner that we decide, and what you win, undecided. It's probably not good. I can guarantee that.
I think the winner actually gets iced. They have to crank Smirnoff ice while on one knee.
Hey, here's Team Forsberg's.
Here we go.
Jaeger. We got Jägerbaum out there. He's in La Flamma Negra, and we got Forsberg in the in the Altamania.
Oh, we got diamond swipes.
Oh, that's a diamond.
Diamond
swipe,
swipes.
Oh, baby.
Diamond swipes.
I cannot wait to go for. I'm gonna try to get a ride in that Altamaniac tomorrow morning. We got a VR-powered twin turb ski, tube frame built drift taxi. There's 8 people combined.
Oh gosh,
that's a taxi ride.
This is a serious hang and bang right now.
And Forsberg told me earlier this morning that in the past he's done about 120, 130 mile an hour initiation to that first corner in La Flamma. And he said that this year the Altamaniac can definitely go much faster.
Oh yeah.
So 200, 300. I mean, let's call it 300. Like I don't want to hold him back, if anything. Is there gold on this track? Is that why they're here?
They're digging for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it, Greg. So like, as far as Greg's style points are concerned, these cars, they're gold diggers, sure, but
if you're gonna do a play on words, at least do the right color.
Right. So they're out for you, Greg.
They're out. Yeah. Unfortunately, they've been out the first day of Friday. They've been eliminated.
Okay. Yeah.
They might re-answer the picture though.
Yeah. Who do we have here, boys?
Oh, I don't know. He's putting on smoke, though. I like it.
Sarah FPV, get close.
Oh, there's Michael Essa.
Oh, the Essa man.
Essa with the purpose-built vehicle, courtesy of FCP Euro. FCP Euro.
What kind of Beamer is that?
Building that BMW as a project car, so he's bringing it out here, and that is an iteration of his competition vehicle.
What kind of car is that, Jared?
That? What?
No, the Beamer. S's Beamer.
I believe it's a 335, right?
Oh, thank you. She's a beaut. I like her. That's all I'm
Yeah.
trying to say. Oh, Diamond White. Yes. Here's our LS Mustang. The
Hey, Shane.
I like that.
Shane
golden
Wally.
That's my style. Yos, Big Nate. So this is our second drift session at Midwest here. First drift session, I think, how many lives were lost?
0.
Oh, okay.
Fortunately.
Oh, really?
Nobody passed away.
So I'm confused. I thought that this was like a battle royale situation where
No.
the last. Oh.
No. No, nobody actually was crucified.
What are the rules? I'm
The
still
rules are kill the tires, save the people.
Oh.
I thought it was like Thunderdome rules.
Yeah.
Oh, kill the people, save the tires.
Two car enter.
Got
one
it.
leave.
No, quite the contrary, Greg. Thanks for showing up. I mean, I appreciate you accidentally booking this flight as opposed to earlier this year and you really messing up, but we still made a seat for you.
You are
and made it really sweaty in our accommodations.
4 months
I
late.
just invited myself into this situation, and you guys have been incredibly accommodating.
Yeah. No. I mean, yeah, sure.
I mean, do you feel bad for me, or like, are we friends? Like, is this comfy?
Have you ever heard of, look up the word tolerant.
Have you ever heard of the phrase necessary evil, Greg?
No, I haven't, but I like it.
It has nothing to do with this. This is a necessary good. There's Josh Robinson here in the fighting Roo. He has a truck bed in the truck, but it doesn't seem like there's anything in that truck bed. Jared, what? I feel like does that
feel like making love?
I feel like there's a famous philosopher that said she has dumps like a truck, and thighs like what? All night long.
The bottom jeans, the ones with the fur.
That's different. That's different entirely.
Oh, my bad.
So what I was doing was Cisco.
Oh.
Thong song. You ever heard?
Oh, my bad.
So I was wondering if that truck has dumps. Like, does that truck do anything for us?
Let me sing it again.
The dumps in the back of the truck, he's definitely missing a key opportunity. He could put like hay bales back there. Be creative a little bit. You know, if you're gonna come out here with a pickup truck, own it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
If you're gonna wear Lululemons, own it. You know?
Yep. Athleisure wear is hot.
I like your pants, Greg. Those Lulus are really.
Are those Lulus, Greg?
No. Target. Most of my stuff comes
Whoa.
This message brought to you by not Target. So,
that's been in
as
the
the
about,
BMW
about 10
Z is going off.
Does that guy know that his car looks like a phallic thing?
Yep.
What's
I
he
think
gonna-
so.
Does he plan to change that or just kind of embrace it?
Nope. Just embrace it.
Look at that
Embrace
thing.
the fallacy.
That was an early.
And that is Dai Yoshihara, but
Dai's a pumped.
he's saying, Dai says, nah, just go ahead, dog.
Dai says.
Odie Bakshi said his S13 is an absolute shredder.
Yeah.
So that was his former FD competition vehicle. Odie Bakshi's piloting that Falken Tires S13. That was his former comp car.
Yep.
Turned demo car. And, oh, okay. All
So
right.
what they're doing right now is a very graceful maneuver. We're going to see her shortly, hopefully, and it's going to be like a passing of the champagne. And what they have, oh, hold on. He's got flags out. What is that?
Who's that?
Is that a delegate?
No.
No. So yeah, you saw Odie, you saw Dai there. What they're doing is they're passing of the champagne, and what they do is typically on most track sessions here, there's an honorary champagne bottle. They don't drink it. They don't drink it. We don't support that.
No saber.
No.
We're fine.
No, but at the end of this, whoever, it's kind of like a game of hot potato. Whoever has the champagne at the end has to sabrage it, which is why we do have the honorary saber here in the booth. And you do want to like just very carefully slice the top of that thing, drink the champagne, spray it on Jared. Jared loves being sprayed with champagne.
Love it.
That's what he lives
It's my hobby.
for.
Yeah. Nope, not at all.
I dare say that the Gold Diggers are the most reliable drifters out here. Okay, and never mind. All right, see you guys. I'm gonna go home now.
That's the announcer's curse, Sam. That is literally the announcer's curse. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Yep. You're like, oh, that car is sick. I think that will be the best car ever. Boom! Explosion. Dynamite. Walk away.
They are just
crying babies.
Oh,
we got diamonds.
I don't know if that was even a wipe. I think he just threw a diamond up on the screen.
Have not seen Danger Dan or Hertretch. Right?
Well, I saw one of them come back with a little T-bell earlier, and then Hurt was like, hey, what's up? Oh, backwards entry.
Yep.
There's
the old Rat Rod K-Series swap.
Yeah.
Three. Supposedly, they knocked it down to 3,000 pounds, which that vehicle, that's a lot of lead.
Is that actually lead in that car?
Most of it, yeah. This asbestos and lead. That's how you use to make
Oh, it's asbestos.
asbestos-filled lead.
Hey, I'm doing all right. But I'm also just to be clear, I'm doing as best as I can. Jared? Nope. Okay, that joke's not gonna work. How about
It's asbestos
Okay.
that you just continue on with your dialogue.
Okay, how about this one? I spotted an albino. No, hold on. I spotted an albino
Yep.
Dalmatian.
Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane.
I spotted an albino Dalmatian, and it was the best I could do for him because he didn't have spots.
I enjoy this. Oh, we turned Sam off. We turned Sam off. I appreciate that.
Did you?
All right, we are. Yep. Did you?
Is he telling him to slow down? No, Sam, no more. No more. I mean, we still haven't answered. Okay, hold on. We're popping the hood on this thing. Do you think he has a body in there? I feel like this is the only car that has enough trunk and hood space for a body. He's saying, no, I'm checking. Yeah, this body I have in here is still good. It's still there. I'm going to dump it out there later. Cool? All right.
This body is a wonderland.
So is that a cheese? Is that a Whit Whiz can? Is that Cheese Whiz? Philadelphia cheese car?
Yeah, I think so.
I feel... Okay, there's fire underneath that car. I'm not sure the Cheese Whiz can's going to be what we need for this. But they're pushing it back.
Yep, we're seeing some fire.
That's what happens with when you get dry grass and a hot engine.
Yeah.
Get fire.
But I think that's part of the appeal. That's part of the appeal of this event.
We have the technology.
Now, Adam Jabay, the groundskeeper, is probably not going to be too excited about this little scorch spot in the grass here. So I don't know who wants to tell him. It won't be me. I guarantee that. All right, so now we got the grass replacement crew out here. They're going to be putting down some fresh turf for us. Don't even worry about the car. The grass right now is looking like it could use some refreshing here. What's your grass technique, Jared, when you like to reseed a lawn or anything? You're a dad and a homeowner.
Well, he's burning the grass at both ends. He's just hanging out.
When you say burning grass, are you talking about utilizing the illegal drug of marijuana?
No. No, he literally burned grass. That's a K-Series swap that we saw Ham Fam. Here are MOMO moments.
Okay.
They get a MOMO safety equipment, MOMO
You asked
wheels,
for moments
tires.
and we cried mo or moments.
With the midnight hour, I cry mo.
So these moments are pretty cool. They could use a little, I'd say, spice up the transitions or whatever, but that's not on me right now. Now I'm just here to look at these cars. Gold Diggers out there. We're an A-plus team. There's that Z3 looking for his virility in the grass, but I don't know why. That's the most virile car here. Is that who I think it is?
Greg is a big fan. Who did you think it was?
I have no idea. I was hoping you could fill that in for me.
No.
Nope. Okay, so it's not who I think it is.
No.
Falken boys. There's Justin making Adam mad because of the grass once again. That's a nice grass lawn that was built for this, and now it's
The MOMO moment, though,
Yeah.
for me, was actually Dai Yoshihara and Odi Bakshi's ripping through the course, and then Justin Pollock saying, like, oh, hey, remember me?
For me, I would say it's the friends we made along the way, Jared.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the Alimony Tony and friends right here. All their cars matching. They look phenomenal. They came out. They swang it. Right now, big fan.
Yeah, and that's what matters here for you. The CFR taxis. I
For
like
you.
That. I don't think I call it CFR anymore, do I? Just
It is Forsberg Racing,
Forsberg
the
Racing.
Ultimaniac, and Alex Jaeger.
And it's not Jaeger.
It's Jaeger.
It's Jaeger.
Jaeger bombs.
Okay. It still works.
Well, it's not Jagger. It's not Jaeger. It's Jaeger.
Does he have the moves like Jaeger?
He has multiple moves, like Alex Jaeger himself.
Does he do the Dutch rudder? Is that a move?
If you watch, yeah. If you watch Zach Amiro Make a Porno, the movie, yeah.
That sounds like dirty talk, Jared. Strike
Well,
two.
it's
That's strike two.
That's a
I mean,
title.
let's call it what it is. That's strike two. So, I mean, I don't.
When was strike one?
Strike one happened moments ago.
Ah, well, I apologize. What I do not apologize to is all the fans tuning in and watching GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival and listen to our banter of the K-Series swap, number 51. Thank you so much, Sam, Greg.
Looks like the car's back on track. It's going the wrong way, though.
Yeah, but it's we'll get
And what's that car even doing there?
I don't know.
So right over here, this is actually the Vibe Tribe. So Greg and I started the Vibe Tribe many years ago. This is our campsite right now, the Vibe Tribe campsite. You can see those people are vibing. So the little secret diamond white. All right, that's fine. That was there for a second and it's gone. No big deal. So you can see these people over here vibing pretty hard. Right now it is also literally only 6 p.m. on Friday. The Vibe Tribe, thank you. Let's call it what it is. Big sponsor, big friends and fans of the franchise here. Is that Jebediah with the sticks in his hand? Yes, it is.
Oh, dude.
So right now what he's doing chair delivery for all the guests out here. A lot of people you see standing. No more when Jebediah comes around with those chairs. What else? Yep. That's Dave with a really cool shirt. He told me earlier that shirt did cost him $300, which is...
He can't wear that to green screens, though.
No. But he was so proud of how much that shirt cost. Like, and honestly, like, that's cool. I like that shirt. I don't think $300 was the right amount of money to spend on that.
It's a conversation piece.
But we're talking about it right now, exactly.
Worth every penny.
All right, so this is our halftime interlude here where we usually do the ring toss with the FPV drone. So far... Oh... Okay, so this is a Mavic drone. It's not an FPV drone. So what we're going to see here right now is a drone crashing as it goes through a ring. And nope, he got it because I said it. There's the FPV little brother. Yeah, here we go. So now it's his turn. All right, and this is a little FPV brother. And yeah, not even a problem for him. It's going to be an easy ring toss.
Yep.
Now, Jared, have you ever tossed rings?
Once. I didn't go to college, but it was in college where I tossed rings.
Okay.
Yep.
What else you tossed in your career? Go on.
Frisbees.
Frisbees, yep, that's fair. So now we're just contemplating the rings, and that's important. And these are the rings that symbolize grid life as a whole. The Olympics, they've got however many rings they have, like 6. I don't know.
But much like the Olympics, later on tonight, these will be lit on fire.
Yeah.
And they will be flying through those.
And that's when we do talk about how the drifting doesn't really have a competition aspect. There is later on when we light these rings on fire, and each one of the driver has to do like a flying somersault through the rings. You can choose the top ring or the bottom ring. You get 3 points for top ring, 1 point for bottom ring.
Right.
However, top ring does come with the added benefit of... Oh, see? That's exactly how it's done. That FPV drone showing us exactly how it's done. Top ring, of course, you get the bragging rights. And you also have to lube up the drivers. They can't make it through these rings. A lot of these drivers are bigger guys, right? So you have to... Their suits are covered in hot grease.
Yep.
Which is not always the best thing for fire... not spreading fire. Let's just call it what it is, right, Jared? So...
Oh, man, there's... putting milk on the track now.
Okay, well, I just heard from actually our director that there's a expletive ton of expletive oil on the track.
Mm.
Yeah,
like milk.
that's all. No, so the milk is what the oil turns into when you dip it. Mm. So as while they clean up this track oil, what we're doing? Oh, and we're stuck, and that's. Oh nope, he's undone. That's how it's. Yep. And then now we're gonna see if he has a flip over. Yep, that's what you call flip over controls. Something I recently learned on FPV. Very helpful.
Wow.
Turtle mode, baby. Called turtle mode. And he does a little celebration barrel roll to celebrate the fact that milk is now being poured on the... So this is a track cappuccino, which is a pretty cool new move that they brought out to GridLife this year. So sometimes the track feels a little bit tired. It needs to have a little boost. So they do an espresso shot.
Oh.
So one of the cars actually laid down a big brown espresso shot on the track, as you saw. Right now we're mixing in that milk.
Speaking of brown espresso,
yep. Go on.
I go for a coffee.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's good. I thought that you were going to go somewhere else with that, and I was...
Yeah. I knew you thought I was going to, but I said no.
You were doing a diversion.
Yeah.
You did a sneaky upon me.
Yeah.
I like that. So as you can see, the powdered milk being brushed away here as we get back into GridLife Midwest action. I'm guessing by the look of it...
That's at least a half-mile long.
That's at least a half-mile strip of the powdered milk.
I mean...
Jared... Did you ask Greg to come to this one, or was that just his initiative?
Purely Greg's idea.
Local baristas. Yep. Thank you. Thank you, direction team. So yeah. So you can see these guys are very skilled at their job.
Greg had one job.
The FPV drone is helping to push the K Series gangster car off the track, and I still don't have a name for the car. Jared, can you help me?
The 51 Rat K.
No, but like a name. Like, do we know the
K
car?
Rat?
The
I don't
real
know.
name?
I don't know.
The Hudson Hornet?
The Hudson Hornet. Thank you.
Why do I have so many flies on me?
I haven't showered.
Because you're dying
There are
inside.
tons of flies.
You're dying inside. This is the farewell.
That's
oh, wow.
hard hood to land
that drone is. You're getting really aggressive there, bud.
It's so hard to just push the Hudson Hornet off the track, because right now we got to get the.
What are we fumigating?
We have
oh wow, we got double espresso.
Yeah, steamed milk.
Oh wow, flipped upside down, double shot. Let's go.
Yeah, if that milk ain't steamed to the right temperature, that track ain't gonna wake up. Think of the local baristas once again. And the back of the truck there, you will see a lot of toys and supplies. They're actually going to head over to the toy drive later. It looks like there's a bunch of bags of that's powdered milk. It looks like it's going to turn.
Is it though?
Milk.
Is it?
Is that molasses?
Have you seen Cocaine Cowboys? Those guys are on a boat. They are headed for Miami.
Uh-huh.
They're getting really torqued.
Are you telling me that this is not powdered milk? Is that what you're trying to tell me right now? What's the possibility of that not being powdered milk?
0 chance. I was there for the pre-brief. This is the milk time. If you look at your watches right now, we did synchronize 5:56 local time. It is time for.
It is 5:56.
Oh
man,
Jared, isn't that the Arby's slogan?
We have the 5:56.
No, we got the milk. Isn't that something?
We have the milk.
Yes,
I think that's it.
It's Arby's, big
beef
sponsor
and cheddar.
GRIDLIFE Midwest. Come on down to Arby's. Come on down to Arby's and get your milk shot with your new beef and cheddar. That's going to be the that's really what's going to get us through this long time.
What's number one? What's
so you say it, Jared.
I think that's a wrap.
Well, we don't know yet. We're finding out. Okay, yeah, it looks like drifting is going to be done for the day. Not for the day. Yeah, right, guys. That was a
jeez, Sam.
You all fell for it.
Aw, jeez.
Oh, jeez. Right. Diamond wipe. Thank you. It looks like the FPV drone has finally lost its wings. You will notice that we've actually handed out as a door prize spud guns to everyone that has come to the event. So you will, as a door prize at GRIDLIFE Midwest, get your spud gun. You'll be noticing potatoes.
Contrary to popular belief, that is not a real thing. Thank you, Sam.
So hopefully you got in here soon enough to get your spud gun. Make sure to shoot potatoes at the cars as they go by. And if you can't get that drone, that is 50 points. So it looks like that drone finally got shot by a potato. And that, I think, is going to wrap this session.
I think it will.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, Jared.
Thanks, Greg.
No. Don't embrace this.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
you know what?
My leg is so warm right now because his thigh is on my thigh.
I would have been comfortable, but Greg showed up.
We have another chair.
Guess what? Thank you so much for joining us out here at GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival. We are, we got scooters on track. We got, oh boy.
Toot, here comes
Jeffrey Bezos. There he is. Look at Jeffrey Bezos showing up.
So, does he always have this much style?
Goodness.
Has he put on
Dude, relax.
His legs.
Relax, guys.
Is this what I look like when I crash my drones?
All right. So, all things considered, we will be back. Check your GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival schedule.
Terry Gross is my hero.
We will be back at another time. We're picking up drones. Snapping checks. No, snapping next, cashing checks. Right?
My mom said I'll never have a girlfriend because I watch
too
much NPR.
Thank you so much for joining us. GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival. Sam, tell me about that continuation of the Stamos story.
No, it's not worth it.
All right, we'll be back.
GRIDLIFE Drift is brought to you by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. Falken Tire, competition-proven performance. MOMO, the official safety partner of GRIDLIFE. BC Racing, the official suspension of GRIDLIFE Drift. Airlift, airlift performance lets you get low and live your life on air. Back live at GRIDLIFE Midwest for GRIDLIFE Track Battle Time Attack. I'm Kyle Heyer and joined in the FCP Euro Race HQ by Ben Morawski. Welcome to Time Attack Track Battle, and we're about to go ready on the racetrack for Heat 6 of the day. We're going to have some special cars out there on the racetrack, though. We've been watching the Mercedes-AMG GT4s from FCP Euro Motorsports on the racetrack in DE all day, but now they're going to go set some laps in Super Unlimited.
Yeah, hopefully we can stop terrorizing the DE groups and actually try to put down a flyer, which is kind of exciting. We just thought it'd be cool to, I guess, put a benchmark maybe for people to compare to. Me being harsh, I'm not expecting too much of them, but I think it's going to be cool just to see them here at GingerMan. Obviously, IMSA cars are not here all the time, so kind of exciting. We were talking earlier about giving the context. When we go to a place like Road America or Mid-Ohio, you have that context for how fast a pro racing car should go because they've been there. Not the case with GingerMan Raceway, a relatively new racetrack, hasn't made its way to a lot of pro racing schedules. So this will give us a really cool visual of how fast a GT4 spec car is. Now, a GT4 car, in a lot of ways, is a purpose-built race car, Ben, but they're not that far from the pace of the street car, but we were talking earlier, also the street car might be faster than a GT4. Why? Yeah, so this car's still, I mean, it's balanced race car, right? So it is factory-built race car, but they are a little bit neutered for BOP. So the GT4 car we're running today is actually our backup car, so it's almost our parts car that we actually slapped together to get more ride-alongs for this weekend. But it's on an older BOP map, which is maybe 460, 470 horsepower, where the factory car is making 580. So, you know, car could probably be faster, but that said, it is a race car. It is well balanced, and we've got plenty of time with engineering it and really setting it up. So, well, this is the fastest car here this weekend. This is Ferris Kartumi's number 72 Chevrolet Corvette C6. Now, this car makes north of 1,000 horsepower. It's got wings larger than a 747. His best time this weekend, a 124.1. Overall track record of all time, Will I Young, a 123.7. The track temperature has cooled down to about 95 degrees, so the track is as cool as it's been all day long. So Ferris Kartumi should have a chance to go fast. We just came off a drift session. Track got a little oily, so we cleaned it up, but that might impact the speeds we're going to see here. But Kartumi's going to set a benchmark for our fastest time attack car, and then we're going to see Nate. Is Mike going out too, or is it just Nate? I think just Nate's going out. Gotcha. Mike's going to be in the GLTC race as a pace car. Oh, okay. That's really cool. So Kartumi comes across the line. His best time of the weekend, a 124.1. And there's one of those Mercedes-AMG GT4s, a 126 flat for Ferris Kartumi. And now we're going to
find Nate Vincent in the Mercedes AMG with FCP Euro on the side, rolling through the middle of turn 2 right now. And they should have a transponder attached to it, so we should get a good look. There it is.
I hope so. Hopefully he's not in the way of Ferris's next flyer.
No, that's it. That's all that car is going to do.
Oh, yeah?
Yep, 1 lap at a time. That's all that car is set up to do. It'll get overheat and blow the tires off at that point. But the cool thing about the Mercedes AMG GT4 is that it's essentially an endurance racing car.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's a stout car that's made to run for a long time. So we have some 2-hour races, some 4-hour races. Much longer than that. Hopefully this upcoming year, we'll be doing some properly long enduros. Actually, are you going down for Rolex or anything? Or
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't planning on it personally, but I don't know if GRIDLIFE is going or not.
Hey,
but
see if we can get you there.
Yeah, that'd be rad. But no, I mean, these cars, having worked in the World Challenge paddock and having been an IMSA fan for a long time, my perception of these cars is that they're incredibly fast, but we were talking earlier about how these are sort of detuned because this is one of many GT4 spec cars that are all essentially balanced to race amongst themselves. There's the Mercedes is one example. There's the BMW M4. That's another example of a GT4 car. McLaren 570S. The Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 Club Sport, that's another one. So all these different cars that are basically balanced together for sports car racing set to an international GT4 specification.
Right, and so, if you look at GLTC as a good example of its own BOP, just having a really nice rule set, it's kind of like that, where, Nate's coming in.
Oh, man.
That's not, I wonder if it's a transponder thing.
Well, there's a yellow flag out also. Wonder if that could be a transponder, could be something on the racetrack.
Maybe got scared. There's a lot of fast Miatas out there.
You'd be surprised if we were talking about where we expected the car to land, somewhere in the mid to low 130s. And of course, there's Grant Walker's Miata ran a 132.6 earlier. Oh, that's David Calzada. That is a turbo Miata, and one of the ones I was about to mention.
We jinxed him.
Well, certainly David has run this car extensively. It's pretty well tested, but obviously sometimes things go amiss. But there he's got it fired back up, so he'll continue.
It's moving.
Yep. This is Jackie Ding. This is a street class Tesla Model 3. Now, what Jackie and PhD Racing love to do, Ben, is they like to take new chassis, new cars that have come out, the Supra, for example, and they'll basically take it to the limit of what it's capable of. And that's kind of what PhD does. They've developed the Supra to the point where, at this point, they're sort of just ringing in wins left and right. They wanted to try something new. So now they have this Tesla Model 3 and are testing the viability of electric cars, which is sort of an interesting idea.
Yeah, I mean, what a great problem to have, right? We're winning too much. We're bored. We want to try something else. No, I actually spoke to Jackie earlier this weekend because we were hoping the Supra was here because we also brought our new 340i F30, which is B58 powered like a Supra. And we kind of wanted to compare the two cars to each other because, everybody compares the new Supra being essentially a BMW, but we took a 340 and kind of made it like a Supra. We have a bunch of Supra parts actually on it, so it's like this inverse relationship. But it's cool to see an electric car out here, honestly. I mean, they seem to be having success with it. I mean, it's not fast.
You're right. I mean, Jackie just, he's been setting quick laps all weekend, but he was telling me earlier that this car loses about 10 to 15% battery every lap because he's turned the regen off. Here we go. Looks like Nate's back on track now. And
I'm not sure if they're picking him up, but hopefully.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get a full lap in here. So let's take a guess here. What do we think it's going to run?
So if I'm wrong, so we have beers on this over in our paddock spot, but I'm thinking a 133.79.
Okay.
Nate Brown, who was on the broadcast earlier, thinks a 134.2. I don't know. What are you thinking?
I'm going to guess it's going to be a 134 flat. I'm going to guess right in between you guys.
That's fair. I mean, when we were here with the TCRs and we had a little bit of a toge battle with Tomo back then, I think the TCRs were doing low 35s and 34s, and those cars had a lot more aero, which the back section of the track, the 5, 6, 7, 8, that whole, definitely felt planted out there. So I'm curious what this will do though.
So rolling through the backside of the racetrack now through 7, 8, 9. Looks like, again, this is just an out lap here, so just warming up the tires and brakes. And you were mentioning, or I was being told that all the tires that you guys are running this weekend are essentially just old race tires. So there's probably not a lot left.
Yeah, I mean, this worked out great for us because right now in our shop space, which is also a content studio and a marketing department, we have just stacks of tires.
Sure.
And so our excuse for the last few weeks is, hey, we're going to GRIDLIFE. We're going to do a ton of ride-alongs. Let us burn these tires up there. So that's what we're here doing, is burning some old scrubs, but hey, what a great use of them.
Absolutely. And if you're here on site at GRIDLIFE Midwest, maybe you've already gotten a chance to ride in one of these things, but through turn number 11 to start a flying lap, Nate Vincent, ooh, a bit of a bobble on corner exit there. Now, these cars have traction control and ABS, and they're variable. They've got different settings to kind of tweak.
Yeah, it's almost 11 settings on each, actually. So we were actually going through that earlier. I was trying to learn, a little bit of what the traction control does. I'm assuming Nate has it pretty turned down.
Yeah, trying to get after it. You can see how much the car is diving into the corner for turn 2 and might step out a little bit on the exit of turn 2 here, right to the edge of the racetrack, all the way to the grass and up to turn 3 now. And top speeds of these cars on a place like Daytona, well in the 160s?
Yeah, yep. Mid to upper 160s. I mean, the other thing that I wrote in this earlier that I was super impressed with, the amount of braking for this heavy of a car and this big of a car. Yeah, even as someone who races, I did not expect that much brake force. So it's kind of cool. Something that big and that long can really slow down.
Yeah, as I understand, it's about 3,000 pounds in race trim, which is not particularly light, but it's also not particularly heavy compared to maybe its street counterpart, carrying a little bit extra in terms of the interior and that sort of thing. But
yeah, no, it's right in the middle.
Yeah.
And I think we have ballast in the. Oh, actually, we don't. We took the ballast out because we put seats in it, and that's normally where the ballast sits. So yeah, it should be sitting right around 3,000.
So now through turn number 9, using a little bit of downforce. These cars don't have a ton of aero on them, which makes them very unique and different from the TCR cars that you guys previously ran, which had a little bit less power but had a lot more aero on them. Now these cars are a little bit smaller wings and that sort of thing?
Yeah, the TCRs drove a little more vicious, I'd say. Not that this is at all
he's flashing the headlights.
He's trying to really put down a flyer here. Oh, here comes the excuse.
Yeah, up onto the front straightaway. Here we go. Nate Vincent in the FCP Euro Motorsports Mercedes-AMG GT4 across the line. Up to 6th place at 36.4.
All right, I'm gonna blame it on the slowdown in 11.
Oh, he's still going after it.
He's got tires. So again, these are endurance cars. So it's it's not one and done, luckily.
Right. So through turn 1, he got a little bit of dirt, so he's getting after it again. Up through the gears, off into turn 3. Now, that lap landed him basically 6th overall in this session. A 136.4 would put him, as it stands, 10th overall in time attack.
Okay, top 10. We'll take that.
Yeah, we'll take that. That's a good consistent day. Through 5 and 6. This is a pretty challenging corner, kind of a double apex. Turn in, brake, turn in.
And the car does step out. It's a very controlled step out. That's what I was impressed with when I was in earlier. It looks like a long car, but because you're seated pretty far back, when it steps, wheel wasn't in my hands, but it just feels very controlled. You don't feel like there's this long thing behind you. So nice little bit of slide there.
Yeah, really, this car is more of a front mid-engine car than it is a front-engine car because that engine is so pushed back to the firewall. The front axle's so far forward. Here's Ferris Khartoumi out for another go.
I'd love to see him set down a record.
I'm shocked that this car hasn't. I mean, Will Young's car was crazy, but this thing makes north of 1,000 horsepower. You could land an airplane on that wing.
Yeah.
It's so big. And it looks like he's going to back it down significantly at the exit of turn 3. I wonder if he's got a problem. It's kind of lurching there a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too healthy.
I wonder if it's stuck in gear. I know this car has a sequential gearbox, so it could be stuck in gear, and he's trying to kind of get it dislodged. But Nate Vincent across the line, a 135.2, so a big improvement there, about a full second.
It's going to come through, maybe.
135.2 would put him in 9th, so he would have picked up a spot.
Okay. I mean, again, it's neat to just see that car out there because it honestly feels fast. But if you look at like a GLTC qualifying lap, and those are pretty low horsepower, some aero. But that's why it's cool to see this benchmark at this track because who knew really going into this? Like what are those cars capable of?
Yeah, GLTC pole was a 137.4.
Wow.
So that's pretty quick. But GT4 car hair quicker. So a handful of other cars are Sean Krebs back in the RS Motors 212, and Khartoumi's still limping the car around right now. Josh Halka goes by. And kind of a weird, quiet moment in the session here.
Is Halka going for any records this weekend?
In the street class?
Yeah.
The street class record, I can pull it up and tell you. The street class record here at GingerMan Raceway on a dry surface is a 136.730 set in the fall of last year. And Halka's best time this weekend so far, if I pull that up, Josh Halka, a 137.4. So it sounds like he's about a couple tenths of a second off from where he could be. Here's Dallas Reed. This is what happens when you raid the Home Depot PVC department and stick it all in your hood.
This car wins grid life. I will say
so
our entire team, when we saw this roll through the other day, was just like, okay, we lost. Like, that's it.
Yeah,
in a nutshell, it's so good.
It's pretty cool. Makes cool sounds and has all sorts of neat wings and things attached to it. But Again, really slow on the racetrack right now. I think there's not really sure what's going on.
I don't know if there's an oil situation or.
Well, I think I saw Nate just clip by the timing and scoring again, but I didn't see the time improve. So. Nope. I think Nate just did 3 laps and then called it. I don't see that car on the track still. Dallas Reed's kind of warming up, it looks like, at the moment. But this weekend, you guys at FCP Euro, of course, you got this really big hospitality sort of merch area set up. So checkered flag falls on Group A here, so there must be something on the racetrack. Sure. You guys have that really big activation here, and it looks like it's going really well. So what's going on over that?
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting for us because it's been a little bit of an evolution, I guess. So
sure.
It was only a few years ago where we first started getting involved with GridLife as a whole, and we were a little bit smaller here, and just our program was a little bit smaller. And so it's fun to roll in now and kind of have that large presence and have the big awning and multiple cars and the drift. SS here, we're here. We're handing tons of swag out to everybody, and no, it's fun. Last night we went to go grab food, and we came back to the tent, and none of our people were there. We came back, and there was like 40 people under the tent, which was awesome.
That's really
They were like,
cool.
this is the goal. This is what it's all about. So we're excited for tonight to have more people, come experience, our hospitality, see what we're all about, talk to us, look at the cars, get in the cars, and hopefully, drive them tomorrow.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Ben Morawski from FCP Euro. I'm Kyle Heyer. We'll be back in a couple minutes with Group B of Time Attack. We'll see you in a few. Cool. Sun is getting lower in the sky here for the first day of action from GRIDLIFE Midwest at GingerMan Raceway. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Adam Nielsen for Time Attack Group B. We just watched a somewhat short Group A session, Adam. We had the FCP Euro Mercedes AMG GT4 go out, set a 1:35.2 in Super Unlimited, puts them about 9th on the overall timing list of the weekend. But Group B now going to take to the track.
An impressive time out of the car, considering, I talked to some of those guys for a little bit. Not ideal tires, and they take a long time to come up to temp. Not a bad time, all things considered.
Yeah, so. They said they were putting bets on it. I guessed a 34 flat. A few more laps and maybe a little less oil dry out there probably could have gotten there. But
we've had not the best track conditions this weekend.
No, we did have the track temperature fall about 10 degrees. It's now down to about 98 degrees from the high of just over 106 earlier today. So the weather's been perfect, 75 degrees and sunny as the campers begin to fill in here at GingerMan Raceway. Big festival tonight, big festival all weekend. We got music and motorsports smashing together, but we've had a handful of time attack sessions today. We've seen classes sort of start to we've seen not records fall, but people have been doing PBs most of the weekend. Every session.
Slow march towards the numbers they're all looking for, I'm sure.
Right, so cars on track kind of slowly working up to speed here. One of the drivers I want to keep an eye on is the 66 of Ben Thorne, the Club TR Valvoline car. And look at that. I love seeing the backside fill in.
So many people.
That's so good. I missed this so much.
Yeah.
And it's about time that GridLife had a big group all back here at GingerMan, all partying. And tonight they're going to do that. Look at the paddock on the left-hand side of your screen. That's where all the Motorsports is. Look on the right. That's where all the festival is. And it's all going to get smashed together in a beautiful creation that we call GridLife Midwest Festival. And Group B takes the green flag. Corey Ross, first one across the line here is Matt Williams, trying to keep that Club TR class lead.
Yeah. Only a few tenths. I wasn't aware of this. I thought he was the only one who'd gone under that minute 40 mark. Ben Thorne also did it as well yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, 139.8.
So yeah, still 6 tenths or so. Whoa, there's somebody going.
I think that was Ben Thorne.
Oh.
Well, speak of the devil, there
Yeah.
he goes, a little
See?
run wide, but kicking up the dirt at the exit of turn 1. But Ben Thorne trying to get all that he can out of it. There's Ben Mish in the number 36 Mazda RX-7. His best time of the weekend, a 138.769. So still trying to get after it and get even quicker.
Still one of my favorite cars to look at here this weekend. Such a really just gorgeous build. If you can get a chance to look at it sitting in paddock, it's something else.
It really is, and these RX-7s are really classic.
Oh, man.
It's almost timeless designs. They're
FD
so
is one of my favorite cars ever made.
They're spectacular, and they're just like Legos. They're like, like how the NA Miata is to the track world, the RX-7 to the modding world. They're just, you can build whatever you want out of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So as Ben Mish climbs up onto the straightaway here, we should note that with the track temperature falling, the opportunity for lap times to get better will increase. Of course, cooler racetrack, generally better opportunity for running quick laps. Now, the air temp isn't a whole lot cooler, and engines will generally make more power at cooler temperatures because the air is denser. But the air temp is roughly the same. The track temp is cooling down.
Yep.
That should help the overall grip level.
Hopefully.
There's
Corey Ross
in the 437, 143.2. I don't believe that is close to his best lap. It's 38.691. Charles Miller goes a 139 flat.
That's Tony Barber doing the 39 flat there.
Yeah, he just
snuck in there right as you were looking at it. Yeah, of course. Model 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Tony Barber driving this weekend.
I know that there was at least 2 Teslas here because I saw in the GridLife chatter about asking Adam Jabay if there was another Tesla charging station.
Oh.
And there is another one, but it's not available. There's the only one that's available is the one at the tire rack tower here on the front straightaway. And Jackie Ding took claim to that one early in the weekend. So
funny how that goes.
Yep.
There's plenty of generators around here, but I'm sure that's not
ideal.
Not the speed you're looking for charging-wise.
It'd be interesting to talk to Tony and see what his experience with the battery life has been. Again, we had just mentioned how 10 to 15% a lap without the regen on for Jackie was an issue. Curious what Tony Barber's doing. Peter Granberg back on track. We saw that car kind of stalled out earlier.
Yeah.
So good to see him back up to speed in the it's a forced induction BRZ. I can't remember if it's turbo or supercharged. I think it's been both at one point. One or the other. I mean,
things change so much with these guys. Sometimes you can't even keep up.
They show up with a different build every week, and constantly working on it and finding time.
Yeah, if you're not improving and changing things constantly, and somebody else is, you're going to fall behind.
So Tony Barber currently the quickest in the session. Charles Miller in second. Volkel behind in the 834. Whoa, big slide for Mish through turn 1, getting after it. Hang it out, why don't you? And now maybe backing it down on a cool-down lap here. Dana Basinski in the number 109 KBRZ. Now, we haven't talked a whole lot about Dana this weekend, but we should because he's right in the middle of a Club TR championship battle, but we haven't really seen or heard a lot of him this weekend.
Sometimes that's not all bad.
Sure, I mean,
just going out there and hammering down laps, but I don't think he's where he really wants to be time-wise.
No, he's at a 141.557, 42nd overall, but behind Anishram Rakhani in Club TR, behind Evan Weeder in the number 531 Civic. Down the order a little bit, and that's a big deal because he's second to Ryan Seiler.
Yeah,
and ahead of Ben Thorne. Now with Thorne ahead of him now, that going into Road America, that could be a big deal.
Yeah. So the way the points work in these classes, person the fastest in the class gets 100 points for the weekend, and then you lose 10 points for every 10th of a second you are behind the leader. So every second is 100. There's 1 point for every 10th of a second. Let me get this right. So every second is worth 10 points less. So still a chance to score points even if you're outside of the podium. So there's still, you're still wanting to push it as hard as you can, be as fast as you can, even if you're not able to make podium spots to get some of those crucial points.
Right, and of course Pasinski coming off of a weekend victory at Heartland Park a couple of weeks ago. Ryan Seiler got 85 points there, so it was a 15-point gain. The difference between the two right now is 56 points with this round in Road America remaining. So there is an uphill battle for Dana and Ben Thorne to get there. It's not mathematically impossible, but it's going to take a little bit of luck and a whole lot of skill. I
know talking to Ryan, he's worried about Road America because he's a little down on power from some of the other cars in the class. And that's kind of the epitome of power track.
Yeah,
so
a lot of straightaway there. Now, I've talked to some drivers that say that Road America is a power track in sectors 1 and 3, but that second sector from turn 5 all the way down to basically Canada Corner, that's a handling section.
That's fair.
For the most part. So there are areas where you can find speed, but again, you're going to be losing a lot on the run from 3 to 5.
We know that none of those cars are lacking in the handling department either way.
No.
So.
Yeah, that's true. They're all going to be very similar in that sector regardless.
Yeah.
Charles Miller out trying to continue to knock down that 139.3 in this session. Corey Ross, and is that Alex Ortega? No, it's a different car. Through 5 and 6, Corey Ross out on track as well still. Matt Williams runs a 141.6, still not any quicker than previously. Ben Thorne, no time recorded in this session. He went down to turn 1, went a little wide, and we have not seen him back on track since, so maybe could have damaged the under tray of that car. Or
at least pulling off to check it out.
Yeah, for sure.
Better safe than sorry.
Absolutely. Q Lee out there as well in the number 10. Is that a street class car?
Yeah, I believe a street class Evo, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it is definitely an Evo. I think it's a street class. Checking, and it is a street car, yes, in the all-wheel drive category.
The other Ben's twin, Ben Lynn, those cars I often get confused because they look pretty much identical.
Now, is Ben Lynn? I don't think Ben Lynn's driving this weekend, though.
Ben Lynn's car is here. Yesterday, Matt
Williams
in 10.
Yeah, that's coming out of 10B.
Yeah.
That was a little, something just went sailing off. What is
that?
No.
Oh, that's a cone.
Oh, good, okay. Nice drone shot there to capture that as it was skidding down the backstretch. Short session, checkered flag, yeah.
Jeez.
I know we've got a little bit of a time restriction because of the sunset here.
I was going to say, I bet Adam Jabay is trying to avoid a nighttime GLTC race. So.
Yeah, not all the cars have headlights. In the past, they've come with headlights in preparation for a night race, not the case tonight.
I just think that needs to be a rule.
I agree.
You know?
Well, I think that the plan is if there is a planned night race, you are supposed to have headlights, but this is not going to be a planned night race.
Well, that's fair.
I don't disagree, though. We've run races in the night here in the past, but it always ends up being a bit of a mess because you can't really see flags very well.
Yeah, that is the hardest part.
So we're trying to avoid that probably. We've also got drift as well. Same situation there. They've got to see flags like everybody else. They're the last thing on track for the day. So checkered flag here in Group B. So Tony Barber quickest in that, and Corey Ross and Volkel, Miller, and Gin the rest of the top 5. So we got 2 groups left. Ben Thorne did get a time in, 7:36.44, so probably just rolling through the pits.
Yeah.
Long day getting sun-baked out here?
I don't know. I just can't stop yawning today. I don't know what the deal is.
Not enough track records getting smashed.
I think I slept more than I do at home.
I slept way less than I do at home. I woke up at 5 a.m. freezing. So.
My friends like to give me gruff about the fact that I'm the only person who comes to GridLife and sleeps more than I do at home. Because I have kind of a strange work schedule. So, yeah. I didn't get up till like 9:30 this morning.
Yeah,
it was so glorious.
5 and did not go back to sleep. So I had a real rough morning trying to find caffeine.
Oh, man.
There's Ben Thorne. Looks like the car is still in one piece. That's good to see, but didn't get a lap time in before the checkered flew. And that is going to be it for the Time Attack Group B cars today. They won't get another chance until tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
So that's perhaps a missed opportunity.
What time are we back tomorrow morning?
The first stream session is at 10 a.m.
10.
But I don't know if that is track battle. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., it is Time Attack, 10 o'clock.
All right.
So that's going to be the first thing we live stream. It'll be a GLTC warm-up, followed by drift, then a lunch break before we head into some action in the afternoon with the GLTC Top 10 Shootout. More Time Attack, then GLTC Race 3, drift, GLTC Race 4, and track battle to end our live stream this weekend.
So there is a GLTC Top 10 shootout tomorrow then.
There is, and we actually have 3 GLTC sessions all in the afternoon, so they're going to be real busy in the paddock.
It's going to be a busy day for those guys racing.
It's been a busy day for the drivers so far. We had a lot of attrition in the first race, parts and pieces skittering off, hubs sailing, and a lost wheel that the drone pilots were trying to go find in the grass out here.
That's awesome.
So, you know, cars needed repairs. As we begin our Group C group here. I hear cars rolling off pit lane as Thorne heads back into it. Evo heading back out on the racetrack, past the MOMO logo painted into the grass by Jim Hayes from Painted Yard Art. Did all the logos that you see from the sky down. And something really noisy just drove by.
Yeah, no joke.
I don't know what that was.
If I had to guess, I'd say maybe Cal Fortner and his S4.
That sound, maybe.
Oh, maybe. No. That's
what was that?
That's what I'm sticking with. I'm sticking with it being Cal Fortner.
Yeah,
we'll see. Whoa.
So as we roll out on the racetrack, Fez Babar in the yellow FRS, we talked about him, that car crashed at Mid-Ohio, repaired and running this weekend, and I have not really checked in on where he is, but Fez in the 610, running in Club TR, his best time of 1:44.7, so we'll see if he can improve, and he's an aggressive driver. He'll get after it here, so I'm excited to see what he can do. Nice looking RX-7 here. Very clean. As we gear up on the warm-up lap here. So a couple big cleanups today. We had to fix the wall earlier, had to fix some oil laid down earlier. You see the FCP Euro logo between 5 and 6. Love that. So we're kind of on a little bit of a delay from where we would normally be scheduled. So as the track temperature continues to fall, this is going to benefit the guys in the later groups even more because the track will be cooler for their runs.
Yep. It'd be really awesome to see some of these guys who are a little bit farther back have the chance to jump ahead and maybe put some pressure on the front runners in their classes.
Well, here's Dewey out on the racetrack.
Finally, this is the first time we've seen Dewey on the live stream, at least this weekend.
Yep.
Always a top contender for the street mod class. One of my favorite cars, one of my favorite people. One of the most outspoken and loud people in the paddock anywhere he goes.
So we'll get to see him run a pretty solid lap time here in the 7. He set himself a benchmark and hopefully chase it all weekend long.
I know he's chasing after that sub 132nd time.
Sub 130, so this car's going to rip.
Street mod, that's the goal this weekend, a sub minute 30. That is him and Sean pretty much the two that are really going to be chasing after that really hard this weekend.
Yeah, Sean Krebsbach's best time of 132.1 so far this weekend.
Not on the pace that he's shown us before here. Sean being the current street mod record holder.
Yeah, what is that record? If I'm going to pull it up.
I would tell you if my phone hadn't just died.
I could pull it up. Street mod record for all-wheel drive. That was the RS Motors car last year, a 131.4.
Yep,
so they're not far off.
That event, Sean and Ronnie Solomon were co-driving together in Sean's car.
Dewey across the line. This is going to start a flying lap, and the yellow flag.
Oh, put that away. We don't need that.
Don't need that, but yep.
Come on now.
It got furled back up before he got to it, so he's going to continue.
That's what we want to see.
Through turn 2. Turn 2 is very flat, so you kind of skitter sideways across the surface. A lot of traffic in front of him, though. Really wide, got the dirt. But Cal Fortner up the road and a handful of other cars that, ooh, a bit of a slide there for Fortner out of turn 7. Whoop. That's the Supra of, I'm trying to remember the name off that Supra. Who is that? They haven't tripped the timing yet, so that was a warm-up lap. Jerry Lou. No, he has, yes, he did begin his flying lap. Jerry Lou's Supra. That's a bad spot to be stopped, though, so hopefully you can get that car fired back up. Oh, Dewey's off, too. That's at the exit of turn 3. That's not what we want to see.
That looks like
he's got some smoke.
Heat coming off the top of that car, but
man, time attack. This is a high and low sport,
isn't it? It's the highest of highs and certainly the lowest of lows.
Oh.
So yeah, it's kind of its own worst enemy, really, for a lot of the drivers. It's very stressful. It's very fast paced. It's very hard to keep up, and it's not uncommon for almost nothing to go your way.
Yeah, this is not what Dewey needed, and he was setting a quick lap, but he had some traffic in the way, so maybe it would have held him up a little bit. But anyways, here is Ryan Seiler in the Club TR category. And
Ryan made the switch to his 660s for this session, so we're hoping to see some of his times fall, hopefully quite a bit.
Well, he's going to need to do it quickly before they throw the black flag to go retrieve Dewey, because at the exit, oh, there it is.
Jeez.
Man, the luck that some of these guys have had today. We've had oil dry and shortened sessions and black flags, and it has just been very difficult to get a clean lap this weekend.
Welcome to Festival.
Yeah. 90 time attack cars here. More cars you have, the more chances there are one's going to break, right?
You know, everybody turns everything up for Festival because there's spectators, and even like if you're not thinking about it, it's still subconsciously in your head that you want to perform well for people in front of you, and you know, it just seems like a recipe for disaster more often than not for some people.
Oh boy, yep. And it looks like Patrick Doherty was out there as well. Patrick from Valvoline going for a rip in the CTR.
I think even in the GLTC race we had, there was a lot of attrition. There were a lot of tows. You know, it's just kind of, it's Festival, man.
Yep. A lot of cars, a lot of people putting everything they've got on the line for one weekend of action. If you've just joined us, you're watching GridLife Live for GridLife Midwest in 2021, our big festival. NASCAR's got Daytona, IndyCar's got the Indy 500, F1's got Monaco. We've got GridLife Midwest. It's a little different party, but I like this one even better.
Yeah, GingerMan's not quite the destination of a lot of those, but I mean,
we make it
Monaco, South Haven, they're basically the same.
Matt tells us in my ear that South Haven has better beaches 100%.
All right, that's fair.
Which sounds like a slogan for South Haven. Better beaches 100%.
Yeah, that's, I mean, sure.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take it.
I've never been to the beach here.
I bet you there's not as many yachts as there are in Monaco, though.
Beyond the Walmart, I don't know that I've ever really done anything in South Haven, despite having been here like probably 8 to 10 times.
I don't think I have either. I mean, I went to Little Caesars in South Haven the other day. That was Matt's salty about Little Caesars.
Actually, I am salty at the Little Caesars in South Haven as well, because at spring kickoff they closed 15 minutes early and wouldn't let me in the door.
Wow. Well, so I was getting pizza for the crew on Tuesday night, and I have to say that it was the weirdest Black Mirror, like end of the world, strangest experience I've ever had. Like I just felt like if there was a mirror in that building and I blinked, my reflection wouldn't blink. Like I just had I don't know what it was. It just felt off, and so I got out of there pretty quick.
That's Michigan for you.
But yeah, I mean, I've been here since Tuesday, and I've actually spent more time in town than I normally do. But you know, it's a cool little spot in Western Michigan here. It's strange to me because you can't see the lake from here, but we're really close to it.
You really don't see the lake the whole way. You're looking at a GPS and like, man, the lake's just like right there, but there's too many trees. I can't see.
Do we have I wonder if our weather map shows it. The satellite, maybe you can kind of give us an idea. I'm not sure if that's on there or not, but. So it sounds like we can't pull it up because one of our bros is fixing a jumbotron.
I don't know how I feel about the jumbotron thing.
What do you mean? How do you feel about it?
Because I'm a little worried that people are going to see that and then recognize me walking around here, and that just feels weird to me.
Well, you know, I have yet for someone to ask me for an autograph, and I feel like that's like. That's it.
No, that's fair.
I've made
that's fair. Well, you're not walking. At least you don't have temporary tattoos of yourself on people's chests.
That's correct. Adam does.
Because Adam Jabay has more than one of those.
And I'm sure he hates that, but he hates it in a way that's entertaining.
I'm in a Facebook group chat with him, and the first time he saw those was in said group chat, and he goes, "I swear that better be temporary."
I was wishing it was not. I think that'd be even better if it was a permanent addition.
It's only a matter of time before someone has a Jabuddy permanently tattooed on them somewhere.
Oh, the stage has got the pyrotechnics ready to rip.
Yeah.
And I had a fun conversation the other day. They gave me a pyrometer to measure the track temperature, and I didn't know what this was called, so I called it a heat gun.
Well,
which is kind of is.
Actually, I think that might be a more accurate description, because a pyrometer technically is a probe that you apply into something, whereas that's more of like an infrared. I would call that an infrared heat gun. I think you're more correct.
Maybe, but Adam corrected me, and I was like, I don't know what it's called. It's just it's a little orange pistol that shoots a laser and it tells me how fast molecules are vibrating. I think that's
I suppose that's fair.
But I was using this to measure the track temp today to kind of get a good idea of what the surface is like out there, and it's a pretty cool tool. And a lot of teams use these to look at tire temperatures as well, to kind of get an idea of where they need to adjust and work on alignment and that sort of thing. So there's one of the many tools at your disposal.
Mine has a laser pointer, and my 5-year-old loves to torture my cats with it.
Oh, good.
So.
Yes. All right, we're going to get
Many
a couple
uses.
more minutes here in Group C. So we'll turn them back loose for a few.
That's awesome. Glad to see that.
So it looks like Fez Bobber at a 144.5. That might be his best of the weekend or close to it in the 610. Looking on my sheet. 144. Yes, it is his fastest. So Fez did improve in the yellow FRS. So that's his PB. This will probably be 3 to 5 minutes. We'll get in Group C here, and I think GLTC's up next. I'm not sure that we'll have a Group D at this point.
No, well, according to the schedule at least, there's only 3 planned time attack sessions. So I don't know how they split it all up. Time attack kind of usually dwindles as the weekend goes on, and we can condense some of these sessions a little bit, maybe make them a little longer but have fewer sessions, give some people some more opportunities.
There's Fez there. Now, one of the interesting things is that this is the TRD release series version of this car.
Okay.
Now, the headlights on this car are the same kind of headlights that you would get on the Japanese Toyota GT86.
Okay.
They're really not inexpensive to get. Now, when he crashed at Mid-Ohio, he had broken one of those. And I had been on a month-long mission earlier in the year to get them for my car, and I found some.
really?
And so he came to me asking, where'd you get those headlights? I need one. And I basically told him, I was like, you got to go find a wrecked one because they're so expensive at dealers, and they don't let you just get them.
Right.
You have to have a VIN number that corresponds with the car that has them, which
Really?
he does.
That's surprising.
It is a little strange. He does have that, but they're still very expensive. But he did find one for sale on a group somewhere. It took him a couple months to get one, or at least a month to get one. But he got it, installed it, and now it's got the headlights it needs.
I've heard of Chevy doing that with like the aero parts on the Z28, the 5th gen Z28 and stuff like that. But headlights on an FRS seems awful.
It seems a little strange, doesn't it? A little frustrating for sure, but I just think those look a lot better. They're bi-xenon or whatever this.
Right,
yeah, they just look better.
Hot boy parts.
Yeah,
we get
exactly.
We get it.
The JDM cool dudes,
As much as we love to joke, that's absolutely part of the grid life atmosphere as anything.
I'm guilty of it.
Yeah. So my friend Robbie Vierhout, one of the GLTC competitors this weekend, full underglow Lambo doors on his car.
Why not?
It's just a thing. So
sure is. Ryan Seiler's. Sorry to cut you off. Ryan Seiler's back out. Just good to mention. Curious if Ben Thorne will get another lap.
Well, I think Ben was in the last session. I think he's.
Oh, that's right.
He's done and gone. So. Ryan clearly not the pace he's looking for there. That 157.2 is not where we need to be. He's looking for that low 140 mark.
So still some time to. Whoa, Fez going for a loop. Well, there goes that bumper again. hopefully he'll just tap right back in. But
that looks like maybe not a standard bumper.
Nope, that's another TRD part.
Another TRD part?
It looks like it just kind of came out of the clips. So
yeah,
it's a track car. It's going to happen.
Now it is for sure.
Yeah, it just ran a little wide in 6, real easy to do there, and goes off and goes for a loop, but he'll get right back at it. It's certainly seen worse damage recently, so I don't think this will be a big deal. Just don't drive too fast or it rips the side of that off.
That's oh, just like that.
Oh, did it fold over finally?
It folded over there as he was exiting the screens.
Checkered flag.
Got
a lap in, I think.
Man, this is not the session we needed this evening.
No.
For most of these guys, unfortunately. I know my Ryan Seiler's going to be very frustrated. So.
Well, Seiler did go quick, a 141.5.
Oh, look, there is the time that we needed from him. That's what I was hoping to see.
He did get it in as the checkered flag flew.
I think that is an improvement from his personal best at spring kickoff, though. So.
Yeah.
Look at that oil dry line.
Yeah. So that exists right now, but as soon as the GLTC field goes out there, it's going to go away pretty quick. Now, we do have another group lined up here, so it looks like we will have a Group D.
We will have a Group D. All right, fair enough. There's all our fit buddies. Seems like they're having a little trouble there lining up.
I'm going to take a guess that it'll be a fairly short session.
Yeah.
So I'm going to guess that they'll probably get 10 minutes or so to go out there and have some fun. But again, they're cutting these a little short to kind of make up some of the time we lost from the drift session and the barrier repair from the time attack earlier in the day. So just trying to get ourselves back on schedule as best we can. Now, in GridLife, there's nothing that's really time certain. There's no TV broadcast to worry about, nothing on a network that we have to be concerned about making, but we do have the sun going down, and again, the trouble will be finding corner workers in the dark. So that's sort of our limiting factor here. Plumman just whispered,
yeah,
it is TV production quality.
Let's
110%.
not offend our production staff
it is
here.
Honestly, this production. Look, like this is a movie. This is a film.
I've watched worse races on TV.
I mean, look at this is beautiful. It's like Bridge to Terabithia or something going on. If anyone remembers that movie.
Oh man, that's a callback.
Oh man. So Group D lining up here. We'll have 10 or so minutes, most likely, to let these cars go for a rip. All the spec fits, the Sunday Cup cars lining up. Looks like Dustin Williams is there as well. Okay, now they're just showing off. All the lens flares. You guys.
This is way more artsy than what we usually get.
Yeah.
I kind of appreciate the change.
Look at this. Look at all the campers lining up now. Gaming tent is open, Forza rigs and Torque Drift, and also the stage is getting set up for all the music acts tonight. If you'd like to learn more about what's going on here, you can go to GRIDLIFEMidwest.com. There's a whole website specifically for this event. So typically I'd send you to grid.life. That's the main website. But for the festival, GRIDLIFEMidwest.com will take you to where you need to go.
Are we sold out?
I don't have that information.
Okay. I don't know if there's still like walk-up tickets available. I know they keep a few.
I usually get told that information, but it's usually too late to relay it to
Yeah, that's fair.
So I know Alpine did sell out.
Yep.
That was a wild one, but that venue is pretty tight because you're kind of locked in by all the concrete there on the oval. So a little bit more space to spread out here. But Group D rolling out. All the fits. You know what's interesting is we used to see fits kind of line up nose to tail and run out as a pack, but we're not seeing quite as much of that.
Well, we got a few cars kind of in the middle of them. Some of the slower paced street class and Club TR cars are kind of breaking up the Sunday Cup crew. There you go. There's your nose to tail.
Yeah.
Shenanigans right there.
I love that.
Kendall Samuel bringing up the rear with, sometimes we've seen this at more than one event for Kendall in that Subaru there. Him kind of coming late to the show and having to race his way through these slower sessions. And I would think as a driver that would be really frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, the
knowing
challenge.
that car's got way more pace than most of the cars on the track right now, and him having to fight with that traffic.
Right.
Because if you show up late, we're not just going to put you in a place. You got to.
Yep, you got to prove that your car's fast enough to be in that first group.
Yep,
so that's a challenge, and it comes down to preparation or the time that you have prior to the event. That might be something that's a limiting factor, is when he can get out of work or when he can get to the event. How far away is he?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I saw the car in paddock last night.
Okay. All right. Well, all the spec fits going for. Okay, this is interesting. Was that wing on this car before?
That's the CTR car. That's that Civic that we keep getting confused with.
Is it?
That is not. That is the Civic Si Club TR car.
Okay.
It looks so much like a fit on the screen.
Well,
it's yeah.
You're right, but didn't we see? We saw this car earlier, but it didn't. I don't think it had the wing.
I don't know if he had the wing on it or not. He may be borrowing that from somebody. Who knows?
Yeah, I know Max Rooney. Like we've seen him before.
Yeah,
I'm familiar with this build, but I don't remember seeing the wing on it.
Well,
everyone's going to tell us in chat because they're going to go back and scroll through and tell us that we're wrong.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody found something for him. That seems like a GridLife thing to do. Like, here, take this off my car.
Levi in the YouTube chat says GA tickets are available on site still. So, if you're within driving distance, an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours, you got time.
Chicago.
The party runs late here, so
start driving.
You better start driving. I'm from Chicago. I could get home in 2 hours, but I don't want to go home. I want to be here.
Absolutely not. I'm still amazed at how many drivers get hotels. The fun's at the track.
Yeah.
You don't leave.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. It's all here. I mean, and there's distinct areas too. You go into the festival grounds. I don't think they go to sleep here.
No.
I think they just stay awake the whole time.
Yeah.
Monster Energy and and Red Bull, and they just party the whole time. And probably some other liquids that are not Monster Energy or Red Bull.
That's what it is. Monster and Red Bull.
I heard Jared DeAnda say that was the unleaded fuel earlier.
That's a fairly accurate description. I'll take that.
So a couple minutes in here, we're going to have our first times tripped this time through. Max Rooney is going to be the first one to lay down a lap time here. It is, first of all, there's such a vibe in this this tent right now that we're sitting in. The sun is going down. There's a nice glow. The weather, I'm laying back and relaxing. I'm having a great time because I'm going to be freaking out and voice cracking in 20 minutes when GLTC goes out. This is my last chance to relax a little bit.
That's fair.
I forgot who Jeremy Swenson was in the middle of the straightaway because I was so excited about what was happening.
I couldn't see it. My phone won't load the live stream here because there's way too many people. And we were over here between 1 and 2. I couldn't see what was happening. Then they come around after the checker, and Smedgaard's in front. I'm like, did he win? What happened? I don't even know.
Oh, man. Max Rooney, a 146.4. Cody Smith, a 147.9. And a couple of the drivers, Jacob Abbott, running a 148.926. And again, drivers just getting after it in the time that they've got left. Dustin Williams, again in that EG Civic, a new build this week. That's a Sunday Cup car that will be running with all the fits. There's Cody Smith getting after a bit of a rear slide out of it. He's been working on this car a ton.
So much. He's always thrashing on that car between events, changing things, making improvements. And even between sessions, it's not uncommon for him to be changing setup, trying different sway bar settings, shock settings, tire pressures, what have you. He's always going after it 100%.
Good look at the turn 8 and 9 complex, how that corner kind of tightens up, then loosens up and tightens again. Really challenging complex after you're swinging through turn 8, or turn 7, I should say, in a long right-hander. It is a little bit of dirt at the apex there in 10B. Kind of drop off the face of the earth on that end of the racetrack a little bit before you dig yourself out of it.
Yeah.
And Cody Smith, again, we were tracking him with the HP Tuners Track Addict Attack Dash at Autobahn earlier this year. Doing triple digits there for a moment before jumping on the binders. And coming up onto the front straight again. Golden Glow at GingerMan Raceway. Cody Smith, will he improve a 147.9? No, he will not. He'll stay at 147.9 in this session. He's getting after it, though. He's trying.
For it, man. I love it.
Sounds great, too. We can hear it. We're sat right basically in the middle of turn 1 on the inside apex, and you can hear the cars come by, and you see them on the screen, and can match them up pretty easily.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So
distinctive car sounds are always fantastic.
Sometimes I almost am upset at myself as to how many cars I can identify just by hearing them.
Oh.
I clearly spend too much time.
Someone went off at the exit of 3, went 4 tires over the curb. Ooh. There's the dust cloud. Where are they?
Long gone.
Long gone. However they went off fast because
they're still back there. I guess I don't know.
No,
tucked up against the berm.
I think they got out of it. They just drove out of it.
Yeah.
So saw him pointed in the right direction at the very least. James Morgan's out there in a fit, and Pete Lindbergh nose to tail, and whoop, they got bumped down in one spot, but a couple tenths of a second between them.
It wouldn't be a grid life without a hug from James Morgan.
It would. I already got my hug from James Morgan. Did you?
Yeah, I did. Absolutely.
Hey, DJ, did you get your hug from James Morgan? No, he hasn't gotten his hug from James Morgan yet.
He's got to step it up.
He's got to step it up, man. Oh, uh-oh. There's a whole splitter assembly. If we could take another look back at turn 3, guys, there's a whole splitter assembly sitting in the curbing. Yeah, we're going to get another. There it is.
Oh, geez.
Yep, someone has ripped the nose.
That's like a pretty serious setup, too. That's
expensive.
Not sure whose car that would be.
It could probably fit in a whole lot of different cars. They all kind of look like that.
That's crazy. Such a sandy, dusty
You know, this reminds me of is if everyone was watching the Indianapolis NASCAR race, they tore up the curb there, and it ripped the splitter out from underneath one of the cars. It was stuck, it was wedged under the curb there. But ours are concrete here. We're not going to get up underneath them, but he probably cut the blunt end of it, and that's probably what ripped it off if it wasn't the grass itself.
Kendall Samuel getting into a little bit of lap traffic there. Looks like he's on a flyer. Yeah, 137.4. Wow, that's flying.
That is really quick.
That'll move him up probably into Group A for starting out tomorrow. So hopefully we can see some really fast improved times for him.
Yeah, let's see where he would land. A 37.4 would put him, oh yeah, certainly. That would put him about 14th overall, which is good enough for Group A.
Perfect.
So that'll help him out, I'm sure. Get him out of the...
I love the look of that car.
It is so pretty.
The Van Halen throwback livery. I love it.
Got good proportions, too.
So, yeah.
Looks like a hill
I
climb.
really like the two-door Subaru silhouette.
Yeah.
Dewey and Boogeyman, this car. Tom Halka, there's a few of them out here this weekend. Really like that car.
Yeah, really, really nice looking. Hard Times Racing, a 156.7. Now, who is leading in Sunday Cup coming into this session? That's a question I want to answer. Sunday Cup currently being led by Kevin Head at a 154.2. That's his best lap.
53 is the time they're chasing. I don't remember a 53 and change that they're chasing after for that record. One of the longer standing records, if I'm not mistaken.
53.4 from Matt Williams, fall of 2020.
Oh, they put Matt on there as the record now.
Yep.
For a while, that was not the case. There was a car, there was a Gen 3 fit that was holding it. That car now no longer Sunday Cup legal because of its power.
Gotcha.
So they must have scrubbed that record.
Car wide at turn 10B.
Looks like maybe a fit,
or
either that or Max Rooney, possibly.
Yeah, one of the two. Well, we know the splitter isn't from that car.
That's fair.
So the parts and pieces not necessarily clicking together.
I was kind of wondering if maybe that was Cody Smith's splitter.
That's a possibility.
And that dust cloud was from Cody Smith.
That's a good question. I thought we were looking at Cody Smith after that happened, but maybe not. Checkered flag here for Time Attack Group D. And the mystery must be solved, Adam. So I'm going to send you on a mission.
I'll see what I can do. We'll have to report tomorrow morning at this point, I suppose. So
for sure.
For sure we'll find out, though.
All right, Adam. Well, Time Attack Group D complete again. We're going to see you in the morning. Thanks for joining me here.
Can't wait.
All right.
Stick around.
Kyle Heyer alongside Adam Nielsen. We'll see you for Time Attack in the morning, but don't go anywhere. Only a couple minutes till GLTC Race 2. We'll be right back. GRIDLIFE Time Attack is brought to you by Falken Tire, competition-proven performance. FCP Euro, every part you buy is guaranteed for life. 303 Performance, premium protectants and cleaners exceeding expectations since 1980. STA-BIL, ready, willing, STA-BIL. MOMO, the official safety partner of GRIDLIFE. Forgestar, the official wheel partner of GRIDLIFE Time Attack. HP Tuners. HP Tuners. Connect, read, edit, write, drive. Airlift. Airlift performance lets you get low and live your life on air. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is brought to you by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. Falken Tire. Competition-proven performance. MOMO. The official safety partner of GRIDLIFE. Hawk Brakes. Race-proven, street-legal. Valvoline. Valvoline VR1. Available at Advanced Auto Parts stores. Airlift. Airlift performance lets you get low and live your life on air. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 2 from GRIDLIFE Midwest at GingerMan Raceway is about to begin. The sun is setting on the first day of broadcasted action. I'm Kyle Heyer alongside DJ Alessandrini in the FCP Euro Race HQ. DJ Race 1, epic battle between Andy Smedegaard and Jeremy Swenson at the end. Tom O'Gorman dropped out of the lead with a throttle body issue. As I understand, it's sort of recovered somehow, but Race 2, a lot of storylines coming into this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, good thing Tom set the fastest lap of race 1 going before he had the throttle body issues. He's actually borrowing that throttle body from Dana, who is driving a K24-powered FRS in Club TR. So he's part of the ASM camp. So right now they're sharing a throttle body. So it's been reliable for Dana. Hopefully it's reliable for Tom so we can see this battle between, the top 5 are so close. And that's going to be extremely entertaining to watch. And there was a lot of great battling in the mid-pack as well for race 1.
So much battling all through the field. Tom O'Gorman is going to be the one starting on pole, but as I look down the grid, we've got Luke McGrew starting in 7th. He's always one to watch here. Remember, his first GLTC win was here at GingerMan Raceway at spring kickoff last year, so let's not count out Luke McGrew. But looking elsewhere, Louis Chatroop is going to start top 10, but Brian Heitkotter starting in 2nd. That might be the most dangerous place for Heitkotter to be. That car is big, it's wide, it's going to be hard to pass. We saw Smedegaard take an entire race to get by that 370Z.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard for Tom to hang on onto the lead there. I'm kind of curious if Tom takes the left side or the right side for the start.
It's always been a discussion at GingerMan Raceway. What side of the racetrack do you want to be on for the race start? We'll take a look at the track map and maybe discuss why that would be an interesting decision. Turn 1 is a left-hander. Okay, I want the left side. But here's the problem. If you don't clear the guy to your right, he's going to have the inside for turn 2, a longer corner that might be advantageous to be on the right side. So Aaron Lichty in the past, when he was here, would choose the right because he preferred to be on the inside for turn 2.
Right, but if the guy clears you, then he can just cut you off on the corner exit of turn 1. So, just following the LED here, turn 7, this is a tricky corner because you want to be set up for 8 and 9. Passing opportunity right here in 10, as we saw from race 1. Andy Smedegaard did an over-under on Jeremy Swenson. Then he no-lift shift down the entire back straightaway. He hates transmissions. His never blow up, though. And turn 11, the last corner where we saw Andy Smedegaard get it done for race 1. Race 2, can he do it again?
I think so. Andy Smedegaard is really solid. He's going to line right up behind his teammate Tom O'Gorman, so they're going to be in a pretty good spot. But again, look at that straightaway, 2,146 feet. You would think that Corvette would have pulled away from him, but no, they were dead even. That tells me the parity of the series. Let's just recap it for those that don't know what GLTC is. Wheel-to-wheel racing, sprint racing, amongst cars of wildly different makes and models, power and weights, all basically balanced with power and weight. So Andy Smedegaard's car makes less power than Jeremy Swenson, but it's lighter. So those two cars actually end up being very similar down the straightaways, regardless of that Jeremy Swenson's car has twice the amount of cylinders. That's incredible parity. This is a series that all sorts of organizations have tried to build something like this, but GRIDLIFE has done it. It's so good.
Yeah, the parity is very good, and the cars will set similar lap times, but they'll make those lap times in different ways, and that's really the interesting thing, and it has the racing. The racing has an ebb and flow that you wouldn't see in a spec series. A spec series, you're going to enter the corner the same, you're going to leave the corner the same, and you're kind of working together with the other people that you're racing with. And in GLTC, you're still working with your competitors to try to get an advantage to eventually sabotage them at the end, because you're the one that wants to win. But there's a different flow to it because the cars will make speed in different ways.
A lot of people here having fun on the sidelines as well. Of course, if you're not familiar with what GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival is, this is a conglomeration of music and motorsports smashed together for one fantastic event. We've got a concert coming up a little bit later tonight with some fantastic performers, all happening on the Turn 2 side of the facility. But everybody, the general gates open around 3 o'clock today. Everyone kind of lining up, setting up their campsites for tonight. The vibes here are unreal. The weather is absolutely perfect. And everyone's sitting around just waiting while the track's quiet. They're getting ready to watch what I don't even think they are expecting, a fantastic race down into Turn 1 with 46 GLTC cars.
Yeah, the anticipation is building, and look at that. That's Tent City. Past festivals, it seems like there's always a typhoon that comes in and tents go flying. That's a lot of tents to go flying there. Here's that's our a rare look at our drone pilot.
Yeah, we got a couple.
That guy's one of the most talented people here, and we have race car drivers.
Yeah, we have a couple drone pilots here this weekend, and we've got our buddy Hunter. We've got 3, I'm hearing. So, I can't. There's so many of them. I can't even read them all off.
The producer just told us some names, but they sound like gamer tags, so there's no way. There's no way I can repeat them.
Oh man, but look, they're seriously awesome. If you guys want to make a graphic for that, that'd be sweet. But they're all really, really great. The drone coverage we have is spectacular, and also Jim Hayes, his paintings that we've got in the grass. There's a great look at them, painted in the grass. That is painted yard art. Is the Instagram and Facebook for that artist that came out here and painted our sponsor logos. Valvoline, of course, we've got FCP Euro, MOMO, and Falken all represented, and we've got the GRIDLIFE logo there at the exit of Turn 3. Awesome stuff.
I've never seen that tree before until the broadcast.
That tree? It's been there forever.
I know. It looks like oak tree, except the racetrack's right next to it. But
look at the beautiful Western Michigan sunset there. The MOMO logo painted on the grass. I love GingerMan Raceway because this is a canvas for us on which to paint, and we are painting a spectacular picture here tonight. Thousands of people showing up for the festival, waiting for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, waiting for Drift. We're going to have Jared DeAnda and Sam Nalvin in here to finish you guys off tonight, and we'll have a full day of stream tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. all the way to 8 p.m. So big shout out to all the crew that's making this happen down in the grid, the people that help set this up, the volunteers that are here for GRIDLIFE, and for all the security services, all the people that are making this possible to be here. Big thanks to them. Big thanks to the stream crew again. A fantastic production, and now we wait for the thunder of GLTC.
And you'll see everybody making it possible in these orange overalls. Those are all the grid workers and stewards and stuff like that. And we need some stream overalls, like checkered flag material.
Maybe I've been asking for a while.
I think you could rock it.
For some common.
I mean, I might not rock it, but I think you would kill it.
I'm not sure if I'm an overall guy necessarily, but I'd do a polo.
I think
Chris Stewart's going to be rolling his eyes at
Chris is about to pull your plug, man.
He probably is. Also, I want to mention briefly, real quick, while we're sitting here on the YouTube stream and on the Facebook stream, if you are on the Facebook stream, head over to the YouTube stream real quick and join the discussion. I'm watching. I'm keeping an eye on chat. So if you've got questions for us or comments, there's also a poll that asks, are you excited for GRIDLIFE Midwest? And the answers are yes and yes, and those are the 2 answers you get. So come over here, vote in that poll, and hit the subscribe button. Seriously, this helps us out so much if you join us and are back for our season finale at Road America and beyond into 2022. Big things coming, big things planned. So keep an eye on us and subscribe to that channel. Give us a like. And seriously, I don't have any cool mobile game to advertise or anything, so I can't be a real cool YouTube bro. But seriously, help us out. It'll be fantastic.
I can't. I'm drawing a blank on a name of one.
I know, because there's
They're all
so
the
many
same.
of them.
Brought to you by War Master. That could be a mobile game. I don't know.
I need to make a spoof of that and make it like a GLTC ad, but it's a mobile GLTC.
Oh, I would love that. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be really great.
I mean, of course, it did just come out with a cell phone sim racer.
I guess they did. We have Torque Drift in the gaming tent.
Okay, we're going to go check it out. No. Do you want to lose?
Yes.
Yes, let's do it.
So Torque Drift, for those that don't know, it's a mobile game you can play on your phone, but it also has a version on Steam for PC.
This literally just turned into a mobile ad.
I'm not even kidding. This is a real thing. I promise. So Torque Drift, they have GingerMan in the game all GridLife Festival out, and they have Alpine Horizon.
That bike that guy's on is so cool.
That is cool. You lost focus real quick. I'm talking about
yeah.
drift.
I'm sorry. I just that's a really cool bike. Are you looking at that thing? Look at it, Kyle.
It's cool. It's a cool bike.
Okay, cool. I'm glad we looked at it.
Our producer shouting how sick the bike
yeah, that's.
is.
I mean, he's literally having the cameras pointed at the bike because he's checking it out.
Guy's got nice legs too.
Well, okay.
I'm just saying. Hey.
I mean, I'm not going to take that away from him.
He's got a nice bike.
I mean, the bike is shows off his legs.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
We'll go with that. All right. Here's the cool thing. We got. Ooh, I see some. Is that a high or a 10?
That's 2 thumbs up.
It's a high. Oh, it's thumbs up.
Yeah.
High.
He's having a great time.
Hey, I'm sure he is.
There's Matan's car. He just waved to us. His drone is fire right now.
Yeah.
Can we go in the driver's side of a car and come out the passenger side?
Don't try that. He's got the window.
Well, that's why you have to do the driver's side first so you don't get trapped in the car.
Oh, man, the paddock is full. You can see the Falken and FCP Euro tents, the MOMO activation as well. Valvoline's got TJ Hunt and Dustin Williams here. Ben Thorne from Gears and Gasoline. Someone's setting the bathrooms on fire. It's fantastic. I'm just kidding. I don't know what's going on.
That's definitely a barbecue.
Yeah, it's definitely a barbecue. But, I mean, yeah.
That's not too far away from us.
It's not. Where is that?
I don't smell it, though.
Oh, that's over by the barn, isn't it?
It's literally on the other side.
Someone bring me barbecue.
If you look in the right side of your tent right now, that's where we are with that black tent.
JG Pasterjak's stopping in to say hi. Hoonigan's setting something on fire.
Oh, gotcha. Okay,
yeah.
that's normal.
JG Pasterjak says hi. Someone very familiar to you says hi in the chat as well.
Oh,
hi, Christine. So join us over on the YouTube chat and come hang out. We're just waiting for the GLTC race to get rolling. I see the pace car, and it's a cool pace car. It's the FCP Euro Mercedes-AMG GT4. Had one of these in Time Attack in the Super Unlimited class earlier, around a 135.2, I think, which puts it about 9th overall in the Time Attack list.
That's pretty nuts.
Context
yeah,
for,
well,
for how
what's
fast
cool?
their Time Attack cars
yeah,
are.
well, what's cool with the GT4 cars is it can do that for like 24 hours.
Yeah,
with no issue.
Yeah,
that's
sure
what's cool about those.
Yep.
And limited aero.
I'm not sure I've got breath to talk about anything for 24 hours. I'm running out after 8 or 9. So.
Dude, I don't know how those guys do it. So I've been talking to everybody trying to get the scoop. I have an inside scoop on how this race is going to start, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, because I was harassing people, like what their plan is. So, Swenson and Highcotter are working together because they're in the same column. And then Tom and Andy, obviously their teammates, are working together because they're in the same column.
Well,
so
they're only in the same column if Smedgard chooses drivers, or if Tom chooses drivers left.
No, they'll still be in the same column though, because it will alternate.
I think it's just the first row.
No, it alternates.
Whole thing?
Yeah, it alternates the whole thing.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll trust you.
So Andy and Tom, I don't know what Andy and Tom are going to do. I was trying to bug them, but they thought maybe I'd give it away to Swenson or whatever. It's not like they have the stream on in the car right now.
They might. We got some dedicated drivers.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? They have spotters.
Oh, they sure do.
Oh, shoot. Maybe I shouldn't say what's going on.
All right. Okay. Let's back focus. Here we go. We got a race about to happen.
Okay. Let's do the grid.
Here's the deal. All right. We got 15 minutes. Our race is set by the fastest lap from race 1. Tom O'Gorman finished 9th in race 1, but had the best lap of the race. He starts on row 1 alongside Brian Highcotter, the number 5, Chris Forsberg Racing Nissan 370.
All right, and Tom O'Gorman's teammate, Andy Smedgard, is in row 2 in place 3 next to Jeremy Swenson.
Eric Cattell is going to start in row number 3 alongside Justin Kelly in the number 86 LS Swap FRS.
And in row 4, you have Luke McGrew and Jake Price.
Eric Jensen's LS Swap FRS for Eric Jensen starts 9th. Louis Chatroop starts 10th in the number 26 M3.
And then you have Austin Hurdle in the next row next to Zachary Lavoie.
Row number 7, Tiffany Kelly in the Team Kelly number 68, and Gary Wimble will start 14th.
And then Joel Morrison hoping to make a comeback after race 1. He had some issues, starting in 15th next to Steve Pruden.
Matan Rosenberg, 17-year-old, starts in 17th in the 484 Miata. Felipe Gonzalez, KS2000, starts 18th in the number 12.
And then on the 10th row, we have Jake Jorgenstad next to Eric Meadows.
That's your first 10 rows. Some other notable drivers. Let's talk about Alex Moss. His first ever point scoring race was earlier today. He's going to start in 24th for this one. Brad Kosaba down in 32nd. Ben Dozman had some issues in the first race. Wanted to also see if we can see Dustin Barty in the Acuity Civic. He lost a hub, the left rear hub. They went out to go run and grab another one. We'll see if he got that car back on the grid.
That's a wearable item on 8th Gen Civics, I know. They just crack.
Yep, headlights are coming on here. Now, we shouldn't be in the dark by the end of this pretty short race, but one thing headlights do help with is visibility to drivers that are in front of you to see that you're in the mirror. So, Tom, right by the microphone. That was real loud, Tom.
That's what GLTC sounds like.
He's going to pick drivers left, it looks like, which would line him up with his teammate. And now we're going to double file it up as we're going to double file up towards the end of the lap. Look at that sight.
Race cars.
Just take that in.
You're looking at the sunset. I'm looking at the race cars.
I'm looking at both. But
just the race cars for me.
All right. Well,
look at all these people. This is awesome. This is what's cool about GridLife Midwest Festival is normally at club races there's not much of a crowd, but at Midwest it's as big of a crowd as you would ever see at a racetrack.
Here's the weather. Track temp 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Air temp 73, perfect temperature, perfect night, cloudless sky, 46 GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race cars, all home built, home prepped, in some cases team efforts to put these cars together, all wildly different makes and models, wildly different weights. There is over 1,200 pounds between the lightest car and the heaviest car in this field today. There is about, well, I'm sure there's about 100 horsepower difference also between the pointy end and the far end of the grid. But at the front, some of the closest, tightest, most entertaining racing you're going to find anywhere, all streamed for free and live on the internet on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch on the GRIDLIFE YouTube channel. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kyle Heyer alongside DJ Alessandrini, and I'm ready to go racing for the second time this weekend.
Yeah, the shadows are getting long, but the races will still be short and jam-packed.
Oh boy, here we go. So, the Mercedes-AMG GT4 with FCP Euro out front is going to pull off here in just a couple minutes. Couple seconds. It's going to take the hard left onto pit lane. Tom O'Gorman, Andy Smedegard are going to be the front two on the inside row. Then it's going to be Brian Heitkotter, Jeremy Swenson on the outside row, nose to tail.
Did we see which side Tom picked?
I think he picked drivers left.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, yep, he's going to pick drivers left here as we climb up out of 10B. Now, these races were so close together. I know that there were a couple small incidents in the first race that were investigated. I don't know. I cannot confirm if any action was taken, so we're going to assume none, and we'll talk about it tomorrow once we get all the information on what had happened in the first race. Race 2, about 15 minutes. We can throw the checker whenever we want, but it's going to be a lot of fun. GingerMan Raceway, South Haven, Michigan, GRIDLIFE Midwest. The second ever GLTC round was held here in the spring of 2019, but right now, tonight, it's the apex of grassroots racing. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup from GingerMan Raceway. Tom O'Gorman takes the green flag, and we're racing. Justin Kelly looks 3 wide, up the middle, no space. O'Gorman clears Heitkotter for first place. Contact, Smedgard spins off to the inside. He's out of the race already as they head to turn 2. O'Gorman, Heitkotter, looks like Jeremy Swenson in third. Now behind him, Chatroop up a whole bunch of spots into 5th place.
That was really dicey for Andy, but he used some of that drift experience to throw his car off the racetrack and completely out of the way. But that kind of gives Tom O'Gorman a little bit of a breather as Justin Kelly's still sideways through turn 3. I think they're 3 wide heading into 4.
Oh, man, very, very tense moments in the opening parts of this race as everybody's going for the top spot. Here's Kelly down the inside of Jeremy Swenson for turn 5. He clears him, but just. Eric Cattell, championship leader, up the inside of Swenson as everybody piles into turn 6, trying to find room to race. Chatroop now squeezed by Jensen. Here's McGrew up drivers left.
It is absolute chaos in the beginning of this race. Cattell still putting the pressure on Swenson, but we have, is that Chatroop on Jensen?
Yes, it's Chatroop. He came up a whole bunch of spots in the early moments of this one. Zach Lavoie, Jake Price, door-to-door behind them through turn 8. That's sketchy. Cattell, big lateral slide. Whoa, Chatroop runs wide in turn 8. Can he keep it on course? I hope so, as Cattell has a look. Oh, big
Luke,
slide.
Yeah, Luke catching up a big slide, inches away from Chatroop with his brand new livery on that beautiful looking E46 BMW. Now here we're going to see along the back straight, the cars with a little bit more torque, a little heavier, they're going to be able to stretch their legs a little bit, make a little bit of a gap, but Chatroop's car looks fast as he's attacking Jensen into turn 11.
Take a moment to breathe. This is all you're going to get. This straightaway here. Smoke into turn number 11. Who is it? It's Brian Heitkotter way off in turn 11. Maybe more brake problems. That's huge. He was running in second. Going to tumble down the order as he negotiates his way out of the gravel trap. Tom O'Gorman leads the way through turn 1.
Yeah, Heitcotter's been battling ABS issues since the end of race 1, so those ugly problems rearing its head and really affecting his weekend, unfortunately.
Here's Zach Lavoie having a look at Jake Price. This is a battle for 8th place as we exit turn number 2. Austin Hurdle in behind in his 2013 370Z. Used to be a time attack car, now attacking the rear of 2 competitors in turn 3 at GingerMan Raceway.
Yeah, really great battle here for the 8th, 9th area. We see Tiffany Kelly roll through Andrew Rains.
A lot of dust kicked up at the exit of 3 drivers finding the limit. There's McGrew, Jake Price now running him down to Troop just ahead of him. All nose to tail through 5 and 6, delicately balancing. There's Tiffany Kelly. That car repaired after 2 consecutive crashes at Alpine Horizon and Heartland Park. That car repaired, now running inside the top 15, 11th right now.
Yeah, monster effort to get that car back together. Look at the gap Tom has put on the rest of the field.
He better get it while he's got it, because we don't know how long that car can last with the throttle body issue it's been experiencing. Again, borrowing a part from a time attack teammate. We'll see if it can make the whole race. Zach Lavoie now feeling pressure from Hurdle as they head down towards 10B.
I think the Zach Lavoie Austin Hurdle race is going to be a good one to watch. Zach has a ton of experience racing. Austin might be a little faster, but has less experience racing, so we'll have to see how that plays.
Sorry to cut you off. Big slide through.
Oh, he's still catching it.
He's still balancing on power as Eric Meadows now pulls up alongside. That's going to be a drag race up the back straightaway. M3 versus Duratec Ford Fusion-powered Mazda Miata now back in line.
He's tucked in. Does he try to make a move on the brakes? It looks like he gave himself a little bit of a gap, but now we see Scott Robertson on street tires, one of the only street tire cars out in the field. Oh, he barely keeps it on track. He has Highcotter right behind him.
Yeah, Highcotter trying to recover from that big brake lock up into turn number 11. There's cars everywhere here at GridLife Midwest. Everybody's scattering, trying to find room to race. Now as we roll through turn 2 for the 3rd time now, O'Gorman leads Kelly, Swenson, Cattell, and Eric Jensen top 5. And Cattell again battling Jeremy Swenson in the points. Swenson made up a couple points in race 1. He's still eating away. It was a 7-point differential coming into this round. It's neck and neck.
So Swenson actually, last race, I learned this. He was actually on street tires for that race.
Okay.
And he was debating to do street tires again for this race. And in my point of view, if they were as good as they were in the last race when it's warmer, they'll be even better when it's cooler. So I believe Swenson's on street tires right now. So if he doesn't get past Justin Kelly soon, I don't know if we'll see him getting past, because he's going to fall off. The street tires will overheat.
Very possible. Justin Kelly babying that car through turn number 8. A little bit of a lateral slide there. Tom O'Gorman is setting sail out front, a 2.9-second lead, trying to recover from, he was leading in race 1 when he had that throttle body failure. So trying to get the lead while he can. Eric Cattell a little offline. Big lateral slide from 4th place in the hybrid racing EG Civic.
Yeah, we're going to watch. This is going to be an interesting battle between Eric and Jeremy. Jeremy, look, he's just a rocket ship down the straightaways, but Eric is good on the brakes and in the twisty bits.
Through turn number 11, these two battled door-to-door a bunch at Heartland Park. It was Cattell that would come out on top at the end of the weekend. His first weekend victory of the season, we should add. He won 9 races last year. He only won 1 race up until recently. That was back at COTA early in the season, but taken to Mid-Ohio and then obviously at Heartland Park, won a whole bunch of races and is now, I think, tied for 2nd most wins on the season behind Jeremy Swenson.
Right, so on track right now, this might be a battle for 3rd, but these two drivers are locked in a heated battle for the overall. Is it for 2nd? No, it's for 3rd.
Justin Kelly is 2nd.
Right, yeah. So Jeremy Swenson and Eric Cattell are battling on track for 3rd, but this is part of an overall arcing picture. Oh, maybe a problem for Justin. He seems to lose a lot of space there on Jeremy Swenson. But they're battling for a championship, and this might come into play, whoever comes out on top in this battle.
It certainly could be a factor at the tail end of the season. Justin Kelly, that engine is a J35 V6, essentially what you find in a Honda Odyssey minivan. They put that engine in both this car and Tiffany Kelly's car. Tiffany's running in 11th, and it's been mighty fast. But now look at Swenson under fire from Cattell down in turn 10B. Championship battles heating up even before we get to our finale round at Road America.
Yeah, it seems like we're seeing the same kind of ebb and flow here. Swenson's tires, if he is on the street tires, I didn't see him changing tires before this race, so I'm assuming he's on the street tires. He will start to fall off. I'm wondering how much Swenson is holding up Eric, because Eric's definitely going to be faster in the twisty bits, but it's really hard to pass somebody in twisty bits. Much easier to pass somebody on the straightaway.
Well, there's still plenty of time in this race for this to develop. Look at Eric Jensen all on his own. Luke McGrew, Louis Chatroop knows the tail. Look at Zach Lavoie, all the way out to the edge of the curb. Oh, there's a slide in the lockup. Is that Jorenstad? It looks to be on Austin Hurdle. That was a battle for 10th spot down into turn 11.
Yeah, nice little scrap between Tiffany Kelly, Austin Hurdle, Jorgenstad, and Morrison here. This is the redemption crew.
Jorenstad a bit of a bobble through turn 1. Now Morrison all over him, runs a little wide on the entry to 2. Going to try to cross him up on corner exit. Here he goes, power down.
He has a little bit of a run, but I'm not sure if he's going to get there before turn 3. Jake covers the inside. Joel, he could have maybe squeezed it up alongside, but this is some great battle. They're both hopping over the inside curb there as we're heading to turn 4.
Jorenstad has been mighty fast this weekend, but got kind of caught up in issues in race 1 and wasn't really able to finish probably where he should have. Saw Brian Heitkotter in the background. He's back up through the field up to 18th place, getting by the number 46. That's being driven by Andrew Rains this weekend. So Heitkotter on a recovery drive. Now remember, you start race 3 where you finish race 2 with the exception of the top 10 drivers. So Heitkotter really needs to pass who he can right now.
Yeah, and right now, man, I don't know if Heikotter's going to be able to get to the top 10. I think there's too large of a gap, but we're about halfway through this race, so anything is possible. But Heikotter might be also battling ABS issues still.
He certainly could be, and we know he's been chasing that for a long time. I rode in that car at Willow Springs in February. We were locking up all over the place. It was fun, but not what is conducive to a well-performing braking situation in a race car. I see in the background Eric Jensen now defending from Luke McGrew. Now, Luke McGrew was the points leader all the way until the middle of the summer this year. So McGrew, his consistency is beginning what was paying off, but he had a couple bad rounds at Autobahn Country Club and beyond, and it put him kind of in a hole. He's still 4th in the points. Here's that battle for position for 5th place right now.
And Chatroop is there as well.
Yep, and Jake Price looking and licking his lips, waiting for him to get together.
Yeah, it will be curious how this works out. But man, Catil is still all over Jeremy Swenson.
Justin Kelly in 2nd up the road, but the battle is for 3rd. This is not just a position on the racetrack. This is position in the championship. The two battling for the overall season win. There's Tom O'Gorman. He's well clear. Just around a 38.8 in the beautiful summer sunset here. He is long gone if he can just complete a couple more laps without incident.
Tom's line through 10 is interesting. You see how...
Well, look at Swenson.
Oh, no, that's not 10. That's 7. My bad.
Swenson real slow through turn number 7. Catil is right there, ready to pounce.
This is where Catil's car would be a little stronger. So Catil almost has to get some overlap before 10, kind of get Jeremy on the defensive foot, and then maybe be able to get him down in turn 11. So maybe next 2 or 3 laps, we might see Jeremy's car falling off a little bit more and Eric be able to get that overlap into 10.
So while that battle continues for 3rd elsewhere on the racetrack, the battle for 5th with Eric Jensen, Luke McGrew, Louis Chatroop, they were all nose to tail at the beginning of the lap. Where are they now? Here they are all in a line coming down the back straight. It looks like McGrew has gotten by Jensen. Here comes Chatroop to driver's right on the entrance to turn 11. Offset in the mirrors, but Jensen deeper on the brakes.
Yeah, Jensen feeling the pressure from Chatroop. Chatroop trying to force him into a little bit of a mistake there, but they all keep it tidy. Luke McGrew might start running away. When Luke was in the process of catching Eric Jensen, he was actually a half second a lap faster while trying to catch Eric. So we might see Luke move away from this, but it's a different kind of pressure when you have the cars behind you instead of a rabbit to chase.
Through turn 2, battle for 5th continues. Luke McGrew now has it. Chatroop would love to grab 6th place from Eric Jensen. As we have a look at some other drivers here, but through turn 3 now, McGrew again, very quick. Last time by was a 141.1. That was faster than everybody behind him with the exception of Chatroop. Zach Lavoie slipping on all the dust in turn 3. Tiffany Kelly, Hurdle, Jorenstad, and Joel Morrison all there. There's Baton Rosenberg and then Ryan Upham in that mix. Here's Dustin Barty back out on the racetrack.
Yeah, you got a hub.
I love that. They went out and tried to search for a hub and a new wheel. They got it.
Yep, and now he's having fun.
And
look
he
at him.
Certainly is.
Yeah, he's racing with Kobe Shields, right? Kobe Shields, Fields.
Fields.
My bad. He's gonna give me crap about that.
No, I think. Well, he's racing.
Oh no, we're dying in the booth.
Oh boy, that was a cluster. Colton Wade is who he's racing in the number 18.
That's right. Kobe Shields, a time attacker.
Yes.
That's why.
Colton Wade. Sorry.
Colton. Wow.
I'm gonna get.
Colton's totally giving me crap about that later. I hope he doesn't watch
Hurdle
this.
off of turn number 8. Now, I hope that this was a self-induced error, but off in a very fast part of the racetrack. He'll continue rolling. White flag for Tom O'Gorman, 2.2 miles left.
Yeah, Tom just, this is kind of what we expected to see in race 1 due to his pace in qualifying.
His last win came at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in a race that you were chasing him in. It was race 4. You guys battled door to door.
He was chasing me for most of it.
Yeah, he was. And he got by you in the closing moments in the rain after spinning. This time, a less dramatic lead this race, but it's not over yet. Now down through turn number 4, Tom O'Gorman, his career includes races in IMSA, World Challenge, wins and championships in both. Just came off of a win in SCCA Solo Nationals this week in an Acura NSX that he borrowed from Acura. They're picking up that car tonight, but he's driving his own car this evening, and he sails through turn number 7 well ahead of the pack. Think of the season, all the effort that he and Andy Smedgard Motorsports has put into this car.
It's such a team effort over at ASM.
It really is a team effort. But this car, again, with issues in race 1, they put this back together using parts from their teammates' cars.
Right. It's literally going back to that guy's car, Dana, when they're done with this race, because Dana has to compete as well.
So while that's happening,
Eric
Catil right to the rear tailpipes of Jeremy Swenson. Swenson again on the defensive at the end of a race. This time it's not for the lead, it's just for the podium spot, a 3rd place. But for Tom O'Gorman in the number 94 ASM Honda S2000. From Mid-Ohio, where he took victory in the weekend, he'll win race 2 of GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Oh, no,
Eric!
Catil! Get it slowed down, buddy! Oh.
Okay. That's not the end of the world for Eric. Man, I wonder what happened there.
Oh, man.
I wonder if he caught grass on the brakes.
I wonder. I'm so thankful that car slid to a stop and he will pull into the pits. That had to be a very scary ride. And that car looks somehow unscathed.
I think the splitter's a little banged up, but unfortunately that means Eric Catil's not going to be in the top 10 shootout, which is
catastrophic.
Which is up. Yeah, it's really messes up Eric's weekend. But that mishap does bump Jake Jorgenstad into the last top 10 shootout spot.
So here's a look at Eric Catil going for that slide, and did a great job controlling that the best he could and rode up. That's one of the things I love about GingerMan Raceway. Not a lot to hit.
There's not a lot to hit. He almost hit the only thing you could hit.
Right. Well, Catil managed that very, very well. So good job to him. But again, I don't know how that began. But again, Tom O'Gorman wins. Then it's Justin Kelly, Jeremy Swenson, Luke McGrew, Louis Chatroup, Eric Jensen, Jake Price, Zach Lavoie, Tiffany Kelly, Jake Jorgenstad, your top 10. Then it's Morrison, Rosenberg, Upham, Heitkotter, Smedgard, the top 15. Now, Andy dropped 12 spots but gained a whole bunch back after that turn 1 spin. All right, let's digest a couple things for a second. We've seen some really good racing this weekend. We've also had some really intense, kind of scary moments out there, but all the drivers have done a really good job of not making those scary moments bad ones.
Yeah, my heart kind of...
Mine did too.
Yeah,
Watching
I kind of
Catil
stopped
fly.
a little bit.
Now, for reference, you're doing well over 125 miles an hour off into turn 11.
Yeah, about 111 actually.
Okay, a little slower.
Yeah.
But still fast.
It's fast.
Yeah.
It's fast. And man, I'll have to fill you guys in tomorrow morning what exactly happened with Catil's car there, because that seems so out of control and wild that it seems like something broke.
Yeah, I'm so glad he got that stopped.
I'm glad he didn't gather anybody else up in whatever happened, because he was fighting Swenson. Did Swenson? Yeah, I'm gonna have to dig into this. Like, did Swenson notice that there was something happening with Eric's car, or did Eric lose brakes and he sent it sideways to try to slow it down? Or, yeah. Completely curious what's going on. Tom's still flashing his lights.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Tom's excited, but his first win since Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. But Tomo wins. We set race 3 up tomorrow afternoon, but a wild one. Man, the fans got a show, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Up until the last moment.
They got to stop freaking me out, though. I don't like watching cars go spinning. It's not very fun. We don't do a lot of that, but I'm glad that everything that happened worked out. I'm sure Renee is going to have some things to do a little bit later, but we're going to take a breath and a breather, and the show's going to continue for you guys at home, and you're going to get to watch Drift with Jared Danda and Sam Nalvin for the rest of the night. That's going to wrap up our production a little after 8, quarter after 8 o'clock on the East Coast. So we're going to go down and find out what happened. We'll update you guys tomorrow morning, but I'm Kyle Heyer alongside DJ Alessandrini. We're going to take a breath, and we're going to turn it over to Jared and Sam Nalvin for Drift.
We've been powering the American road since before it was paved. Our first breakthrough in motor oil was introducing it. And we've been reinventing it ever since. From the world's first high-mileage oil to the world's first synthetic blend. There are those who change with the times, and those who drive them. Valvoline, the original motor oil.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Roberto, one of the pickers in the distribution center and one of the key pieces to making sure the right parts arrive at your door. When he's not at FCP Euro, Roberto is driving his Mark V R32 to various car shows around the Northeast. When he's picking orders, he puts himself in your shoes and understands that you need the right parts to arrive at your door, so he takes the utmost care in making sure he puts the correct items in the box. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
Hey, I just don't want you to worry. Like there is a cream. They've got a cream for that. Like there's a cream for it. Don't worry, you're gonna be fine.
It's just everything I seem to try, it just gets worse and inflamed.
Oh, welcome back. This is GRIDLIFE Drift. We're back. So good to see you guys here. Jared, I think is out driving right now.
I have no idea.
He was screaming, his shirt was off, and he said, "I found some car keys," and I think he went onto the track.
He texted me 911. There was nothing else. He just texted me 911. Yeah,
just he knows that like you're not 911.
I think he still uses his phone like a pager. Like when you page someone 911, it means like call me quickly.
Oh.
But instead, he just texted me 911. Oh.
Okay. All right. No,
okay.
Okay.
Hold on.
Guys, take it easy. Take it easy. Okay. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE Drifting.
It's not what it looks like.
It's not what it looks like, Jared.
I said good day.
Jared, what do we have going on here?
Sam,
Good day.
Who is this?
That's Greg.
Who is Greg?
I don't know how he got it, but
regardless.
Why doesn't anyone ask how is Greg? That's what I want to know.
I feel left out.
Nobody hears you, Greg.
That's fine, Greg. So, Jared, we're back here with GRIDLIFE Drifting. Third session of the day, the sunset sesh. The stars are pretty
Oh
out.
my goodness. Are you
Oh my
I mean,
gosh.
if you are home right now.
Yeah, I'm not.
I apologize that you're not here to witness. Smell the fresh cut grass. Witness the one, the only GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival.
That is such a calming way to bring us into GRIDLIFE. And you know what? I think I'm gonna take a pace from that vibe.
Please.
And let's. You know what? This is a night session. Let's just bring the tone down. And
Look
just
at the sunset.
Look at the sunset. Look at the drift.
I feel like you guys don't even respect.
Look at the drifting.
Greg, shut up.
Look at the drifting.
Greg, you have no
Appreciate the
headset
sunset.
right now.
Appreciate the initiations here.
Look,
speaking of
doing
initiations,
for the gram.
Farouk Kugai here initiating in his.
Farouk Kawhi.
So
It's Kawhi. Like the small island of
followed
Hawaii.
up by Team Falken.
Oh my gosh! Oni Bakshis! Holy sunset! Woo! We got. Oh, he is ripping around. Who is that? Is that JTP?
That's JTP.
Oh gosh, sorry.
I talked to JTP.
I went from sunset to fully torqued.
Fun set.
Fun. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Well said.
Yeah,
oh
you're very
my
welcome.
gosh.
I talked to JTP.
Greg, shut up.
Up in the spotters booth.
Seriously.
He said that
you're
was
here
going,
by an accident.
He said he was going for the grazers line, and that means he was finding his own line through the grass, and I appreciate that about him.
I was there for that. I was there for that.
Oh, look at that proximity. This is what I was talking about,
boy.
guys and girls. This is the thing that I said what's going to happen. As time progresses throughout GRIDLIFE, people get a little bit rowdier, and the lines get a little bit deeper.
A little
and
nastier.
The proximity gets a little nastier.
Nastier.
Oh, you nasty.
Nasty.
So we got Gold
The
Digger
Gold
car,
Digger.
right, Greg?
Oh my gosh.
No, that's
Greg,
it, Greg.
seriously, don't talk to Greg.
Greg was just looking for confirmation here. I
Greg's-
didn't need anything else.
Nope. Greg's just hanging out. Don't even look at him.
Oh.
Don't make eye contact. Greg, he hates on the cars.
Look at the smoke going into that corner. So that is the high-speed initiation corner.
Ooh,
not a lot of visibility, but you can always take the gist and Tyler. Just Tyler Perry line, which is the Grazer, the McGrazer line, following the Boss 14 here.
Look at this
Do
big.
you know whose car that is, Greg?
Wide load.
Greg, don't need it.
Greg does not like this car
That's
at
fine.
all.
Don't need it, Greg. Greg's not a fan of this car, and that's fine. You can see that milk path has been lit up from earlier.
Greg is more of a purist.
Well, that's an S15 of Jeffrey Stonebeck's, is it not?
Yeah, Jeff Stonebeck, yeah.
That's it. I just need a yes or no, Greg. Thank you.
Greg, seriously.
So
stop. You're trying too hard.
Drift
you're here by default.
Just let me try.
You're trying so hard, and that's what makes it uncomfortable for us.
Yep.
Just be chill, dude.
Greg Bussell with 3 G's. That's a GREGGG.
That initiation's not the best.
That is slow, not the prettiest. I'm just going to put it out there.
Jared, you've gotten in a lot of trouble in the past for saying not the prettiest initiation, and you're doubling down.
Yep. I will own it.
Like the KFC double down.
He can do whatever he wants on track.
Greg, not now.
Oh, boy.
Team Falken always bringing the heat.
Oh,
although I
boy.
am still only seeing 3 cars.
That's a lot of teal and blue with smoke cutting through.
Yeah, Dye lead, followed by Mr. Buttcheeks himself, Odi Butchkisk. And then JTP is taking the rear line this time. I think he's probably trying to see what other drivers are doing to try to get in their heads before he takes that grazer path again.
Yo, let's talk about Dai Yoshihara driving a Mustang right
Dai
now.
in a
Out
Mustang
front.
is pretty cool.
Ooh, who's this? Who do we got?
That's Farouk.
Oh, Farouk Kawhi.
Is it? I think
Yep,
it is.
he is.
We're going to stick with it.
Originally from Poland, now living in Northern California, a
Wine country.
new recent
He's doing the
father.
full Manji. He's doing
He
the
is,
full.
He is doing a. He's doing a.
Oh,
He's twerking. He is twerking down that back, the back tree straight. Oh, there's TJ Hunt. Oh, we're getting all the
Whoever's
photos
taking
right now.
those photos right
oh,
now.
do it for the gram.
Doing so
Hashtag
good.
GRIDLIFE. As you can see, TJ Hunt in that 3. Is that a 350? Oh, that's a 350.
That's a 50, baby.
That a 50. With the headlights. Oh, boy.
350 with the headlights, baby.
Oh, nice swipe.
So, yeah, we are getting a little bit
we got
more.
the ham fam. That's number 144. Little Tex, a.k.a. Nate Hamilton.
Look at that wipe. Look at that wipe. The live stream team is finally amping up production here. We do see a lot of diverse wipes.
I'm
not saying, like, okay, look at that. That's a good wipe. Not a star wipe, but still good. I'm not mad at it.
We'll get after it. Pitter patter. Let's get at her.
Greg asked, what do we look for in a good wipe? Greg, I'm looking for star wipes, page turn wipes, cube wipes.
If
There's
you're
a lot of
watching this,
options.
you want entertainment, right?
Yeah. You
Yeah.
for entertainment or not, Greg?
Yeah.
Then we're going to do a star wipe. See, look at that
wipe.
Boy. Oh, he's going for the...
boy.
So that's
we're going 1080 up.
That Beamer trying to do a juke move, trying to confuse
all
him.
the way up. Oh, we got
Yikes.
diamond.
Sheesh. And I still don't think I'm doing the sheesh right.
No, you're not.
Okay.
Like you're younger than me. You still can't do a sheesh. Sheesh.
And that's right. That's what right sounds like. I don't feel good about that.
Yeah. Well, you're a child.
Okay. Those are called whips, Greg. So that's those have been little secret. Okay, a little secret time in there. I'm glad to see that the sterility car / virility car, the BMW Z3, is still out there on track doing very handsomely.
Handsomely.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, thank you. The whips are shining out here tonight, and I think that actually is the delegate from Bahrain.
Yeah.
Is that what those flags are?
Yes.
I looked closely.
I think his royal BMW is
clean. That's now. Thank you for giving me that guide for how to do it right.
Yeah, lower third.
I'm just trying to reach these kids. I'm not sure how to reach these kids, and I'm trying so hard. And I think it's diamond wipes, and I think it's going to be sheesh. So why do we even say the last SH if we're not doing it, Jared?
Well, that's absolutely up to your discretion.
Greg, not now.
Not now.
Not now, Greg.
Oh man, look at the,
do you want to point?
Look at the beauty.
That's a new
look
wipe.
at the beauty shot.
I've not seen that wipe before. The tree line, that cell tower, that's the tower that we're beaming to y'all from.
That's what we're doing.
Cameraman's having a little bit of sneeze. That's fine. Oh,
okay.
compression wipe. Yes.
Squash that shot. We're going for the next. We're talking about sunsets. We're talking about rips and dips. We're talking about clutch kicks, snick and nicks. All right,
there's
there
the
we go.
GRIDLIFE stage, Jared, where your favorite artists are playing tonight. Which artists are those going to be, Jared?
Tonight we are seeing a collection of many different artists.
I'm
here
putting
at
him on the
GRIDLIFE
spot right now. He's trying to pull out his phone.
Oh boy!
To be clear, he wasn't ready with this information. He's now pulling out his phone. He wasn't ready.
Don't.
So right now,
Sam, who else is playing?
Jared's a professional
Sam,
announcer.
Going
he would
to you.
usually have
Sam,
all the names of the announcers ready. He doesn't have
Sam,
ready.
tell
He's
me
still
who's
opening
playing.
his phone. He's still
tell me who's performing.
He's still trying to open his phone, and now he's trying to divert by saying, "Sam, who do you know?" It's not about
man,
me.
I'm
It's
really
not
looking
about
forward
me.
to all the acts on stage.
He's still.
I
look,
can't
this
wait.
Is delaying. So you guys
I
are seeing
can't
a
wait,
little bit
Sam.
of how the sausage
Sam,
is made.
who's on track?
He's still trying to figure out how to look up the website for who's playing tonight. He's still looking.
He's got fat thumbs.
Sam,
yes.
Who is on track?
Oh my God, that wipe and the bumper's gone too. Oh, on track, baby, we got A-Track. That's right.
That's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow. That's what I was going to say if you let me finish. A-Track playing here tomorrow. Big Boy tomorrow as well. That's correct, huh?
The big acts tonight are on the main stage. We have.
Oh my God, this wipe is so long. This is the slowest wipe. This is a hand wipe. That's being done by hand. I can tell. That's an analog wipe, guys.
We have.
That is so good.
Lipstick Jody,
Gosh,
Lady Ace Boogie, Jim Cotta,
Jarek's Fat,
Sun Squabby.
Yep.
And
more.
Main act.
And honestly, this information really isn't truly relevant to the live stream watchers because they're not even here, Jared. That was a test.
You know what, Sam?
What? I'm just trying to learn from you, Jared.
It's really awkward being between you.
Oh, sorry, Greg, go ahead.
I was trying to help.
Tense situation right now.
I'm trying not to make it tense.
Comfortable if somebody can retrieve me, if somebody can come in the booth and retrieve me.
Greg, not now. Not now, Greg.
I'm not being held against.
Big act this evening are the Floozies.
Really?
Yep.
Is that okay to say in 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the name of the band. They're called the Floozies.
Sure. No, this is an ASM sponsored car. This is someone who's been over. You can hear those tingles in your ear holes. That's going to be that car. Talk about ASM. Sarah, give us that ASMR. So ASMR, here comes Team Forsberg Racing. Forsberg in the Ultimaniac and Jagerbaum in the, I'm going to sneeze. It's done. The sneeze is done. What was that wipe? Oh my God, I sneezed and I missed the wipe. Okay, now we got a cross wipe.
We got cross.
Man, that's cool.
We have all of
I didn't even know we had
passengers.
I didn't even know we had the technology for that.
I think the Floozies are actually riding shotgun.
Are they really right now?
Yes.
Yes, we got the artists in the cars. That's
so that's what's really cool about it is that a lot of the musicians, artists, will ride with a lot of the shredders.
And that's a VK powered what was that car originally? La Flamma Negra? Forsberg's car was?
I don't know.
Biff?
Sam, you tell me.
I feel like I'm getting a lot of aggression.
You hung me out to dry?
I'm feeling
so
like I'm getting a lot of
you,
aggression from
you
your
tell
side of
me
the
right
car.
now, Sam.
Greg, I'm no longer.
Down, Sam, sit.
Greg, I'm not going to talk to Jared anymore. Greg,
Greg,
I would like you to
tell Sam that he doesn't know what car that is. Oh, we got a dot.
Jared, sit down.
So I'm going to guess that's an M45, says Greg. Thank you, Greg. So that's an M45 VK. That right there is,
Greg,
of course,
you really
Farouk
helped
with
him.
this dot.
But that would be considered
That's
an
not even a
M56 because it's a
transition.
5.6-liter V8 Nissan. Sam.
You can tell Jared that I knew that, and I was seeing if he knew it.
Jared, he said shut up.
You know what? Wow, Greg is really commandeering our conversation.
You're in the middle. I'm going to play middle.
Greg, you're being a terrible adopted child right now.
Now I'm curious to see that if
That's not the first
what if the big treat of this live stream production is that
I would say that Sam, Jared Dienda, Sam Nalvin, Jared Dienda, Greg Bussell, we are delivering some high quality content.
Yeah, but
with
what
some
if,
great visuals.
for the listeners out there? They learn that Greg isn't actually a real person, and he's just someone that's inside all of us all along.
Oh my gosh, that shot right there.
That drone pilot is going through. Yeah, have we gone live yet? Is this still?
We are live right now. What do you mean?
Okay.
We are. What?
If we could actually do a transition where
we're not, when you sync mics, that's. Oh my gosh, Greg! I remember my first.
This is nice.
Oh, look at Sam.
Why do we always
Diamond.
do this shot? This
Sam
is a nice
Diamond.
shot for all of us, isn't it?
Oh my gosh! Please get off, Sam.
If you could actually somehow make it so
Please,
I
for
go
all
through
that's
the tree. Okay. we're gonna
Momo
hit
moments. Let's take a look back.
So this is the Momo
Oh
moment.
gosh.
This is Greg and
oh
I
boy,
that are
here's our
getting-
Momo moment.
We had fun here tonight,
Wow,
didn't we?
Really?
We really did have fun.
Matt hates me. Matt or Will or all of you guys hate me. So, well, yeah. Well, here's our Momo moments.
Yeah.
Prior to me coming in and Little Caesars used to be pizza.
Man.
Now it's just pizza, and they have no breadsticks.
And we got good.
Yeah. Yep. Little Caesars can really, Specialty Field Productions, SFP.
We're hearing
can,
a lot of reports from the live stream production that they messed up the Little Caesars order last night. Not a big problem, but we know
Little
it is.
Caesars is Big Caesars. Problem is what I'm.
But these wipes are actually fixing all.
These are Momo
issues
moments
in the world.
Oh God.
My goodness. My
at Farouk.
goodness.
It's amazing how talented these people are. You know?
I couldn't do this.
I couldn't do this. This is a dual shot. What app is this?
See, I feel like this is that.
Oh
this
wow.
is that.
What are we
TikToker-
doing right here?
This is dangerous.
Oh gosh. We are Nat Geoing the heck out of GRIDLIFE
Thank you
Midwest
for saying
Festival.
heck, Jared.
Yes, I know. I know you're.
So you might think that the
Oh,
production quality of the show
my
is just all over the place.
Let's
That's not
just
true. We're
explore.
trying to fill time on the track right now. So what we're doing right now,
whole new
there's a bit of a spill.
world.
Yeah, there it is. So
we got.
oh, who is it? Who is it? Who's done this? Good bokeh. Good bokeh on the shot though.
There's.
Yes.
Good. Look at the Lambo doors.
Who is that?
That
Is
is
that-
Ryan Literal.
That is literal. No. No, it's an S13.
Don't start.
No, that's a 13. That's not literal. Look at that hood. That hood's got headlight cutouts.
That's the hottest car out there.
The
Who
bokeh
is
is
it?
nice though. I'm happy about that bokeh.
Who is that?
I don't know. I just showed up to track. It's beautiful. It's like Olsen's old car.
This is are these little secret wipes that are coming out of the middle? That's great. It's like a little whisper. It's like a careless
Welcome
whisper.
everybody to GingerMan Raceway. If you're not watching, Friday happy hour across the globe. It's currently 8:04 p.m.
This is Jared
on
with
our,
your
on our
current
local dial.
chronological update.
It is a nice.
Going through his phone, telling you the information he's currently.
Jared, what's the dew point? Oh, look.
Look. How many times do you announce, Greg?
I've
Tell me.
got
Tell me how many times you've announced, Greg.
3, and I think the other.
Jared, I'm hearing that there's a 45% dew point tonight. Did you feel that?
Hold on.
Yeah, he just looked at his
Maybe.
finger. Looks like, yep.
Maybe.
Maybe 45% dew. Jared, since this is our last drift session of the day, and we're almost nearing the end as we pull this guy's
Oh, is
bumper
this
right
it?
off. Yeah, what we're going to do is rip that headlight out. Oh, okay. That's a failed attempt at ripping the headlight off. His lights were too bright here, so what we're seeing now is kind of like pulling a tooth. We're trying to rip that headlight right out of its socket. See if we can't dim the light on the track.
It's not necessary. It was throwing the vibes on turn 12.
Jared, they can't hear Greg. They can't
Yeah.
hear Greg at all.
Yep.
Jared, are you still looking up the dew point?
I'm currently looking at the weather forecast.
All right, I do hear cars running by us once again. We are getting back into it here as they keep on trying to work out that poor
Yep.
S13 or FC's
Yep.
headlight. I can't tell which it is.
There's Michael Essa and the brand new FCP Euro BMW that he just built in conjunction with Lico Molly and Bill Stein shock absorbers.
Is that how you say it, Bill Stein?
Bilstein.
That's cool. That's German. That's German, baby.
It is very German.
Do not worry, it's not German.
It is the Bilstein.
I'm not trying to be sexy. I think I'm just trying to be German.
So yes, it is currently 70 degrees in South Haven. We got a clear sky with
beep, 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 beep. Here's
a 63%
weather
humidity. It
report.
feels like 70 degrees. I think it feels like a good time. So here we are.
He is a pro. That's the pro stuff. Greg, are you taking notes on this? You. LS powered Mustang by
Shane Whaley.
Shane Whaley, thank you. Now that's a whale tail of a story. Is that a good line to say when a car's drifting?
Yeah.
I'm following your lead here, Jared. I want you to know that. Any failure that I have is because you didn't.
Yeah, you make it bigger.
You didn't train me enough.
No, that's on you.
You got training?
No.
Have you seen Training Day with Denzel?
Yep.
You've seen Denzel Washington Training Day. Have you ever heard of the drink, the Denzel Rushington, Jared?
I have not, but I will partake.
So what that is you got a white Russian and then you had a little something extra. It's called chocolate milk.
The Denzel Washington.
The Denzel Rushington.
Is this for real?
Yeah. Jared, back in my roots, I went to a college called Arizona State University studying journalism, and
fork 'em up.
I had a column in the paper called Drink of the Week, in which was shut down by the ASU Health Department. But before it was shut down, we did create a lot of fine confectionery delights for the students of ASU, such as the Denzel Rushington. Another one was called Man Pain, which was Everclear Balls energy drink and Red Bull.
How are you still alive?
And then also the health department said that we could have killed a minor, so we had to shut down.
I'm really intrigued.
Yes.
I'm aggressively intrigued in this whole article.
If you should be aggressively intrigued in this wipe, I think that's a Norwegian flag wipe.
Yeah.
And oh my goodness, this is so much information. And this is what the TikTok community wants. We got Michael Esser here. He's going for, okay, we got that was a long e-brake pull. Look for flat spots in those tires, S. Yup. Not bad looking. Not bad looking. S.
Yo, that car looks dope, though.
It does look dope. I do see that there's 4 doors and not 4 people in there.
She nasty.
Open trunk.
Oh, yeah. Let's ride.
Let's ride.
Who's an S13? Who's that?
Who has an S13 in general, Jared?
Who?
Who?
Sam hasn't said I can talk yet.
Oh, sorry, Greg. Greg, you've been sitting by idly for a minute here. Let's hear what you have to say. Sorry, Greg. I'm going to hand this over to you just for 1 second. Let's hear it.
First, I just want to thank everybody for being patient with me. I feel like this is my time to shine. I've been really looking forward to this. So thank you guys. I appreciate this.
Who are you thinking? Me?
Both of you. Just,
Oh, Sam and myself.
Yeah. I have a headset on officially.
Got it.
I feel like my voice is heard, and I just want to thank you both.
No, don't touch me.
Do you want this, Pat?
Don't touch me. Don't touch me, Greg.
All right, sorry about that, folks. We had a little lapse in judgment there. Decided to hand over my headset to our intern. Did you mute?
We're very isolated.
I handed over the headset to our intern. He's still not ready, but he's eager, and that's what counts. Do you notice that Bosuzoku style exhaust, Jared, on that S13, that pinky?
I did see that.
How do you feel about the Bosuzoku style?
I love Bosuzoku style. Ideally, I want to see pompadours, and also like a big, like Elvis Presley, Coca-Cola kind of like JDM steez from it.
You say pamplemousse, like French for grapefruit?
A pompadour.
Pompadour.
You know what a pompadour is?
No.
Pompadour is like a big Chicano kind of hairstyle.
Okay.
It's called a pompadour.
Oh.
You have like a big.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm good with. Should I do that?
No.
Okay.
Just letting you know.
Not for me today. I get that.
Not at all.
I get that. That's fine.
You are an adult. I can't do it.
What's really cool about these FPV shots is you can truly see that the world is in fact round. And Greg, for example, has been a flat earther for most of his life. So he comes in here with a lot of unfortunate theories. And it's good, though, that... Oh, did you see that little shaka? We're getting shakas out the window there.
Oh, what?
Boys.
Are we hanging loose?
Look at that. Look at that. The shaka.
That's the front straight.
So, Greg, this is proof to you. Look at the curvature of the horizon. Do you see, Greg? Greg,
Greg, just
Greg,
stop.
I need
Greg,
you to
stop.
understand right now, the Earth is not flat. I know you're a Subaru fan. You're looking for that flat Earth.
Look at the curvature.
Look at the curvature.
You're an adult. It's fine.
It's fine, Greg.
Everything's fine.
And maybe you meant when you said the Earth is flat. Look at that. That's a moon. That's a round object, Greg. It's not a disc in space, Greg.
I understand.
Then why do you keep on saying stuff that is just counterintuitive to
let's
the
go.
science?
Send it. Let's go, Whip.
Look, there's the moon. Still there. Still there.
Neil Armstrong never left Florida.
Wow.
Yikes.
Oh, boy. Greg
This
just
is
doubled
why
down.
He's never going to get his
Greg
golden star.
just doubled down.
Gold Diggers doubling down here
He's
behind.
from Atlanta. He lived in Florida for a while, but
behind that
back in
BMW
Georgia.
of Greg, who's that driving that BMW?
Greg.
The option BMW.
One job,
fine.
bud. One job.
Throw a little bit of fireballs. Not a
He's
big
just
deal.
saying that Neil Armstrong never left Florida?
Greg actually just said that, yeah, what is it, today, September 10th. So tomorrow is actually a very special day, Greg. Do you think that's an inside job?
Oh, boy.
You know what, Greg?
I'm
Greg,
gonna
never mind. You know what, Greg?
I'm going to leave
never
this
mind.
conversation
Yeah,
right
no,
along.
Greg,
Look at these guys
Greg,
on track.
look at these guys on
Absolutely
track.
shredding
Just,
tires.
It's amazing the
This
drifting we've
is
seen
such
here
a
tonight,
great
Jared.
smoke show. Oh, man.
It's amazing the cars we're seeing here tonight.
I don't know if you know, but our director flies airplanes. He does such a phenomenal job.
Oh, did you see and hear? I felt that backfire.
Dude.
I felt that backfire right now.
Yo, I can feel it. I feel like Taylor Swift. Like, that was really Jesus take the wheel.
What,
Wrong
like
wheel.
Like you got broken up with by Jake Gyllenhaal?
Yep.
Is that how you feel right now?
Fact.
What would you do right now if you were dating Jake Gyllenhaal and he's like, look, you mean so much to me, Jared, and I've really enjoyed our time together, but I just don't think we're compatible. How would you feel right now?
I'd probably go eat a lot of ice cream.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool how
There's
Taylor handled
there's
it
a
then.
place down the street that says,
Do yourself a flavor.
Do yourself a flavor.
Yeah.
If
Do
you've
yourself a
never been
flavor.
here before,
And look at that rowdy
right when you
Altamaniac.
exit.
Did you see the rowdiness of that Altamaniac right now? Look how low that car is. I thought that car was going to be like regular car.
Oh, I
height.
thought.
It ain't.
Wait, does that have wheels and tires on it?
Yes.
I thought it was just like a hoverboard.
No, we are doing the rim.
Oh.
We are doing the rim-only drift comp later on tonight with no tires allowed. So it will ruin the track, but it's going to be worth it for the sparks.
Yeah.
The spark show, guys. It's a spark factor.
Oh, who's that? Is that a Cavalier?
Stoneback's actually checking the
Becky
grass.
Stone.
He's checking the grass quality right now. So right now, Adam Jabay has ordered half the drift drivers to please vacate the track. Take a look at the grass nearby. Is that grass?
Look at this shot, though. Dude, I get it. You're trying to do a photo shoot. Like, the grass is well manicured. The sunset on fleek.
Yep.
So,
high quality grass.
Stoneback looking on point, dude.
Do you think that's a bummer when you break your car and then this drone just circles around you? in your grill?
1,000%. Yeah, that's like a shame.
Yeah.
He's getting shamed right now. Hasn't stepped out of his car.
That's
like,
because
yeah, I did it.
That's
like,
good track discipline, Jared. You're not supposed to step out of your car just because you brake.
Look, Sam. You make your own rules. If
Phil,
you're Stoneback,
you're being very combative right now, Jared.
I am.
Is this?
Yes.
Can I expect this from your announcing for the duration of the weekend?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Greg's over here just holding his neck, just waiting for it. Nope, Greg, not yet. Waiting for his time.
Greg, shut up.
Waiting for it. He didn't even talk, Jared. You don't have. He's an intern.
Oh, Sam, you're being combative now.
I feel like you're being combative right now.
Yes, I am.
I wish you would see me, and I wish you would hear me.
Will you just stop? You do this.
Matt.
You both do this when you drink.
The Ultimaniac is about to shred. Greg is acting like a child.
We've been given orders to shut it down, but then all of a sudden those orders were reversed.
No,
and
but
then,
guess what?
And then
we're about to have some fun. So
and
here it
then
is.
Suddenly the
Here
Ultimaniac
is
comes. Yep.
the fireworks that everybody's been looking
Jared,
for.
turn up, real quick. Turn yourself
Here
up.
we are,
Amp it up.
Ultimaniac Valvoline, the one, the only VR-powered, purpose-built vehicle that is a four-seater.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's fire off at all cylinders. Coming to
Sheesh.
turn one. Yes, Sam, you said that incorrectly, but this is Chris Forsberg behind the wheel, three-time Formula Drift champion. Chris Forsberg gets the win. That's what's happening
turbo,
right now.
external wastegate.
AKA hashtag GRIDLIFE.
Big fires.
The one, the only in Fuego. Sam, what do you want to add?
Look at that fire. External wastegate, twin turbo, out the hood. It's pretty.
I said that, Sam.
4 people in there. No, I said that.
I said it already.
Jared, again, this is a combative. We're going to have to talk after the show.
Yeah,
We're gonna have to,
I'm done.
Yeah.
I said good day.
We're going to have to talk after this. We're going to have to talk about your dedication.
I'm firing off like, like those twin turbos, just.
Is it
Matt,
about
Matt, our director, seems really exhausted about our.
I'll tell people about us if that's the problem, Jared. If
Here are our Momo moments, wrapping it up. Thank you so much. Greg is really exhausted, but I will tell you, he is excited about our MOMO moments.
But that LS Mustang is beautiful. We got Essa in his new FCP Euro car.
Fact.
That thing looks proper, and no one's banged that door yet. We'll see how it goes through tomorrow. But he does seem to be trying to stay far away from the Gregs of the world.
Oh, yeah.
That's some good piloting. We got double shocka, passenger shocka, driver shocka, team Gold Digger, good wipe going down.
Going for it. Oh, Ultimaniac.
These are the wipes that the people need.
Oh, man.
And that is going to conclude the drifting, I believe, here for us tonight, Friday night, GRIDLIFE Midwest. And, Jared, I just want to, let's just air this out while we're here.
Yeah.
Let's figure out what's wrong. And I think it's Greg.
Greg, you got to go.
Greg, thank you so much for joining us on this couch right now.
Thank you so much.
But
Sam, I love you.
You're causing
Good night, everybody. GRIDLIFE Midwest
I
Festival.
love you, GRIDLIFE.
That's
Thank you
a
so
wrap.
much for tuning
we
in.
will see you tomorrow. And look, the sun is setting, but guess what?
Everyone's
the sun
happy.
rises tomorrow for a new day. Hashtag GRIDLIFE. I'm Jared Deanna. On behalf of Sam Nalvin, Greg Bussell, I'm Jared Deanna. We'll see you another time. Send it.
GRIDLIFE Drift is brought to you by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. Falken Tire, competition-proven performance. MOMO, the official safety partner of GRIDLIFE. BC Racing, the official suspension of GRIDLIFE Drift. Airlift, airlift performance lets you get low and live your life on air.